store. Can y'all see? I don't know if we're back or not. We're back. You can see. I don't know if this can twitch. Is it back for Twitch or just kick? Hello. We're back. Okay, we're back on both now. Was this the generator to come on? I'm so happy we have a generator. Do 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 do. Okay. Why are the colors weird now? Guess that's like the closest in color. There you go. Yeah, my power went out, so the generator kicked on. Restart the stream. Yay, he likes the bench. This place is pretty nice now. Woohoo! We're gonna get some pho. It sounds delicious. No. No. Ooh, lightning. Boop. Worst design I've ever seen. Is everyone's just map the same or is it random? Like, do y'all have all these ugly ass terrain, uneven jaggedness, or is it? I don't know. Oops. Oh no, over here. Yeah, I don't know how to take blocks away yet. Yeah, fighting move to break the blocks. Oh, that makes sense. So what you're saying is I'm wasting my time doing this. Because the blocks underneath will still be dead. Damn. I guess I gotta go find that fighting Pokemon or whatever. I don't remember what it said. Do I have like a Pokedex or something? I don't remember what it said about Habitat Dex. About this bitch. Oh. So I need a bench. Okay. Let me just cop this bench real quick. Can I? I don't know. I can't pick it up. I have to. Or not. There we go. Okay. No. Fuck. Can you stop? There we go. Now I'll wait. Do I have to like leave and come back or? No, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Oh. That'll help. Ooh. Pincer's alright. I like pincer. How long until this bitch shows up? Whatever. Ooh, honey. Honey. I was eating some ice cream. Ooh, I like hair across. Okay. Just making options, you know? Wherever this hair cross wants to spawn is fine with me. Man, they're just playing tag over here. So cute. Oh. There you go. Nice. Who's under? Hey, he's here. Sheesh. Got any stones on you? I do. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Woohoo! Finally. Boom! Hell yeah, bitch. Ooh. If I hold it down, it's better. Oh. Wait, little blocks. Oh, nice. Oh no. Oh well. So if I beat up this part, does the block fall? No. Whoa, that's... Oh, I didn't know I could do that too. You can squeeze through little thingies, but you can't pick stuff up like that though. Interesting. Fascinating. So if I beat this up, whoa, look, it's floating. Okay, but it's in my way though. However, that is pretty cool. Oh, nice. You can do 2 at a time? That's kind of nice. Alright, I can inhale stuff too. Okay. Well, neat. This bothers me. Oops. Let it repair itself. There we go. Out of my way. I want... Oh, nice. You can do a whole corner. Ooh. Okay. I don't mind leaving that like that. That's fine. Oh, nice. Better. Vacuum mode. You know what? It's okay here. Oops, wrong thing. Okay. Ooh. Oops, wrong thing. What is the treasure? I don't know. Okay. Mysterious slate. Okay. Maybe I have to do something to unlock it. I don't know. Let me go inspect the hair across grass. Something's there. Oh, nice. So then I can, I think, use the blocks. There we go. Huzzah! Hey, the grass is moving over here. Oh, it's just an oddish. I was hoping it was hair across. Check out this rock pile. It's really big. That's what she said. It's a view of my TV, but yes. Ooh, I like how they're gives me building ideas. Oh, I gotta smash those too. Ugh. Hitmonchan told me to inhale rocks. Do you think he hates me? Oh, just living his life. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Just mowing the lawn, raking the leaves. Whoa. Ooh, maybe I can punch up there now. You think I can? Hell yeah, buddy! Success. Oh, I can climb it. Nice. Oh, sweet. I didn't know that. That's useful. How do I make it green? It doesn't bother me. I don't think I can jump in this game. Darn. Yeah, well. But this is cute up here. Oops. character vomits and makes the world a better place. It's essentially the plot. Vomit your way to paradise. Super training. Okay. Ooh, got a little step. And then, can I put some grass? Oh, no. Nice. Oh no. Oh. No. Fuck. There we go. That's cooler. Hell yeah. Move, Charmander. Sorry. Move it. It's dangerous. There you go. Okay, it's beautiful. There we go. There you go. All right. I can't change category or anything because my phone is crossed. I can't edit anything right now. Now we need the food. Oh. Oh, nice. Nope, not both. Fuck. There we go. Can I move the tree? Maybe not. Can I add on? It's right there. Huzzah! Okay. Nice. Now it's cute. There we go. It's kind of stylistic. Okay. Oh, we saw lightning. Will it be a big thunder? I wonder if like different Pokemon spawn on different heights, different elevations or not. Interesting. And if you, can you make a cave and spawn cave Pokemon, or do you have to find a cave? Straw table. Okay, I guess. lightning. Ah! Oops. At least there's no fall damage. Ooh. Bed with the plush. I could find a slow bro if I build a bed with the plush. That sounds kind of cool. Do I even have that recipe yet? No. Maybe I can buy it on a shop or something. Picnic basket. I don't like this rock. A pile of rocks here. There we go. Now I can do 4 at a time. Cool. Oops, I didn't mean to do all that, but I will. I kind of want to make like a moat around this whole thing. It'd be kind of cool. I wonder if I can do it. Can I destroy a block under the stairs? Oh, I can. Oh, shit. Okay. So let me do that. I'll put it back. Seeing how creative we can get. Actually, give me that. I'm carrying too much stuff. Bullshit. Oh wait, actually, I think if I seeing if I can build a moat from the pond all the way over here if the water just keeps flowing. I feel like it will, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, I didn't do that. Yeah, fuck. Nice. No, all the way. One more. Wait, actually, no, I need to be able to step up from it, I think. This is fine. Put some grass here. Let's see if it worked. I think it did. Ooh, wait. Why did it stop? Oh. Maybe it has a limit to what it can go. Oh, man. Ooh, it has a limit to how far it can travel, I guess. Lame. Can I pick up something up in a bucket, maybe, and make another one? Lame. Maybe if I go like this. What? Well, I can't punch this rock? The fuck? Why not? Weird. Okay, something about it. I guess you have to be a higher level or something. I don't know. Oops. Do. I don't know. What's the exhibition stand do for me? Looks like I can make a cave here. Will it? I'm just curious if it can. Do. Is there like a certain like depth you get to where it registers it as a cave habitat? I wonder. Am I just building a cool house? Maybe not. I feel like it would have happened by now. Maybe you have to find an actual cave. Oh, you could put trying Pocopia first time or something. Maybe just Pocopia first time. I don't know. Something, I guess. Virgin Pocopia. I don't fucking know. Whatever. Why isn't it? Oh my god. Whatever, I guess I'll do that first. Oops. I don't know. Now I'm kind of curious as how far it can go in there. Maybe I can make like a cut through or something. Oh, something's up here. Interesting. Do. Oh. Yeah, that's why I said it's kind of grinding. I don't know. I was hoping I'd be able to kind of like, I was trying to build like a cave, see if we can get some cave Pokemon, but it did not. It did not work. I don't think it works this way, but I tried it. And then I tried to make a moat, and the water doesn't go that far for some reason, because it's a bitch. Rude ass water. Fucking rude. Wow. All this shit is. Oh yeah, I don't have a house. Thanks. Leaf den. Why don't I just go live in this cave I just dug? Can I sell stuff to this shop? No. Can't. How do I get rid of my? Oh, I might as well eat this. Can I buy like a chest? I think you'd be able to. What the fuck is a handy bag supposed to do for me? I want an ocean, no, a riverside view. The fuck is this? Is this a Pokemon? Whoa. I drowned myself. No. Not a Pokemon. You know what? Let's put the picnic basket right here by the bench, or some, I don't know, somewhere. Fuck it. Whatever. Y'all can have these toy blocks too, you kids. I guess, if you like this shit. Can I pick this up? There we go. I gotta find him. Boulder with tall grass. Ugh. Lame. There we go. What's that sound? Pure sound. Oh my god. Whoa, hello. Yo, what the fuck? Where'd it go? Come back. I heard its wings beating. Did I get a rainbow feather or something? Hey, look at that. There. Of course I'm carrying too much stuff. Fuck that shit. Cool. Maybe I can use it to summon it and be my friend. Or whatever. How do I make a chest though? That's what I really need. Recipe for wooden bench. Well. Whatever. Shit. I lost my way home. Oh, go towards the green. Duh. Do I like just take stuff out? Oh yeah, drop. Okay. Okay, I gotta go find that other Pokemon or whatever. I guess. I gotta make grass around the boulder. Okay, great. Hey, bitch. I like it so far. It's okay. It's still not like I prefer it to be faster paced and like not feel so limiting. Like the water not going far enough is really bothering me, but it is what it is, I guess. Like I would have preferred like less limitations in Minecraft, not equal or more, but whatever. Do, 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 do. Oh. Hey, bitch, wake up. Oh, I need my sticks and my leaves. What? I have sticks. I'll add. Now I can put them to work. Yeah, you fucking bitches. You better get to work. Now I'm gonna take this from you. Move it. Somewhere here. Okay. What's that sound? Is that the sound of like grass moving somewhere? Is that just them? Oh, they're having a discussion? Oh, okay. I think the rain has stopped, so I can go get my phone. Do, 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 do. I'm bored of this too, so I'm gonna just like save. Is it auto save, I wonder? Save and quit. Oops. Yes. Thank God. All right. TV remote go? No. Far so good. It's mid. It's like something I'd play on an airplane, but not like, or like it's raining and it can't go anywhere. It's not something that I would like seek out by preference, my first choice. Do, 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 do. It's like a kill time when you can't do anything else kind of game, in my opinion. I don't think it's worth the hype. People are like, best Pokemon game ever. No, it's not. Let's Go Eevee Pikachu was way better. Oh, is it still raining? Oh, I was wrong. It's not done yet. Oh my God, is my yard flooding? Ew. My yard is flooding. Ugh. Alright, back inside it is. Fuck. Well, I don't know. At least it's lighter. Maybe I'll just go get my phone. Anyways. I don't know. What do y'all think I should do? Oh. I guess I won't wear these shoes then. Might as well wear the boots. Wait. I bought rain boots. I can use them now. I feel like I was justified. No, they're there. Oh, it's still on the white balance. Put my stuff in this bag too. Do 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 do. Oh, do 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 do. Leave my boots over here for now. Go give Nick his microphone. Y'all are gonna stay in the bag too, so I can carry an umbrella. Under my umbrella. Teton umbrella. His face. This umbrella. See me rolling, hating. Okay. Whew. He's not here, I guess. Hope he's all right in the rain. Is he live? I don't even know. Need scissors or knife. What do? Let me see.
Right,
everything. Oh, okay. So he's still alive.
I can't even begin to retrieve anything.
Okay.
Oh shoot, what the fuck is this?
Oh, he's only been live for 2 minutes? Oh, interesting. Unless he disconnected. Alright. Let me see. Let me get this thing plugged in. He didn't like the mixer. So we're gonna simplify it. I gotta make sure it works though for him. I think I'm gonna try this cord that's already plugged in instead. See if this registers it. Sound devices. Okay, yes it did. Great. Let me put it on his OBS then. Do 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 do. Let's call this Mike. Huzzah! Okay. It's working. Let me fix his Discord with it too. Voice and video. Huzzah. Do. Okay. Great. I'm glad it works. Alright. It looks like it's, there we go, it's working. Okay. Okie dokie. It's working! And also in Discord. It's working! Woo! It's lighting up green. You can't really tell this camera. But it is, I can see it with my eyes. Alright. Good. Alrighty. Let me make sure it's good everywhere. Full screen. Okay. Looks like it works. Okay. Okay. Oh, let me see if I can get it mounted on here for him too. Get this. I don't know if it's the same connector type. It could be. What size is this? Jesus. Stop falling apart. Piece of shit. Everything is falling. Oh, it's magnetic. Okay. Oh. Okay. I don't know if this will. Can't tell if this screws off or not. Here, let's see. Alright. Come on. Eventually. There we go. Oh, I think it'll work. Okay. Maybe am I turning it the wrong way? I don't even know. Might be. I think it's the right size. Just gotta get it on the thread correctly. I think that's working now. Okay. Do.  'Cause 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 Huzzah! I believe that is good now. Okay. Look it back in, make sure we still have it working. Let's see. Nope, there it is. Check Discord. Yes, I think it is working. Huzzah! We've done it. Great. Okay. So let me get the other shit out of the way for him, so he's not like, oh, what do I do with it? This. Here. Put this actually in the box. All right. So, take this off. Doesn't have to look at this irritating sound mixer again. Okay. This, I guess, underneath here for him so he doesn't get it wrapped around whatever. All right, there. Now you don't have to cry about it. If I ever hear another complaint about the audio, it'll use your ear. Would you try unplugging it and replugging it? Out for Alex to organize when he gets back. Oh. 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 I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. But God is feeling I'm happy again. Down. Okay. This is the rest of my niece's present. Okay. Put it over here. All my little birdies, you need your lights on. Get a little bit of vitamin D on this dreary day. Steven. Oh my God. I heard his name. Hey, 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 hey. Thought. Well, where'd my barrel go? Oh, they moved my barrel back there. I bought an inflatable barrel to practice my, or to strengthen my horse riding muscles. But I'm not on horse. think I need the trampoline to keep it in place. What is this? Oh, this is the handlebar. Almost. I had it where I wanted it. It's holding my barrel. Squeeze the horse riding muscles. Gotta find my positioning now. There we go. Like specifically like around the knees and the calves. I can't replicate on a machine. It's so squeaky though. It's not the same as like the abductor muscles. It's specifically like upper calf into like behind the knee and around the knee. That's why it's so hard to replicate. Just seems like constipated, especially when it's squeaking. Whew, but it doesn't hurt. It's very effective. More tired than typical gym equipment because the muscles are weaker. It's just flexing these muscles only. I had to get a barrel this big though so my feet wouldn't touch the ground. So your feet touch the ground, then you can't flex it correctly. So you have to be able to not touch. But see, it rolls. That's why I have the trampoline here to keep it in place. Otherwise, it's just, then you're using too much stabilizing power. You can't isolate the knee. If I had the music playing really loud, then I wouldn't hear the squeaking. It wouldn't be so bad. But I don't worry. Woo! Ugh. A lot more tiring than it looks. Doesn't seem like it would be that tiring. Okay. And then this is another device I got for horse riding, muscle training. This one looks equally ridiculous in its own way. Some of y'all have seen this one already. Also for squeezing that area. Squeeze the knees together. But I think this one burns more. This one works up here more though. When you squeeze, you feel it more up here. This one is mainly like super isolated. This one kind of does here and here. So it's got multi-functionality. If you wanted to really step it up, I got 10-pound weights. Like each leg is 10 pounds. I don't know where those got put though. Somebody rearranged everything in here while I was gone. Oh, they put those. They did too much rearranging. They put all my shit. What is in here? No clothes. Where are my leg weights? I don't know. Where they put them? It's probably Alex. He moved it to somewhere. See it. Weird. I see the smaller ones, but I'm looking like the baby. Odd. The new pads are in here. I don't see my 10-pound egg weights. These are the small ones. Well, they're like these, but they're huge. They're huge. Why would they do this to me? Why? Damn it. This ruins my exercise training. I'm trying to get swole so I could ride horses. Why would they put them? They're huge. I don't know how they're missing. Should be easy to spot. We need to put them somewhere really unexpected. Look, didn't see that past my hat. No. Weird. Boo! This is deeply upsetting. Shit is misplaced. What is this box over here? I've got no idea. No, it's not anything exercise. Wasn't good. I'm so confused. What could he have done with them? They're huge. Why would you need to put them? I wonder if you thought they were like body armor instead of workout equipment. Put them with the gun stuff. I could see that. Maybe. If you had never seen ones that big before. Alrighty. So this is my leg weights. My 10-pound leg weights. I think I have to put this over me to get the benefits from this exercise. Okay. Okay. Things I do for the love of the horse riding. Oh. I think I can see this one. Slip. This is the angle that like the abductor machine can't get. A more obtuse angle. Where it's the really deep part of the like the inner thigh. And around the knee. Also good for here in the back, and then like really deep low abs. But you do have to readjust. So the knee slips out of place. Stretching the back of the knee muscle too. come back up here. Okay, let's see if I can get on the barrel with these without them falling down. If I need them up high. Okay. Down. Darn. I forgot how wide it is. I underestimated it. Oh. Come back. Piece of shit. I need like a belt to hold them up or something. Like a garter belt. No. Feel as much with these. I think it's giving me too much cushion. So I guess this doesn't work well with weights. This is a free weight activity. It doesn't burn as much as it did before. What is that? This is an inflatable gymnastics barrel, but I have it sort of like not all the way full inflated because it makes it easier to squeeze for working on muscles around the knee for horse riding specifically. Because when you canter stuff, you gotta squeeze with the weird part of your knee that no other exercise in the gym really hits. So I'm trying to replicate like a horse width so I can squeeze and work that one area. Just squeezing only with this part. So I'm not like activating the glutes with it right now. It's just these muscles. But it looks ridiculous. This is the best I could do though. Trying to workshop, how do I work this out at home? So I don't just like get a workout for it only like once a week or whatever. This is the next best thing besides the horse itself is a horse simulator machine, and those start at 40 grand. So the $100 inflatable barrel seemed like it was worth a try, and I can say that it does hit the right muscles. It was a success. It's too effective though. It's very tiring. And they have smaller barrels, which would probably be like a more accurate size and fully inflated. But the problem is when you get smaller, you also get shorter because it's like a diameter thing, you know, circumference, whatever you want to call it. And then you start to touch the ground with your feet, and then it becomes ineffective. So that's why I had to go for the biggest and just deflate it a bit. Oof. Good workout though. This would be fun in the lake if it didn't stink. I mean, it might. I think the biggest problem would be it would roll, right? Because it would roll right now if I didn't have it wedged between a trampoline and another machine. Like the stability of the barrel allows you to actually isolate the muscle. Otherwise, you'd be fighting it. No, I definitely feel the soreness when I walk now. It's just an inflatable gymnastics barrel. I got one of those stupid steppers or whatever just to see what the hype was about. I can make stupid TikToks with the like, ooh, swatting on the TV while you're doing the steppers and whatever. It's okay, I think. I haven't used it much yet. It just came in right before I left to South America. Essentially, properly, it's like this motion. And so, like, you could isolate the muscles around the hips. That's basically all it's good for, in my opinion, is like these muscles, which are used in horse riding also, so what the hell. But I feel like I'm stronger than how most people start, so I had to take a lot of time to really feel the impact as much as like that barrel just now. Or I have to like figure out how to wear weights and not fall. Or maybe like holding dumbbells, I don't know. But as it is, I get a faster, more efficient workout from the barrel for the same kind of muscle groups. But I mean, it'll be good for like your stupid Instagram reel, whatever, I don't know. Whatever content consumers consume these days, what the algorithm allows. Yeah, the barrel's way more effective though. Because they have like resistance bands or whatever, so you could like do like arm ups or whatever while you're doing it, but it's just kind of like That barrel makes me more tired than any other machine in this. Like honestly, put me 5 minutes on the barrel, I'm more tired than most of the fucking workouts because it's such like a specific muscle strain that doesn't get worked out ever. It's so much weaker than the rest of my body. And it's just like, my other muscles have to start compensating when they don't know, like, what is this feeling? Okay. Should probably order food before everything closes. Unless he ordered food already. He probably didn't though. Going to the barn is like a full body workout as it is, especially if you throw around the saddles. Because you're like getting the saddles out of your locker, you're carrying them over to the mounting thing, and then it's like a lot of arm movements throwing it over the horse. And then you gotta pull, so it's like using this motion to make it super tight. Then you might have to redo that a few times. And then you gotta like get on the horse, and then you gotta use your abs to balance, and you gotta use your legs to I already went to the gym basically. And then you're also sweating from the heat outside, no air conditioning. Do, 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 do. What do I want to eat? I don't know. Huh. Don't know if I want cats, which is like American cafe food. Could get like a Texas slow roast beef with some veggies and mashed potatoes. I don't know. Or do I want something like fried rice? Or do I want like, I don't know, like another cava bowl? Yeah, let's do the first thing I said. Sounds pretty good. What? Delivery paused. Boo. Pickup only. Fuck you. Is it the whole DoorDash delivery pause or just that one place? Let's find out. It's just drizzling now. No, the Asian place still has delivery. I think I should do that then. We'll see. I think actually that might be my only option at this point. It's pretty late. Sure, salmon fried rice with edamame. Okay. And beef fried udon. Kiwi juice. Give me that vitamin C. Okay. That'll be good. I also should call Nick, see if he wants anything. If his phone is on.
Your call has been forwarded.
Okay, well, I tried. I will message him in his chat.
And there's just no internet randomly. Because why would there be? This car's a piece of shit.
Want anything from Cafe 101?
Is my light even on? God damn it. You stupid motherfucker. Cafe 101. Get me. I missed my exit. I mean, if you're ordering the beef, an egg, I guess just get me some chicken fried rice in case my cooking doesn't pan out.
So beef and egg and chicken fried rice.
Whoa! God damn it, there's a crazy person driving behind me. He just fishtailed twice. I feel like he's gonna do something fucking retarded.
Probably.
Oh yeah. How'd you know it was a Charger? Did you see it?
Oh yeah. How'd you know it was a Charger? Did you see it?
What a crazy good call.
What a crazy good call.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
That was the craziest call I've ever seen. Oh, you saw it? Okay. I was about to say, dude, that's fucking insane. You just fucking...
Oh, you saw it.
You can tell the behavior from the car. I can do that when someone's a bad driver. And I can't tell the car. I can tell you the ethnicity of the person driving it. Many a time I've been like, Asian.
Many a time I've been like...
That's a rice N-word right there.
That's a rice N-word right there.
That is a rice N-word right there.
That is a rice N-word right there.
What? Delivery pause.
Dude, I can
now.
sometimes even get down to the gender.
Dude, I can sometimes even get down to the gender.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh well, I guess I'll order it for the...
Some people have useful predictive, ability.
Mine is time, I guess.
Ability.
I'll just keep it in my cart and keep trying, I guess, shortly. I don't know. It must be Uber doing it. There's no way the Chinese place would choose to cut sales for the sake of anyone's safety. It must be the Uber app detecting rain or whatever. Yeah. Whatever. It's charged enough. Title: Virgin Poke. All right. What?
Newly released documents that were missing from the Epstein files contain serious, unverified allegations against President Trump. The Justice Department posted 3 FBI memos describing interviews with a woman who accused both Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a teenager. The White House calls the accusations completely baseless. CNN's Paula Reed is in Washington with the latest. And Paula, these were missing from earlier file releases, right?
That's right. And this individual was interviewed by the FBI 4 times. And initially, only one memo was released in that initial batch of documents released by the Justice Department. And that was
No. I didn't vote for anyone. I don't believe in democracy. I think it's a facade. Whoever they want to win will win, whether you understand that at the time or not.
An interview where she made allegations against Jeffrey Epstein, but not against President Trump.
That's
Now,
not to say I wouldn't like democracy. I mean to say I don't believe we actually live in one.
Yesterday, these additional summaries were released, and they detail the types of allegations that she made against President Trump, where she describes being introduced to him. She alleges that he asked everyone to leave the room and, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, quote, let's teach you how little girls are supposed to be, and then describes an encounter where he pushes her head down to his penis and then told agents she bit Trump, who then allegedly struck her and said something like,
This is a wild claim. Not that it's impossible, but it's very strange to bring it up now rather than like before any of his his other presidencies. That's weird. I don't know. Like, why after the Iran stuff?
Get this little expletive the hell out of here. Now, in her third interview, she allegedly said that she was receiving threatening calls. And in her fourth interview, it's interesting. She was
interviewed by the FBI 4 times. Oh, so maybe she did say something and then she wasn't allowed to speak until the FBI was like, I guess she's not lying. I don't know. That's interesting.
She was concerned about why she was even coming forward because the statute of limitations had
Who knows? It's CNN, so I don't know what's true.
Did hear the fact that President Trump has consistently denied anyone,
but also could not be.
Yesterday, the White House
described
these allegations as, quote, completely baseless.
She gave up because they did nothing? Wait, so they're doing something now? Well, I guess they're not. They're just talking about it. They're still not going to do shit.
Been missing, suspiciously rather, from the Epstein files. They include FBI memos from 3 interviews with a woman who alleges she was sexually assaulted by then citizen Trump when she was a teenager. The president has
they just didn't think they would have enough with just her testimony and wanted to wait until more of the Epstein files came out. I mean, that could be true. That you could be right there.
Denied any wrongdoing. We should note that the inclusion of
okay, so you're right. She did have FBI interviews with whoever these FBI people are. Unverified. Okay. So so we're unverified, but we did have FBI interviews. So we'll see if they actually decide anything.
In the Epstein files,
I don't know.
Is not necessarily evidence of wrongdoing. It is an interview. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slammed the release of the documents, saying in part, quote, the total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong, unquote. As the Trump White House continues to shrug off the scandal, Congress is pushing ahead, voting to subpoena Attorney General Pam.
I hate that I pay attention when I hear half of a word that has "pina" in it. I hate myself.
Bondi, the subpoena to testify stems from the House Oversight Committee's investigation into the Epstein files and the federal government's handling of the case against Epstein and his sex trafficking accomplices. My next guest is a survivor of Epstein. Annie Farmer joins us now. Annie, let me start off by saying, I know asking you about the worst experience of your life.
Wait, so was this the girl who is, or the woman now, who is claiming the assault happened to her? Or is this some other person? Like this blonde one. Not the girl down here, like the blonde. Okay.
Not fun for you? Not really for me either. How are you?
That's her? Okay.
Oh, I appreciate that, Jake. I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be with you.
What questions might you have for Attorney General Pam Bondi?
Oh, is this the Attorney General? Okay, so we're not going to show what the other girl looks like? Or did they? Or is it the Attorney General claiming it? I missed something, clearly. Where's the girl who's claiming it? Do we not see what is this one of them? I don't think so, right? So where, did we just not have a picture? No, we probably just don't care. I don't know.
Oh, I appreciate that, Jake. I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be with you.
What questions might you have for Attorney General Pam Bondi?
Oh, I have a lot. I was actually really happy to see that Pam Bondi has, there was people on both sides of the aisle came together to say that she needs to testify between the House Oversight Committee, because I think, when she was in front of the Judiciary Committee, she refused to even acknowledge survivors. The questions that were asked, there was a lot of, deflection and avoidance.
That's because you think she's anything other than probably like a glorified PR person that doesn't have that title. No.
And so, really, we still don't understand
She's probably
how
doing her job out of
release
fear.
of information was so terribly botched. When again and again we see powerful people being protected and information about survivors, not being properly redacted. So I think we have a lot of questions for her.
I'll remind our viewers that when Attorney General Bondi was asked about a matter relating to the Epstein files, she started talking about how the Dow had reached 50,000, and that's what members of Congress should have been focused on. Over the last few weeks, we have seen across the pond in foreign countries investigations start, foreign leaders get in trouble, even a former member of the Royals. There has been some accountability for actions related to the case. What does it tell you that the U.S. government is not, at least as far as we know, doing so in terms of investigations and accountability?
I think a lot of people are looking at this and wondering why. What is it?
I don't think that. I think a lot of people are looking at it and saying, fucking typical. No, who's wondering why?
I mean,
Idealists?
We know this was a global conspiracy. So, there were people all over the world involved in this operation. And so I'm glad to see that people are doing things overseas. It makes me hopeful that new investigations could happen.
Why would they do
but
that?
I do feel frustrated that that's not happening here. I think we need more of that.
You were invited to the State of the Union address last week. Tell us about that experience.
I was able to go with Congressman Robert Garcia and.
What's up? What's what noise?
Weird voice.
Schizophrenia? I don't hear anything.
No, outside there's a weird voice.
Oh, outside? I don't know.
There's like a weird female voice.
I don't know. I haven't been outside.
It sounds like a TTS, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would I do a TTS?
That guy, he's trying to lead you down the path of righteousness. I'm gonna lead you down the path that rocks.
Oh, come off it.
You come off it.
You.
You infinity. Listen up, big guy. I got 3 good reasons why you should just walk away. Number 1, look at that guy. He's got that sissy springing music thing.
We've been through this. It's a heart. And you know it.
All right, that's a heart. And that's a dress.
Row.
Reason number 2. Look what I can do.
What? What does that have to do with anything?
No. He's got a point.
Listen, you guys. You're sort of confusing me, so, be gone. However I get rid of you guys.
That'll work.
He's been a real champion for this investigation in the House Oversight Committee, so I was glad to be there with him. It was actually pretty challenging, though, to sit through Trump's speech when it seemed like he just had a different vision of the country that he was presenting, a different vision of events. He, of course, did not acknowledge any of the survivors that were present, and we weren't really expecting him to, but we were there to remind him that were not going away, that the United States, I think, is very much still interested in getting to the bottom of this and wants answers.
Annie Farmer, thank you so much, and best to your sister as well. We appreciate your coming here today and know it's not easy.
A very rare and stunning rebuke of the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, by members of the president's own party. Yes, 5 Republicans on the key House Oversight Committee defying their chairman and joining with Democrats.
Okay, you said you had videos, Tina. Are you able to share them? Oh, I don't know.
There could be a security system which makes me wonder if they're being breached.
Maybe. There we go. Steven! Steven! Steven, you're disturbing the peace. Everyone's annoyed. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Sure, I'll schedule ahead. Whatever. Well, I can't even do that? Oh my god. DoorDash fucking hates you sometimes. Whatever. Piece of shit.
Immediately before the Renaissance, you have these huge UFO battles over various European cities. Huge triangular craft, spheres of very... various colors, attacking each other, some of them falling from out of the sky. What a lot of people are concerned about, including people in the deep state of our own government, is...
Steven! Stop it!
What?
Steven's annoying. I can't hear my video. He's so loud.
I gotta go look at something for a second. Oh my god.
What are you doing?
Huh?
What do you gotta do?
I'm about to gain Overwatch on the Horizon.
Okay.
That revived voice is pissing me off.
Okay.
It's time to end its career.
Well, DoorDash has paused delivery for the rain, so it might be a while.
Oh.
Steven, you're disturbing all the other birds. Can you shut up? Can you just stop? Oh my God. You are a menace. Oh, stop. Chill out. What happened to your top perch? Hold on. Maybe if I put a sand perch in there to land on it and stop being crazy. Maybe. I don't know if it'll work, but no, I would have to cut holes in it. You get a different type. Well, chill out. Steven. Yep. You are a menace. Do you realize you're a menace? Do you? go. More stability. Do something with it. You can land on it, girl. I put it there. What? You get on it, you dummy. Oh my gosh, you're fucking retarded. There you go. Figured it out. All right. There we go. Now I can order it. Huzzah! Food! We are saved. Look at Nick's stream.
One time. But I haven't, they're walking in and out. I don't hear it one time.
Not the neighbors. Oh my god.
That's not the automated voice. What the hell's going on? Dude, this is what it must have felt like getting to that first place, getting to that first dirt mound on D-Day. Look at this shit. You see that? Let me explain something to you guys, okay? You should never try to rob me. Because I might be on this roof, or I might be on that roof. You'll never know. What you don't understand is that the night of the robbery, if I had had a guaranteed 2 more minutes, I would have intercepted those motherfuckers right here. Okay? Imagine them coming from that side where the rolls is. Especially if I had my honey badger, which I did own the honey badger, I just didn't have it operationally ready. Could you imagine if those guys were fucking marching?
Oh no, we'll never know.
There, from this vantage point, I could literally wait till Kate is like within a, like, because the way physics works is like if she's here, they're there, there's clear shots. Paragliding would be a terrible idea. The entire property and all the trees have long lines of, you know, essentially reinforced fishing wire. So
all right. Anyways,
that the bad guys won.
Okay, so
In the
Tino
struggle
linked
over
this.
reshaping
Hold
human
on,
history.
let me. Is there timestamps, Tino? Because this is a 3-hour fucking video, or is it that good? I need to know. Tino, turn it up. This is a long format podcast version, but it's Rambling Philosopher Guy. You watched the entire video last time, so you should be good. Okay. All right.
Immediately before the Renaissance, you have this huge UFO battles
I'll just
over
do it in
various
parts.
European cities. Huge triangular craft, spheres of various colors, attacking each other, some of them falling from out of the sky. What a lot of people are concerned about, including people in the deep state of our own government, is that the bad guys won. In the struggle over reshaping human history, we wound up losing a rebellion against the control system that abides to this day.
Who is actually in the driver's seat when it comes to these sort of scientific paradigm shifts? Who is pumping these ideas through these architects?
The religious control system on the planet.
And so what is that?
This thing is very similar to a thing that's happened in our biblical records where a Lord presented Moses with a pattern to build a tabernacle. They came out of the sky, they handed him stone tablets, and this phenomena that's taking place today is as old as our history.
At the time the Black Plague breaks out, there are many UFO sightings. There are sightings of objects that land in fields. It was so prominent that hysteria broke out about it in the French court, and Charlemagne was considering declaring war on the tyrants of the air.
3 men and a woman were seen descending from these aerial ships. The entire city gathered about them, saying that they were magicians sent by Charlemagne's enemy to destroy the French harvest.
The plague broke out only after these people would land in the fields, and they would go around with these hoods on and these spray cans, and these guys would walk and deliver door-to-door service.
Wait, did they say spray tans?
And they would go around with these hoods on and these spray cans, and these guys...
Spray cans.
Guys would walk and deliver door-to-door service, spraying the doors of individual homes, where then the plague would break out.
Well, who are these people?
Exactly. Ingersoll is being tasked to remote view the moon, and here's what he saw there. He saw tall Nordic people conducting slave labor on the moon. What does that say about who these people are? Number one, it says that they're people.
I went into another room where there was a chair.
The Aryans!
A man came in while I was
Aryans!
way out there.
Aliens!
A human-looking person. They passed in a crowd. It's this individual on Earth.
Jason Reza Georgiani, thank you for joining me.
I can't believe I made it into heaven with Jesse Michaels.
I know. What did you think? You weren't going to make it? Do you think? Where do you think you were more of a purgatory guy, or what was your?
Well, I mean, yesterday was definitely purgatory. I tell you, I've flown a lot, and to have 2 airplanes break down, and a 7-hour delay, it was a little bit weird.
That's super weird. Well, that's the perfect segue. Weirdness in reality, for what I want to cover with you, because I think you're one of the few people who studies UFO history and the nuts and bolts side, but you also kind of understand some of the deeper underpinnings and architecture of what's going on. I think there's like the kind of, it's like the bell curve or something. If you're like kind of really dumb and normie, like you don't think anything's going on. You think it's like all Occam's razor, like, there's nothing to see here. And then you get into the like middle of the curve, it's like only nuts and bolts. It's like, all just saucers and a hanger. And then once you get deep enough or something,
the normies are who deny that anything much is going on at all. Analogy there is that I basically agree with what you're saying, except I think that there's a place on the other side of the bell curve from where the normies are who deny that anything much is going on at all. And then people who, let's say, have read Carl Jung on UFOs and appreciate the extent to which this phenomenon involves the co-constitution of physical reality by consciousness and so on and so forth. There's a place on the other side of that bell curve where someone can, as it were, fall off the deep end. And I think it's also a psychological defense mechanism. You can wind up developing such an abstract meta-interpretation of these phenomena that you're actually occluding or occulting some more tangible aspects of it that are deeply disturbing. And so that acts also, I think, both as a psychological defense mechanism for the particular researcher who may want to interpret this all as like the Kantian thing in itself, which we will never know, and it's like, it's intrusions into our reality and our limited frame of interpretation, right, based on human consciousness. The denial of our capacity to ultimately discern what's going on with this phenomenon can also be a way to defer responsibility for dealing with some very tangible things that are going on that are deeply disturbing and that have very serious sociological and political implications.
I couldn't agree more. I think some people who are so far off the deep end of the consciousness realm are there because it's unfalsifiable, because it's like impossible to study, because it really doesn't even touch our consensus reality, so you don't need to justify it. It turns into its own sort of cult. But you said something very interesting there. You said there's some deeply disturbing things going on in just the kind of more prosaic nuts and bolts, version of the UFO story. What do you mean by that?
Let me come to that in a moment. But before we, scare the bejesus out of the listeners right off the bat, let me give a little bit more historical context for what I was saying.
Yes.
So, without naming names, contest...
Let me see if I have ice cream on this side. I guess I'll open up Discord chat if anyone wants to come and watch through the share screen and chime in, not interrupt. Chime in when I chime in. Okay. If you're being annoying, I'm gonna mute you. Okay. Kick you.
Hey, glad you're back.
Yo, me too.
Become, I think, very important to some people who have taken a very abstract approach to interpreting what's going on with the UAP phenomenon. And if you look at Immanuel Kant's own life, here's a guy, and by the way, I wrote about this in my first book, Prometheus and Atlas. There's a whole chapter where I discuss Descartes and Kant and basically the constitution of the world picture of the Age of Enlightenment, right? And the thing about Kant is that in his youth, he actually took the time and care to read the entirety of Emanuel Swedenborg's Arcana Coelestia, The Secrets of Heaven, which has all kinds of accounts of extraterrestrials living on various planets and different gradations of existence, right, and planes of being and so on and so forth. And there's also, more significantly, a ton about psi abilities in that book, you know, about clairvoyance and telekinesis and so on and so forth. Well, Kant reads all this, and then he writes the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals in a way that develops an abstraction based on Swedenborg. He's using Swedenborg, but then he's warping the metaphysical structure of Swedenborg's work in order to construct an unknowable reality beyond the veil of appearances that's conditioned by the limits of our own consciousness. And if you read his earliest writings, which he suppressed in his own lifetime, Kant admits that the reason that he did this is that the stuff in Swedenborg is so disturbing that it would destabilize society, including on a political level. So what Kant wants to do is create this metaphysical model that allows him to define what he calls a kingdom of ends, where each human being is an end in himself, a moral agent equal to every other person. And then based on this, he can frame this categorical imperative that you should never use any other person as a means, and every person should be treated as an end in himself, right? It's like the Archimedean point of his whole moral system. Well, he does this by misappropriating and distorting Swedenborg and covering over both the psychic and telekinetic accounts in Swedenborg's writings, and also the accounts of various forms of extraterrestrial intelligence. And I see the same move being made today in certain sectors of the UAP conversation.
Well, it's fascinating. I mean, that's a great book, Atlas, or Prometheus and Atlas. Everybody should buy it. It's this sort of sweeping philosophical treatise where you go through the advent of empiricism and reason and the Enlightenment and figures like Kant and Descartes. And in Kant's case, I think you also say that the occult, the reason to keep the occult or sort of separate somehow or off limits is because it would involve a storming of heaven or something. And did he have a political motive in doing this? Because with Descartes, I think you say that he was a Jesuit spy. And maybe,
Descartes was literally a Jesuit spy. In other words, Descartes was in the employ of people who were holier than the Pope. You know that phrase, holier than the Pope? These were agents of the Vatican that were acting against the sort of like status quo modus operandi of the Catholic Church in France. They were more zealous than the Pope, and they were Jesuits. And they had sent René Descartes to infiltrate the Rosicrucian order and to develop a false scientific paradigm that would reduce everything in the physical world to basically mechanical causality, which then has the effect of relegating everything that can't be encompassed within a mechanistic grid and framework of interpretation into the realm of the spiritual, which is in the domain of the Catholic Church, right? So then the Church gets to continue to have a monopoly on discourse about anything spiritual, and the common citizen is presented with a scientific paradigm that's soul-crushingly nihilistic, so that he will then remain within the arms of the Church.
And you think that was Descartes' mission?
Absolutely. Yeah, he was a hired Jesuit agent. I mean, the guy was literally a stormtrooper who functioned as a military intelligence attaché to Catholic armies that were going through Protestant villages and burning them to the ground and, basically engaging in a inquisitory religious war against the Protestants of France. And this is the guy who we trace our modern scientific paradigm to. Now, Kant wasn't, a paid agent of anybody, as far as I can tell. But he definitely had political motivations, right? And the thing is, Kant's political motivations are not something, antiquarian and, only relevant to his own epoch. We still face the same concerns that he did as a serious thinker grappling with evidence for the paranormal. So, for example, as I point out very early on, and I've come back to this over and over again in the 14 books that I've written, but it's right there in Prometheus and Atlas from the beginning. If you consider what it would mean for telepathy, clairvoyance, telekinesis, or what we call psychokinesis these days, to achieve mainstream scientific recognition, And for large numbers of people to then adopt training protocols for these latent human abilities, right? The way that we have now a lot of the remote viewers offering remote viewing training. Imagine what kinds of social challenges that faces us with, right? I mean, if people become adept telepaths or adept clairvoyants, there's no such thing as privacy left. There's no physical privacy left. Anyone can see you doing whatever you're doing.
We have the internet and the government spies on us with cell phones. What's the difference? I don't.
Inside the privacy of your own home. Anyone can even step into your mind, like the remote viewers, for example, who were tasked to psychically spy on Saddam Hussein during the first Gulf War, Lynn Buchanan and others. They actually went into Saddam's mind to the extent that, for example, they would get ill when he was ill and so on and so forth. And
yes.
So this is like a horrendous violation of personal privacy. And then when you go to psychokinesis, it's even worse, right? So there's this direct mental influence on living systems that's been studied in a very serious way by parapsychologists. And often what they'll do is they'll visualize certain organic systems in the body with a view to trying to heal diseases using psychokinesis. But obviously, I mean, as the Soviets figured out in the 1970s when they were taking mice down in submarines and trying to stop their hearts, you can use the same thing to kill somebody. I mean, you can use it to give somebody a heart attack or a stroke. And there's evidence, based on the testimony of some of our top remote viewers, that there was a black unit in the United States that was doing these things in the 1970s and 80s. It was separate from the remote viewing programs that were eventually defunded by Congress.
Whoa. As you know, I'm always on the hunt for things that help me stay sharp, focused, and full of energy while I'm diving into life's mysteries and making this show happen. And I've got to say, Mudwater has completely transformed my
See, the thing I have an issue with is aliens invented religion to control humanity. This doesn't make sense, because if you believe in religion, you're actually less likely to be controlled because you think that you have a reward waiting in death. So why succumb to people's influence who you don't agree with in a moralistic way? So I actually don't agree that this logic seems flawed. I feel like inventing religion would make you less easy to be controlled. Because if you literally thought that there was nothing when you die, just bleak blackness, death, no afterlife, then you would really savor and relish and have a higher sense of self-preservation, this life that you have on this planet, and therefore do anything to keep it alive. So I actually have an issue with this whole theory. If that makes sense.
But,
I don't know.
But at the end of the day, people will look at religion as a form of control also, That's just how it's always going to be. Not everybody's going to agree on that one.
I don't know. Like, religion can be control if you do you go through specific pope or whatever and you can't talk directly to the Lord. I mean, I could say that could be controlling, but still at the end of the day, if someone was trying to make if someone was trying to enslave you though, and you believed that you have a righteous place in heaven, you might choose to die instead. So I feel like, versus if you think that there's nothing waiting for you, you might just hope that it gets better.
Oh yeah, that would be the.
So I don't know if this actually makes any sense as a theory.
No, you're right. I mean, when you're an atheist, you believe in nothing, or a nihilist, but when you're an agnostic, you believe that there's something, but you don't know what that something actually is, but we can't really put a finger on it. So it's better than believing in nothing, though. But to also say that we know for sure can also be considered wrong. And so you have to just kind of be in the middle.
See, I think this theory that they're presenting, I feel like this entire theory is a deception to persuade some weak-minded people who don't analyze logic and think critically that there is no religion then, and then they are easy to control. Religion is all fake, blah, blah, blah.
When they talk about Descartes, they taught us about Descartes in college. I mean, he created the inner and out-of-body consciousness. He's the whole reason they made the Matrix. But now they're saying in this video that he's a Jesuit priest, and the Jesuit priests were the one that literally sank the Titanic because they had people that were against the central banking system who were also millionaires that they needed to get rid of. So the Jesuit priests throughout history have done crazy shit. So to hear that Descartes is a part of them, that's fucking new to me. Because they never told us that shit. You know what I mean? He's one of the most influential philosophers. He's up there with Plato and Socrates.
I don't know. I still feel like this makes no sense to claim. It does make sense though to try to make people believe this is true. But
what do you think about Jesuit priests?
I don't know anything about them. I'm just
You know-
talking about the title,
what they are?
Aliens Invented Religion to Control Humanity. I'm just talking about the title.
No, they didn't create.
That's what the title
Anunnaki
is.
Story, that's wild.
That's what I'm saying. It
wild.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't that in itself doesn't make sense. But the Anunnaki
Like what?
creating us to mine gold. That is what the Sumerians said. I know that might seem like bullshit to a lot of people, but that is if you believe in ancient Sumerian text, they literally said that that the Anunnaki created us in their image to mine fucking gold.
I don't know.
So, you know. It is what it is. But to say that Descartes is secretly a Jesuit priest, that just blows my fucking mind.
I mean, is he dead?
I mean, he's been dead.
Yeah, so he can't really deny it. I don't feel like it's a fair
No.
claim.
Yeah,
He can't really
he's
confirm or
fucking dead
deny
now,
at this
but-
point. They can just say whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Day, I used to struggle with that post-copy crash. And let's not even get into the caffeine jitters. Mudwater gave me
programs where they weren't just remote viewing, they were using psychokinesis against targets of the U.S. intelligence community. And some people refused to get involved in that program. I think other people were successfully recruited into it, like Pat Price. And I think the reason Pat Price wound up dead is that he was recruited into that program and tasked with certain operations, and he wound up having serious moral reservations to that.
Yeah, it's interesting too because Stargate was this, a program originally out of Stanford Research Institute that you're talking about, which, was the American Psychic Spy Program. It turned into, it had a few other names and a few other agencies oversaw it before it was sunsetted in 1995. But I think a lot of people don't know that actually a lot of original people who were on that program came from Sidney Gottlieb's technical staff services. And so that guy, Sidney Gottlieb's, quote unquote poisoner in chief, is sort of, the American Joseph Mengele, if you will. He was doing everything to confer a tactical advantage on behalf of the U.S. on pretty much all vectors of spooky science, and would kind of, lie, cheat, and steal in order to do that. And I think he ended up dying with his wife at a leper colony, presumably maybe to, make amends for his horrible deeds during his life or something. But, that connection, I think, is not super well known. That maybe it wasn't just this, maybe there were deeper black elements to this, program.
For sure. And so what Kant means when he uses the phrase storming heaven is precisely this, that we could wind up in a situation where, due to mainstream scientific recognition of these latent human abilities, which, by the way, we share with animals, there's extensive evidence of that animals have much stronger psi than most people do, and that probably, on an evolutionary scale, there's an inverse relationship between the hypertrophy of technical intellect and the atrophy of these intuitive instinctual abilities. So, these latent human abilities that we share with animals could be retrieved and trained and cultivated in a very deliberate way. And, if these phenomena get mainstream scientific recognition, it's likely to be the case that many people will go adopt those training protocols the way that people train in martial arts today.
The way they would have to be trained up now. So, okay, this is a really wild conversation, because assuming psi is real, so this idea that the mind-matter thing is not this, total divide, there's a connection between mental phenomena and the physical world, that changes everything. All of a sudden, the pyramid where the bottom is physics, then you go chemistry, biology, psychology or whatever, and then consciousness, that gets flipped and consciousness goes at the bottom. And it's fundamental to sort of everything else. And so you'd have to assume, if that is the case, there are people walking among us that know that, probably even outside of the context of these kind of academic institutions studying this stuff. And there are probably covert training programs going on right now where maybe people involved in the training only have need to know or something. They're being trained and they don't even know they're being trained.
For sure. And, you can control a small cadre of such people. And if they get out of hand, there are ways of dealing with that. But if it becomes a large-scale social phenomenon where people are going and training their clairvoyance, their telepathic ability, their telekinetic ability, the way that people train martial arts these days, we are going to wind up in a situation like the Salem witch hunts, where you're going to have, how does a legal system even begin to deal with lawsuits that so-and-so hexed me and so-and-so burned my house down using telekinesis? It will be a nightmare.
It's an institutional apocalypse.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so this is also one dimension of what we might call catastrophic disclosure, because based on, any serious empirical study of the UFO phenomenon, it's obvious that the entities who are engaging people from out of these craft are all adept telepaths, and they have already cultivated the psychic abilities that are latent in us and that we could also train. And so a disclosure of what's on the other side of the UFO phenomenon is also de facto a mainstream scientific recognition of psi. You're already starting to see this with people like Jake Barber coming from out of Lockheed, that, they're using basically telepathy and clairvoyance to summon these craft, right? And then, there's a lot of suggestion that the guidance system of these crafts involve a psychokinetic interaction between the pilots and the airframe and the propulsion system. So you have some of these wild stories about, how very young people are being basically selected and gathered together from various parts of the world and brought to these black facilities so that they can more effectively pilot these craft, right?
Yeah.
We also know that that there are operations OCONUS outside the continental United States where prospecting for psionic assets takes place, and they're highly coveted. And the interesting thing is I hear in those programs that there's something valuable about the life experience in third world countries. In that, it seems as though people that live a simpler life and are outdoors more and have less contaminants in their food and their drugs and in their culture seem to be a little bit better at disassociating and heightening their intuition. And they come willingly because of the economic imbalance between where they come from.
So point being, you're not going to have UFO disclosure without also having what I call the spectral revolution, or a scientific revolution that recognizes the reality of psi abilities. And I can unpack what I mean by that spectral revolution if you'd like to go there, and why I think it's not just another revolution in the history of science like the Copernican revolution or the Darwinian revolution.
Yeah, I'd love to get into it. I mean, my personal belief is that it can't be just another scientific revolution because science requires a priori skepticism, a la Francis Bacon. And so you can't go into an experiment saying, I expect the null hypothesis if you want a result in the psi framework, right? So like if James Randi or modern day Michael Shermer, like some of these scientific skeptics, show up to one of these sort of psychic experiments and they have kind of
it has an inhibitory effect.
It does literally will have a restraining effect on the actual results that you might get, and so you get into this sort of air pockets of consensus reality thing where you have believers and non-believers and they just don't sort of touch, and you can't really use the scientific method because So,
by the way, that negative side effect can also be empirically assessed though, because people can be given like the Zener card test and so on and so forth, and if they're extreme skeptic, they'll do worse than they could by chance. So you have a very good point. So that's one of the ways in which, the conception of science that goes back to, say, Francis Fiske or Francis Bacon and the Royal Society would have to be fundamentally changed. But, there's another huge one, and that's what Thomas Kuhn began to comment on when he wrote The Structure of Scientific Revolutions in the early 60s, and that's the paradigmatic nature of science. So what Kuhn pointed out is that scientific theories are nested within larger frameworks of interpretation, and these frameworks of interpretation established as axiomatic and unquestioned, they assume certain hinge propositions. That's a term that comes from Ludwig Wittgenstein originally. Hinge propositions, meaning every other statement that's made hinges on certain unquestioned propositions. And every scientific paradigm has that superstructure. And scientists, as contrasted with philosophers, scientists never question those framework assumptions. So Kuhn noted that the basic assumptions of any scientific theory, which form the paradigm that's the context for that theory, they have certain basic definitions of, let's say, mass and gravity and so on and so forth. And these are different definitions depending on the paradigm that you're working in. So mass and inertia don't mean the same thing in Newtonian physics as they do in Einsteinian physics. And this simplistic, elementary educational textbook notion that somehow Newtonian physics is understandable as a subset of like Einsteinian physics is not the case. They're not mutually translatable in that way. And what's more interesting about Kuhn's argument in the Structure of Scientific Revolutions is that he says that if you carefully observe the conditions of a paradigm shift, let's say from the Copernican paradigm to, let's say, more sophisticated Newtonian physics to then Einsteinian relativity, the
He needs to
shift
stop
always
calling people
involves
names.
Political conflict. And it's not the case that the promulgators of a previous paradigm are rationally convinced to adopt the new one. It's that they basically get old and die out, and there's a coup that takes place inside the scientific establishment. So he noted that scientific revolutions are also political revolutions in a sense. And here's the thing about a scientific revolution based on the recognition of psi, is that because the framing of paradigms is a psychological phenomenon, people who think that recognition of ESP and PK requires simply a new paradigm with metaphysical concepts that are more rigorously expressed in certain scientific equations and formulas are missing the forest for the trees. The revolution that recognizes psi is a revolution that gives us insight into the psychological mechanisms that frame paradigms in the first place. So understanding that consciousness, really actually sentience on a subconscious level, is forming physical phenomena as they emerge from out of the quantum domain.
Boring. Get to an interesting part.
Into the psychology is a mere different. What were this? From our own consciousness.
So this brings up a question: if actually tool making for specific ends and politics is driving science, which is supposed to be immune from politics, much more than we realize, then who is actually in the driver's seat when it comes to these sort of scientific paradigm shifts? Is there somebody behind Descartes, Kant, any of these sort of myth-making or world-making figures, Newton, where like the last 400 years is kind of, we look at reality based on, sort of vector calculus because of Newton, Leibniz,
Yes.
So who is pumping these ideas through these architects?
The religious control system on the planet.
And so what is that? You know how we're always diving into the
Oh
details of
my
science?
God.
JE. So much to qualia for
Scared the bejesus out of
this episode.
So now this is to come back around to your first question, which I said, let's not scare the bejesus out of the listeners right off the bat, right? The thing is, if you spend, any serious time looking into the UFO phenomenon, and by the way, it's something I've studied for 25 years or something like that. I touched on it toward the end of Prometheus and Atlas, which was published in 2016. It was my dissertation in 2012 and then was adapted into a book 2016. And then I wrote Closer Encounters, my study of the UFO phenomenon. Closer Encounters was published in 2021. But it's the outcome of like 20 years of preceding research. So anyone who goes into the UFO phenomenon, with even, half of that depth and endurance of research, inevitably realizes that whether you want to work through what Jacques Vallée's uncovered, or whether you want to at least look at Zecharia Sitchin's research, the UFO phenomenon extends through all of recorded human history and most likely into prehistory, and it's absolutely inseparable from both revealed religious systems like Judeo-Christianity and Islam, and also more archaic, how can we put it? Let's say archaic polytheistic ritualistic religions like the religion of ancient Egypt or the Vedic religion, so on and so forth. It's very clear that, in the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, the Devas and the Asuras, or what in the Greek language we might call the gods and the Titans, are exactly the same beings as, the Elohim in the Bible, or the rebel angels, the Nephilim in the biblical context. They're the same beings as the Anunnaki in Sumerian scriptures, where again you have two factions. This idea that there are two factions runs through every human religious belief system on the planet throughout the course of history.
Would you say Prometheus is an archetype of this rebel angel?
Absolutely. So there's a through line from Enki in the Sumerian myths, to Prometheus in the Greek context, to Quetzalcoatl in the Mayan context, to let's say a leader of the Asuras in the Hindu context.
Sort of demigod figure that transgresses on behalf of man against the gods.
Exactly.
Brings forth some sort of sacred technology to them.
Exactly. And in a Judeo-Christian context, of course, this is Lucifer. Okay? So, you have the story in the Bible about how the serpent offered knowledge to humanity in Eden. And the reason the humans were kicked out of the garden, where, by the way, they were workers, because, the nakedness in antiquity was a sign of slave labor. And we were tillers of the field in Eden for the gods, except we didn't know it. We didn't know we were naked, and we didn't know we were slaves. And this God is threatened by our being given the discernment to recognize good versus evil, because that would mean we'd realize that our overlord is a bastard who wants to deny us knowledge. And what Adonai Elohim, the chief of the gods, says when he casts man out of Eden, or right before he does, is let us
naked is freedom.
Basically exile them from the garden before they also eat of the tree of life and become like unto us, so that nothing becomes impossible to them, right? So this is a God who's jealous and afraid of humans achieving parity with the gods, with the Elohim. And there's this rebel who's symbolized by the serpent. Now remember, the serpent is punished by having his legs removed. And then in the book of Revelation, Satan is referred to as the dragon, the great dragon, that serpent of old. In other words, Lucifer is explicitly identified with the serpent in Eden. Now there's all kinds of people who argue against this, because they want to save the Christian narrative in a Gnostic sense, and there are people who try to identify Jesus himself with Lucifer and so on and so forth. I used to teach comparative religion for a few years. And so there are all these nuances, but I think the evidence is there to make the case that the dragon from the book of Revelation is the serpent in Eden. And that's exactly the same figure as Quetzalcoatl, who's also represented as a feathered serpent, as a dragon essentially. And that's the faction of Enki. And you see the symbol in Egypt too, of the serpents with wings coming out the sides of them, with the sun at the center, the symbol of the Shamasu Hor, the followers of Horus. So you have this through every human culture, and the narrative is essentially this, that we were created as workers or slaves or servants of some kind of celestial overlord, and we were put into a caste system, a hierarchy. The word hierarchy literally means holy order, hieros-archy, a hierarchical pyramidal society of the kind you saw in ancient Egypt, of the kind that you see in the Varna system, the caste system of India, of the Hindu religion to this day. And at some point there was a rebellion against this structure. I would say the most compelling version of the narrative.
See, the issue I have with this is we're not nearly that good at working to be worthy of that niche in the environment, in my opinion. We're not. We're not
now or like.
Especially now, but I mean, there are so many more attributes I feel like we could have if we were supposed to be creatures made specifically to be slaves. I don't know, super strength without breeding with angels, just on our own. Or the...
extra arms.
Yeah, why only two arms?
It's the fact that the story's been recycled so many times throughout history that it tells you, there had to be something you know, that was the basis for it. Like, if you got the Sumerians talking about how we were made as slaves, and you got other cultures talking about how we were made as slaves, there had to be some sort of truth to that, right?
I don't know.
At least a little bit.
It's been because the winners are the ones writing the history in most
Right,
cultures,
history,
right?
I know.
So it's like the
History's written
people
down.
who were in power might have just been told them, "No, you were made to work for me," right? That could have just been like man controlling man again. I don't know if that's necessarily how it actually happened, went down.
A rebellion is the one you find in Plato.
But yeah, but it was
Plato's
past
story
that.
about Atlantis. But people get hung up on the name Atlantis. If there was such a civilization, probably, you know, its denizens didn't refer to it as Atlantis. Plato uses that term because it signifies something very powerful. Atlantis means the realm of Atlas. And as I point out in my book, Prometheus and Atlas, Atlas is a very powerful metaphor. The idea of Atlas, of someone who has mapped the entire world and bears the earth on his shoulders, right? And actually, the globe that Atlas is bearing on his shoulders is not a terrestrial map, it's a star globe, which is what mariners use to navigate the world, right? And so it's this idea of basically developing a knowledge of the heavens and a mastery over the whole earth and modeling the earth so that we wind up with, let's say, medical atlases. Atlas is a term for a model, right?
See, the thing I have most an issue with, I think, is that we would not be created in someone's image to do the work that they did not feel like they should do themselves. I feel like we would be made differently.
That's interesting. That is.
Like, it's just, it doesn't make sense to me, this narrative. Like,
well, I mean,
why would they make a lesser version of themselves to do their slave work? That doesn't make sense. They would make us differently entirely, like with like 8 arms or something, like to be more useful as slaves. I don't know. Like, this
yeah,
doesn't...
that makes sense. They create us to like be like these super miners or whatever, instead of just regular humans. I mean,
Right, I don't know. It just seems we seem a little inadequate if we were made in someone's image, but we're a much inferior, lesser, like, capable version. Doesn't seem like we'd be that great of workers.
maybe back then we weren't as weak as we are now.
Even so, we're still created lesser than the original, but we're made in their image still, so that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, a lot of the theories are in a lot of different cultures like that we rebelled against these supposed creators and we like sent them packing because we were bigger in numbers, even though they were more like omnipotent and like powerful and shit. Like that's what Assassin's Creed kind of like. When I was talking to Tino about this last night, like Assassin's Creed was able to incorporate the whole Sumerian thing where like they created us and then we didn't want to serve them anymore, and so we revolted, and they like either went back to space or went to back to their dimension or whatever the fuck. And so, I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that theoretically that's also possible.
It's like metaphors for when we were dumb animals.
But then so if that was the case, though, I'm just talking about like the issue that I have with this specific topic. This whole whatever he's saying, right? Because any other theory that you have that you present is not even like addressing what he's saying. That's like a whole different thing that like we'd throw this in the trash can entirely, you know. So I don't know if there's much point to talk about. I'm just seeing the flaws in this theory being presented as it's going.
No, you're right. If we were created to be these like miners for gold or whatever, we would be made, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, we'd have like giant claws and shit to dig the earth. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, that's you have every right to think that.
We have like horns and use drill horn like a fucking ride-on. I don't know, like something useful. Fucking Diglett people. I don't know.
So this is integral to the model building enterprise of technological science. So the idea of Atlantis archetypally is the idea of a...
See, I could see like the demons creating like ant people or mole people to be slaves, because that seems like it would be efficient. But I just don't see us being efficient as worker slaves to mine resources.
Demigod society, which as Plato says, wanted to empower humans and was hybridizing itself with the lot of humanity, right? And thereby lifting up humanity not just psychically and intellectually, but also genetically.
I think it's more likely that like we were created for something other than to be direct mine resources slaves, and then we were hybridized with to create things that were more useful as slaves, maybe, or that was their attempt and then it didn't go as planned. I could see that kind of thing, but I just don't think we're very equipped.
It's the idea of using technological science to unlock the secrets of the heavens and achieve parity with the gods, so that you no longer need to be a servile worshiper of some kind of overlord. And this is what Plato tells us was the great sin of the Atlanteans, is that they stopped sacrificing to the gods and worshiping them, so that Zeus basically calls a convocation of the Olympians and decides to wipe the world clean in what we more commonly know as Noah's flood, right? And so the biblical story of Noah is exactly the same thing, especially when you look at, in Genesis 6, right? There's a whole part of that story that's clearly been excised. So in Genesis 6, all of a sudden we're told, in rapid succession, oh, well, there was great iniquity on the earth, and God decided to wipe the entire earth clean in the flood. And, wait a minute here. And the sons of the Elohim came down, and they found the daughters of man fair, and they, interbred with them, and so on and so forth, and the earth was full of iniquity. Seriously, in 2 paragraphs, you're going to tell us that God regretted the entire creation and wiped the whole world clean, right? There's a backstory here. And you find the backstory preserved in the book of Enoch, which was first discovered in Ethiopia, and it clearly was at one point part of the Tanakh, and was excised, due to whatever, theological power game that whoever was
so
playing.
confident that was part of the original.
For sure, because the story makes no sense without it. And what you see in the Book of Enoch is a direct Hebraic parallel to what you see in Plato's account of Atlantis. And then, other cultures have their own versions of that. The Mayans do too.
In Enoch, it's the Watchers or whatever. And so, okay, how does all of this connect to the UFO story? Because you hear, I don't know, like, for example, Diana Pasulka came on my podcast and she said, Jacques Vallée is very interested in the devil and demons and fallen angels.
I'm having lunch with Jacques Vallée. So we're in his study, and it's really amazingly beautiful here in the Bay Area. And he starts to explain a couple of things to me, and I notice a bunch of books on shelves, and I notice those things, right?
Yeah.
So I go and I start to look to see what he has on this one shelf, and then he takes one of the books off, and it was a book about angels. And he says, of course, you can't have one without the other, right? Because he picked up another book and he said, you need to read this book. And whenever he says that to me, of course, I'm going to get the book and read it. But this one was weird. So he showed it to me, and it was the history of Satan. It just had.
Sorry, my ADD. The only thing I could see us being created for in a purpose of serving or enslave would be as breeding machines so that the offspring is suited to the Earth's climate. Not as miners, mining the earth. I could see us being just a way to adapt future creations to be able to sort of thrive on Earth kind of shit.
That's evolution.
But no, that's not evolution.
No, I mean the movie Evolution. The aliens came. The aliens came and they kept dying because they couldn't breathe in our atmosphere.
Yeah,
and,
that kind of shit.
Yeah, they ended up eventually evolving into, being able to breathe. Have you seen it?
No.
We destroyed the Earth, didn't we?
It's not a bad movie.
I guess, yeah.
On it says Satan.
That's part
and again, if I wasn't,
because that's the only reason why you would make something in your image to serve you would be to carry babies out because you want it to be compatible. That's the only thing I could think of. Not mining gold.
Concerned before, I was absolutely concerned at that point. I was like, Jacques Vallée is handing me this book that says Satan on it, and so he said, look at the pagination. So I looked at the pagination. It was 666.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was so. Of course, it was a really weird moment. And he said that in the States we think of Satan or the devil as really, really terrible, right? But he said that the French.
That's why the only command that they had, even leaving the garden, was to go forth and multiply. It's well, even if it's a shittier environment, still keep breeding. Still keep fucking.
Yo.
It's yeah.
Yeah, you got to adapt by continuously doing that shit. The only way.
Right.
View of it, and it's less sensational.
That's why the age,
that's what he was
people's
saying.
ages
So,
are
what does all of this have to do
they're
with
not
the
dying, but
UFO topic?
I knew Jacques Vallée for a while, and
I spoke to him this morning, actually.
Yeah. So after I think it was 6, 7, within 9 months of the time Prometheus and Atlas came out, he had invited me to his home, and we had a nice dinner and a fairly intimate conversation, and I brought this question up with him, and because we were discussing basically, and we'll come around to this, time travel. And whether, he believed that these were basically humans that were reaching back into our epoch from the future, and that essentially, there was a breakaway civilization that had developed a hyperdimensional relationship to the various space-times of the epochs of human history. That a breakaway civilization with time travel essentially was able to have a fifth dimensional relationship with the various 4D space-times of different human historical epochs, right? And I basically said to him, well,
some sort of multiverse management system.
Yes, and I think that's
branch management system.
And I think that's definitely part of what's going on, right? So how I start my book, Closer Encounters, is I lay out all the different hypotheses. Of course, the ETH, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and then, time travel, interdimensional hypothesis, the psychic projections hypothesis, crypto-terrestrial, meaning survivors of Atlantis, which we're touching on here, and ultimately also avatars of a simulacrum. Are we living in a simulacrum? Are these, in some sense, avatars from the programming level of the simulacrum, which is something that Vallée, as a computer scientist, also has intimated in various writings of his. So, but the point is this, that, we were discussing this, hyperdimensional, extratemporal relationship that these entities have to humans in various historical epochs. And I said, well, if this is what you think, why aren't you more direct about expressing that? And he said, because it involves deeply entrenched religious sensibilities of various societies. And there's a sociological dimension to this that could be catastrophic in terms of religious belief systems.
But you're skipping over one part, which is, what does he think? What is the relationship between
everybody
the devil,
thought
demonic, and UFOs and all this stuff?
I didn't pin him down on that, so I don't want to speak for him, but I suspect that what a lot of people are concerned about, including people in the deep state of our own government, first and foremost, is that...
ADD. But yeah, no, when he said, are we the avatars? I mean, basically, if we were created to be a new species suitable to this Earth's environment that they could also breed with, I mean, that's basically Avatar. Some are natives, some they take demonic possession of to control, have puppets, hosts, and then you can breed with whatever the other Avatar blue person thing. But basically humans, the blue people, and the spiritual realm or entities or whatever is what is becoming avatars from the spiritual side, manifesting in the physical here. Something like that.
From the fifth dimension, what he was talking about, he was talking about fifth dimensional beings and stuff, right? I think that's what he just said.
I didn't.
But you made a good point about the whole, like, not letting everybody know everything, even from an early point in time, just because it might cause mass hysteria.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
Even though they just, I think that we're at a point now in civilization that, like, if they just told us everything, we would be able to handle it. But that's just
no, I don't think so.
Because they showed that alien corpse, and everybody didn't freak out because we were, like, already used to it.
I actually think the world would be better if they kept denying it or delaying it. I understand the motive for not wanting to disclose it.
I don't know. I feel like it's wrong to assume that we wouldn't be able to handle it, but I also see where you're coming from too.
No, because I think a lot of what keeps society in check is like trusting in the government and stuff. But then if you say, we don't know who the people in charge are actually, as the people disclosing things in the government, and the elites, they're probably satanic, and they party with demons, and they want to eat your children. People would fucking freak. I don't think. Yeah. No, society. We are not ready for that. No. I don't think we are ready for everything.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. But to say, like, like aliens, interventions, and stuff like that have been going on, I think we would be able to handle that now, just because people have been watching shit like Ancient Aliens now for like over 15 years, and we're being conditioned.
So you're saying people would be okay if they pulled off the deceived cover-up story? Well, I mean, maybe, but I think it would still leave a lot of room for questions and riots, and that could result in some kind of purge-like scenario.
I think that they release things, including advanced technology, slowly. I feel like they could release technology that's way, way, way more advanced, but they don't want to just do that shit all at once. They feed us things slowly so that we're able to handle it.
I mean, sure.
But at least they're feeding us shit. You know what I mean?
So basically, keep on as they're doing and don't change anything. I agree.
Yes.
Exactly. You see, when you have to control the amount of easing into it more and more the more you think about it, it's probably best the way they're doing it now, which is not doing it.
I think that let's say, for example, if J.P. Morgan let Nikola Tesla go ahead with his free energy plan, even though obviously J.P. Morgan saw no profit in free energy, the stock market would have crashed, yes, and things would have been shitty for a little bit, but then we would have risen above it, and the level of research and development that would have came from Tesla integrating free energy we would have been living in like the fucking Fifth Element or some shit by now. Like, so that I feel like that's a good example. It's like, you know, they wanted to hold us back from having that way back then. But what would the world be like if
I
they
actually
did?
don't think it'd be like Fifth Element. I think that puts us on a faster track to Wall-E, to be honest, even if the world doesn't go to shit because it's cleaner
Then that's very
energy.
possible.
I think people are just
You're
going to be
right.
lazy and complacent
Yeah.
and like.
And I've told you that. I've told you that Wally is a very, very possible future. It is. It makes more sense than a lot of
It's
things.
gonna be like,
Because the more easy things get, the more then that reality is very fucking possible. I completely,
yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be like the utopia everyone thinks clean energy would be. Even though it
Well, Fifth
sounds
Element
nice
wasn't
and it's
perfect.
probably better for the environment, I think humanity would suffer weirdly, even though it seems like a lot of problems would be solved, except one problem, their purpose in life. And that will always be like have too many dopamine replacements to where they will just go down the shitter. Because they won't have to work for as much, you know? It's like free energy. It's like free this, free that, free transport, free whatever. It's just like, well, now what do we do with our lives?
Okay, the
All these
tinfoil hat
motivational.
master has arrived.
So they'll either get fat and complacent, or they'll get really bored and bust out the Ouija boards and join the occult and eat more babies. I don't know. I see the extremes of degeneracy, whether it's staying in their lane or fucking with everyone else.
I think that there's obviously a connection to the spiritual and the scientific. You know, I mean, I told you about that horror movie, the Halloween 3 movie, where they use parts of Stonehenge to create microchips, and they put them in fucking Halloween masks, and then they played that shit on TV, and it killed all the kids. You know, like people have been
Mhm.
integrating spirituality and science for a really long time. You know,
Well,
even
yeah,
Thor said that
because
shit.
they are entwined. You can't really separate them
For
if you
sure.
talk about
For
either
sure.
topic long enough.
Exactly.
But you know, I don't like people being too bored in life. I feel like that's very dangerous for humanity.
You look
Okay,
at
so
any. You
one
look at
thing
any.
about free energy that I think you're missing, Ammo, is
Mhm.
What?
it's not about making life easier so that we have nothing to do, we have no ambitions or goals or missions. It's more about making sure that not everything is fucking ridiculously expensive. Because
Exactly.
there's no
Right.
way they're going to give us free energy, right? It just means production costs of everything is going to go down.
I think they'll just
So we
raise
won't be living in
taxes because
constant inflation.
they'll probably just raise taxes at that point.
Yeah, maybe, but also at the same time, we can talk about how the taxes themselves are absorbently high because of the black budget programs, which if we were to know about that, if that was to be disclosed, we wouldn't have to hide that anymore, and they wouldn't have to keep raping us on taxes.
Yeah, and the stock market would
Like
crash, like
the
I said earlier,
fear of
but
energy.
we would be able to rise above. It would eventually fix itself. You know, I mean, in that truth, you know, like the stock market would definitely crash if we introduced free energy. Like
Oh yeah,
it would for sure fuck up shit for a little. But how long would it fuck shit up before it
probably
like?
not long. I mean, how many times have we
You
heard
know?
the stock market crashed and then things went on as normal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I saw China
Exactly.
that got doubled energy now
But
than
this is
everyone.
obviously a bigger, you know, situation
Bigger
than
impact, yeah.
the
They'll just
locusts
figure out a
attacking.
way to make the wage gap or the wealth gap. I mean, like some
No,
other
it needs
way,
to make
because
a
they
profit.
don't want the middle class to no longer exist. That would be terrible for like the elites. They would have to be like, ooh, now we're sitting next to each other on the plane. I don't know, or like at the party.
Yeah.
The
Well,
riffraff needs to be
Story of
away.
foreign art.
that's what's so tricky about disclosure, right? Is because people
Agreed.
think that means that things are going to change. And it's like, no, it's not that things
Mhm.
change. You know, the elites still want to do what they want to keep doing. They still want to keep making money. We just have
Yeah.
to, as common people, we just have to be very careful about how we plan our future around them because they're going to keep doing whatever they're going to do. So we got to learn how to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's why I don't really want
Yeah, we're
disclosure. I
tired
feel
of
like
it.
they'll feel compelled to restrict our freedom to move around and do whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I don't really want
Well,
it.
we will
And that's what the
restrict
false
our
flag
own
attack is
freedom.
probably going to be about too. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Are they
For
gonna
a
let
long
the
that we did it to ourselves, right? Wasn't that? Or yeah, we got introduced to technology that made us lazy, but we did it. We didn't have to, but we did.
Human spirit will endure. It may not be a majority, but it does endure.
Oh yeah, and there are a
Otherwise,
lot
we
of
already
people.
But if
been we
it's
would have
like
been
a V,
way more fucked a long time
like
ago.
free energy just sucks ass or something, and regular energy is just and it's worth paying for.
Well, no, it's
They'll make it
not
like
everything needs to make.
like gas where it's like different. You know, it's like you could have like standard, you could have premium.
Yeah, it's like EVs and gas.
There are alternate fuel sources. There are alternate energy sources. They just don't want to integrate them into society because of the fact that they're making money. It's like
Yeah.
trees. They don't want to stop down cutting trees, even though we can make paper out of other shit because they've already invested so much fucking money into it that they're not going to stop.
Exactly, and that's why the legacy program is trying to do a soft disclosure, so that way they can start integrating free energy technology into society and continue making money off of that, and
Well,
finally move away from oil.
when I brought
I
up
don't
to you
own
last
all
night
the
about Ronda Rousey and
technology.
her husband,
Yeah.
why did you feel like that form of energy was bad? The Tesla stuff that they're using to run off their farm.
You said they were doing solar, didn't you?
We're doing like solar mixed with Tesla shit, which I think the Tesla shit may actually be solar. But like the point I'm trying to make is that they have this farm set up to where they don't need to pay a water bill, they don't need to pay electric bill. They're literally
Mhm.
living completely free.
Right.
Her and
No,
her
I didn't.
husband.
I wasn't saying what they're doing is wrong. What I was saying was, I can't use their setup being someone who lives in the city, because if I go
Gotcha.
totally off the grid, the
That.
city will come after me and be like, "What are you doing? This is illegal." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, even I have solar panels and I still have to pay for my electricity. I mean,
Oh yeah, and they're expensive as hell. But what about when people say like wind farms are bad for the environment and they're not? When in theory they're not supposed to be, but they are. You know what I mean? Is like that's what I thought you were going with. It's like yeah, in
Oh
theory what
no.
they're doing is
And
good, but like it's harming in some way.
when it comes to something like that, I think majority of people are what they're referring to is like the carbon footprint. You know, like what does it cost to build those windmills, and is it
Right.
even helpful to the environment that you're supposed to be fixing with them?
Exactly. So like that's what I thought you meant whenever you were saying that the Ronda Rousey and her husband's situation was like it was bad. Like because yeah, it seems good because they don't have to pay any bills, but like I thought you were insinuating that it was like harming the environment in some way.
Not to
yeah.
my knowledge. But then again, I don't know what their specific setup is.
This might be my privilege talking, and it probably is, but I think
Whoa,
the
here we go.
issue is not free energy, whether you have to like pay for it or not. I think the issue we need to worry about is making our energy sources clean to the environment.
Yes, exactly.
They don't
And
like free.
and
I
that's
think
what
will
people
never happen in like a
Yeah, it's not
successful
about
way.
cost.
I think
It's not
solar
about
panels are
cost. They're
way more
always going to make us
expensive than they
cost.
fucking need to be, though. I mean, Tanner, do you think that fucking solar panels should be as expensive as they are?
No,
They're fucking
there shouldn't
outrageous.
be.
It's
And the only way
ridiculous.
California even gets by with half of what it's got is because the state keeps offering discounts. You know what I mean? And the only reason they're doing
Yeah.
that is so that way we stop sucking up the power grid.
hmm And they're more progressive. At least they try to be more progressive over there.
They're
So
trying. Yep.
it's fucking Cali. But at the end of the day, I mean, I had a friend who worked for a solar panel company like years ago, and his job was to sell them, and he did a really good job. But I mean, like just the pricing on them back in like
Yeah.
2013 was fucking crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, they're crazy. Anyways, let's see what they're
Oh,
yapping about
before we
now.
go back to the video, I wanted to ask Ammo because I was on break, so I was kind of listening but kind of missing stuff. What was your conclusion on the Anunnaki? What parts don't make sense for you?
I think creating humans for the sake of mining resources because we are so physically inept in that regard. Like, why would somebody make us in their image to do manual labor if we're not any better and we're probably inferior to them? That doesn't make sense. So I feel like the only reason we'd be created is to breed with.
I mean, I think, okay, so
She said that we should have had shovels for hands. That would have
Or
made
like drills or like multiple arms or like more than two. I don't know.
So here's the fun part. There's a lot of context missing in that, and that could just be because
You think
the
of the
Anunnaki
same
story
thing.
is getting very like telephone game right now, where there's a lot of shit missing.
Yep.
But essentially, when the Anunnaki showed up, there were already pre-humans running around, right? You already had like cavemen running around. They didn't do shit though. They didn't build anything. They were just throwing spears, right? And so the Anunnaki were like, okay, well, whatever. We got mining to do. And they were apparently here for thousands of years doing their own mining, but their people got way too uppity about it. And they were like, this is hard and this planet's hot. I don't want to do this anymore. So they started a revolt. The miners did. And so the ones in power, like Inky and Enlil, the brothers, they were like, fuck, our people are revolting. What are we gonna do? Blah, blah, blah. And so they were like, hey, you know those stupid monkeys that are running around throwing spears? Maybe we can get them to do the work. But then they realized, of course, obviously, that they were too primitive. So they were like, okay, let's give them some of our genetic makeup, but just enough to make them smart enough to obey rules, but not to defy us. And for
the
extra
missing
added
link.
measure, yeah, for extra added measure, we'll tell them that we're gods, so that way they can't defy us.
So they didn't create us from scratch. Is
Not from
basically the point you're
scratch.
trying to.
Yep.
Exactly. That's good to know.
So like I
Yes,
said,
sir.
we were to breed with.
But the
Basically.
breeding part, I think there's like two angles you can look at that. One, I think, yes, they, obviously they're gonna want us to procreate so that way we make more of a labor force, right?
My point is, no
And
matter
then
which theory is presented, it seems like the only plausible conclusion is that, well, we have to breed. We got to breed. That's it. Breeding. Not like they were like, let me decide what specimen would be most equipped to drill into the walls of a cave and mine resources. Like, it was just breeding.
that's where-
Main purpose.
like you're like
We're
think
being
way less.
fruitful.
Yeah, think way less sci-fi and just more like fucking workplace drama. Because that's really what it all was. The Anunnaki were a bunch of douchebags. They came here and just exploited everything and then left like deadbeat fathers.
Also, the multiple arm thing could go really bad.
Multiple
Like if they made
arm.
like super smart like xenomorph kind of things, and then the xenomorphs just started killing all the other animals kind of thing.
Yeah, you probably don't want to make.
It just totally backfires.
Yeah, they probably don't want to make us too good because then we would overthrow them.
And that's what we supposedly did. Like there's so many forms of media that said that we overthrew these supposed creators.
I don't think we
You
did
know?
though. I think that's
Like
just
Stargate.
creative liberties in fiction. Because everything
Yeah, but it
else
had to come
just
from
basically.
If we were able to overthrow them, there wouldn't have needed to be a flood.
Yeah, exactly. I think it all ended with just the flood.
Well, the flood is. You know where I stand on that, but I think that it's interesting that the whole be fruitful and multiply thing is pretty much in every. If I'm not mistaken, it's pretty much in every religion, right? Or am I wrong?
Because you need a labor force.
Yeah.
For what
They
though?
weren't going to
But
sit
why-
there and try to like genetically make every worker.
But I don't think that the intention of it being in pretty much every religion is because of the fact of labor. I think it's also there for other reasons, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
And then
they
yes,
just want
Ammo. I think you got some of the ranks of the Anunnaki who just got tired of wasting time on this planet, and they were like, "Hey, those human ladies are kind of hot." And then one thing led to another.
Well, so what is the, according to the Anunnaki theory, why were they on the planet? Were they born
they came
here
for the
too?
gold.
They came,
gold.
but from where?
From their planet, their homeworld Nibiru. Okay, so they're
Where is
they
that?
came here. Supposedly, it's actually within our solar system, but it doesn't transverse like the other planets do. It has this weird elliptical thing, so that way
So is
it
that the
only
cigar shape
10.
thing that they keep blaring out of?
No, no. But supposedly Nibiru only technically enters our solar system like every 36,000 years or something like that.
Then
The
how do
rest of
we
the time
know?
it's like
Then how
hanging
would
out.
we know that that's what it is? Who's alive tracking this to support this theory?
That will, first of all, the 36,000 years thing, that comes from the actual Sumerian text. So take with that what you will.
And we're
But as
sure
far
we have
as
solid translations and that someone's not fucking around. How many people can actually read it?
like a handful, but we also have
Do we know
now,
who they are? Are they alive?
yeah, Zechariah Sitchin is the one who did the most of the translations,
Is
but
that, who else is alive?
I don't know the other ones. But
Yeah,
here's what's
questionable.
here's what's
Does he
cool
have a
though.
book? Is he selling a book on Amazon?
Yeah, he did a long time ago when he
Oh
was still
yeah, of
alive.
course he did.
But here's what's cool about that is we now have AI can translate the Sumerian text, so you could just read it yourself if you want, and it's on the UCLA website.
I find the ancient Sumerians to be very interesting just because they are technically the earliest civilization ever recorded that we know of.
Yep. What's so
Beyond that,
interesting
I
about
mean,
them?
he's right.
What's so interesting
They
about the
had
mythology aside is the fact that they just showed up, right? Their entire culture just showed up, and there's nothing
The problem I
pre
have is the
before.
person leading, who's the most knowledgeable on this theory, is the like, we're all just listening to his theory, and he has a book to profit off of this theory that he breathed into existence. That's what the problem
Sure,
I
but you
have.
could say the same thing about the Bible.
But that actually has
It was
historical
look,
history, like multiple people, you know, who have like studied the book for years, not this one guy who we didn't hear about this theory really in detail
but that
until the
shit's
age of
been
the internet.
changed
That's the problem I have.
so many times.
I mean,
The
you have
Bible's been
multiple
changed.
archaeologists studying the Sumerians.
Yeah, yeah, but that's not the same as the Anunnaki and the Nibiru and like I don't know.
So multiple Sumerians, excuse me, multiple archaeologists have studied Sumeria, and the story of the Anunnaki is all there. It's all confirmed by multiple archaeologists. But the problem is that when does a person decide what's mythology and what's a document?
He's right because there are
No,
actual
my
hieroglyphs
issue is
and stuff.
that you said there's only a handful of people that can read it. And that's the only one we can
I'm
name. So
speculating. I don't know how many
how do
there are.
we know if that's what the Sumerian text actually said? This is my
We
issue.
don't. We don't.
We
We
don't.
just have to
Okay.
trust these people's
Alright.
word.
Never
You're
mind.
right. You literally,
Sure.
the guy could have read the fucking shit and then been like, "All right, well, I don't like what I read. I'm gonna just make up my
Yeah,
own fucking
and
story."
that can also go for everything, every historical document.
You're right.
If we look at
Exactly. You're.
Hebrew Bibles, we don't know what it says. Only the Jews know what that's saying. They could have told us anything.
But like I said earlier, there are
Are you
certain
saying you
stories
don't
that have been
trust
passed
Jewish
down.
people, Tino?
Maybe. No. I'm saying
The audacity.
I'm saying you have to take faith at a certain point. You have to take your logic and your faith and you have to find a happy medium.
Yep. Because there are, like I said, there are plenty of stories that
Yeah.
have been recycled.
My issue
brought up
is
Jesus.
all the logic. That's
All the logic.
The logic this guy's been presenting this whole time. I'm like, oh, I don't. But maybe it gets better. I don't know.
You know where I stand most on most of these kind of issues where it's like, who should I believe and who shouldn't I? I usually look at, well, is the majority saying no? And if the majority is saying no, then they're probably wrong because they were fed something.
Well, yeah. But like when I bring up the fact like in Western Civ when they talked about how the story of Jesus was passed down through multiple cultures, the 25th birth, the virgin shit, all of it. Like there was a guy in Persian culture, there was a guy in Egyptian culture, there was a guy in Chinese culture, it had the same fucking story but a different fucking name. There had to be a
Sure.
basis for that story. there had to be an origin for that story.
Yeah,
That
same thing
time
with Noah.
used so many, yeah.
There's several
No,
Noahs
I
across
get that.
different
Yeah, no,
cultures.
that I agree with. It's just like this specific video, which isn't even talking about the rest of that really. It's just talking about these
Well, you know,
aliens breeding us
the
to be
Anunnaki do
slaves.
show up in other cultures too. You know that, right?
They're called other stuff, though, right? Like it's the same concept.
Not necessarily even the same concept. Sometimes they're actually by name the same beings.
Like which cultures?
The Babylonians, which are basically the neighbors of the Sumerians.
Well, yeah, that's I count that as all like the same thing, though. That's like
Yeah, but they're different people. Like they even had different stories after that.
I just mean
But
like
it was
that's
still the
basically like
Anunnaki
the
were still their
same.
gods.
That's like the same general, I guess, historical period that they all study together.
And then,
An
of course, the
area.
Egyptians, they have that too.
Right.
The Americas have them?
But
To a
what
degree.
so what do the Egyptians say about the Anunnaki?
They
The Anunnaki
don't.
means sky god. That's what the translation. It literally just means sky god.
Okay, so they don't say the same shit as like
They don't say
whatever.
the same name. They tell the same story though.
Do
Yeah,
they
the
say
story's
that
passed
they
down.
see the issue I have, I guess, is that I look at things from like when I'm being presented a theory, I think of okay, well, what is the motive that the leaders of this culture would want the peasants to believe? If they were, it's like you were made to be a slave. That feels like a false narrative to me because it appeals to the agenda of the ones in power.
I look at it like this. You have to realize that if we're
I'm just
talking
like-
about the dawn of advanced civilizations or advanced cultures, not stick throwing Mongols, you don't have that sense of motivation yet to steer the people into one narrative because it's happening to you. It's happening then, right then and now. And then afterward, after the flood, that's when people started saying, you know what? We can change these stories around to serve our purposes.
Grapevine.
Right, and that's why I don't believe the stories because I feel like they have been changed around to serve their purposes, you know.
Start that one
Because
way,
very
and then by the time
convenient that the enslavers want you to know that they made you to work for them. It's like, this is the
No,
only
they
thing
did.
you have to look forward to. This was the reason why you were around. By
No,
the
they
way,
did. Okay, here's a great example.
I don't know.
Look at
It
the
just
Egyptians,
feels,
right?
it just feels
Look at
like.
the
Of
Egyptians.
course, you want us to think that.
You've got when it comes to their mainstream government, right? Their pharaohs. When they started having a pharaoh, what do they call that? The pharaoh ship, I guess. I don't know.
Are you talking about post sun worship Egyptians, right?
Yes. So then, when you get you get to that time period, then that's when the pharaohs are all about like, yeah, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I did this, you guys are my servants, blah blah blah, right?
Right.
Meanwhile,
But around
the
the he
religion.
talks
Hold on,
about
let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Meanwhile, the religious side of it, right? The Egyptian priests are like, yeah, he didn't really do that. I know he told the scribes to write that he did that, that was his idea, but he didn't really do that. Also, by the way, this is all bullshit, because this is where we really came from.
Yeah, you see, that this feels like people just fighting for control.
well, by the period he's talking about, there were supposedly hybrid pharaohs that were like half human, half alien with like fucking elongated skulls and shit too. So, you know, throw that in the mix. I prefer the Egyptians when they just worshiped the sun before they started worshiping fucking multiple gods and shit. Like then they just kind of veered away.
I
They
think
should have
that
just
was
stuck with.
their attempt to. Long story short, I guess I could say. Again, I had this conversation with a friend the other day. I think all organized religion is an attempt to consolidate power. That's it.
Yes, but I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think
writer
that the
decided to write.
aliens or whatever, these people from a different planet invented, I guess, like religion to control humanity. Like I don't. I feel like it's not that simple.
No, I mean this
Like,
is just
this doesn't-
Giorgiani's. This is just Giorgiani's rambling. I'm not even talking. I'm not trying to even validate what he's saying.
Right.
To
You know what
try
I
to
mean? In
figure out
fact,
what the first ever religion was, the first one that was ever conceived to try to bring some sort of order to the masses, to try to pinpoint that shit would be so fucking hard.
I just feel like, I guess it depends, I guess, what the religion is, right? Because I'm thinking about like the concept of Christianity, where it's like, if
Well, that's
you're
late.
saved,
That's late in
you
the
go.
game.
I know,
Yeah,
I know, but I'm
yeah.
thinking
Like,
of
I
like
don't
the
even
concept
think.
of like an afterlife in general. That's what I consider like religion. There's some kind of like spiritual component, and there's an afterlife. And I feel like if you're trying to control somebody while they have their time on this earth, you actually don't want them to believe in an afterlife at all. You just want them to think that there's nothing happens when you die. This is the only existence you will ever have. There is no spiritual afterlife. So have a greater sense of self-preservation. And if you don't listen to me, I'm going to kill you. You would want them to not believe in like a spiritual side or a religious side if you wanted to control them.
Okay, see,
That's where I'm coming from.
This
There's
is where
different
there's
forms of control.
differentiation. Yeah, this is where there's the differentiation because, okay, like you're using Christianity as an example, right? And
Right.
I
Or
agree.
even if
I
it was like
agree.
Muslim or whatever, you're virgins in the afterlife. I don't know.
Right.
Whatever.
I
Some kind of
agree with the
afterlife.
fact that if you're looking at it from a Christianity point of view, yes, there would be no sense into telling people there's an afterlife because then it's like, well, then I don't have to listen to you. I just got to wait till I die and I'll be out of
Right,
here.
right. It's like, why would I live this life as a slave if I'm just going to go to heaven if you kill me, right? It's like,
Right.
like that doesn't
But
make
then if
sense
you
to
look
me.
at it, but if you look at the control aspect from a Sumerian point of view, right, from the Sumerian culture, the Anunnaki, when they said they were gods, right, they didn't even give them any kind of religion. They didn't give them like commandments or whatever. You know,
So
they
then
didn't
that
give them
doesn't
any.
sound like a
It was
religion to me. It just sounds like
it
a
doesn't. It
threat,
doesn't.
an
There was
ultimatum.
exactly. Yeah, there was no structure. So
Yeah.
saying that they gave them a religion is wrong. That's not correct at all.
Right.
All they
Okay.
did was say,
Spaceship and go, here, read this.
That's what
yeah,
I'm
all they did
saying.
was say, we are superior beings and you should look up to us and serve us and favor us because we are better than you. That's it. There
See, I
was no
don't even
religion.
know if they
Good
would
dog.
get that. I don't know if they could understand those words. But
Well,
I
they did
mean,
because they made them smart enough to understand those words.
Exactly.
Yeah, like a dog.
Yeah, a dog can look up to somebody.
Yeah,
Dogs don't
like,
even have thumbs. I'm just kidding.
but they can like hunt rabbits and stuff.
I think the
Yep.
only way they would be able to do that is if they like gave gifts to them, like food, like gain
Yeah,
their
they did
trust,
give
like
gifts to
that
them.
kind
They
of
gave
thing.
them
But
homes
then
and
see,
food.
that's not a religion. That's either you're bribing them or you're threatening them with, bad things happening to you.
Right, but we
Absolutely
already
right.
we
It
already
isn't a
agreed.
typical religion.
Yeah.
We already agreed that it's not a
Yeah, I
religion.
know. I'm
So
just having an issue with him.
Exactly.
Or whoever made this title of this video. I'm like, this makes no sense.
I mean, you
Somebody
got to
had
make
to say
something.
religion. Was it aliens?
You
I
got to
don't
make
know.
something
But
clickbaity, right, for people to click on.
Sure.
You got to get them all upset and be like, "Oh, what the hell's this shit?"
I guess.
Look this.
I need this man to get my DoorDash. Is he live still?
Did he get swept away by the huge flood?
Definitely.
Can you get DoorDash? Of course he
He's
walks
at the
away in a
fridge.
second.
Allegedly.
DoorDash, please.
That is a charcuterie board. Fuck. Not a cutting board.
No, somebody just got together and they were just like, you know what? We need to stop these guys from just like raping and murdering each other. Let's just tell them they're not going to go to Sky.
Next time we make
Sky
this,
Cake.
I will make a Java noodle. Okay?
They're like, have a cake.
That'll work.
Okay. So we're supposed to dice some of this shit up.
Is he cooking? Oh yeah, that's it.
Oh my god.
I mean, his DoorDash when Nick the chef is on the job.
Posterity or some shit.
The DoorDash is here. He
So
doesn't want me to
basically,
go out.
chop this
The
over
night's
some
dangerous.
Alright?
I want you to throw popsicle sticks on the ground. a lot of things he doesn't want you to do.
The veggies have been washed. We're just supposed to dice them up. All right. That.
Whatever.
It's interesting because when you're eating food, you don't usually think about the person cutting the fucking vegetables. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck about that?
I guess I'll risk my life. It's fine.
Do it.
I feel like I'm the richest person who's cutting up their own vegetables.
Hit that DoorDash girl.
I'm just glad Nick's not making like generic kung fu noises while chopping.
Fine, I'm the richest person who isn't on the Epstein list who's cutting
That's
their own
one sharp knife.
This is like the start of my go-to meal. I cut up celery and carrots, and I take chicken breasts, and I just throw it all in a pot with some chicken broth and some seasoning, and I literally put it in the oven, and I slow cook that shit for like 12 hours.
There you go.
It's just a simple.
I was doing meat only, and just tossing in whatever to taste new things.
You gotta find a way to get bread out of your diet for sure. Bread and dairy, no bueno.
That DoorDash took so long, I forgot what they even ordered.
You know, I don't know. But
Chinese
no, I mean,
food, but not,
I know
not
she
that
doesn't
thing.
like the aspect. I know that she doesn't like the aspect of religion being used as a form of control. You know, but I mean, it's because of humanity's savage nature that it was done in the first place.
Well, I think what a lot of people have problems with.
Also preserved minds in history like, for periods
Well,
of
it's
time.
accepting error now. People use it to. Not only did people start using it to justify war,
not only do I provide,
but they started
but I
using
also
it to make money in general. Like,
Yeah. And one thing that people neglect to understand is like, if we're to accurately believe the story of the Anunnaki, right? That doesn't negate any other faith you might have.
well, to say the existence of aliens, a lot of people believe that they negate religion in general, just by their existence.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't, because why couldn't God just make them too?
Because if the Earth
They were
is
just
as old as we
superhuman.
think it is scientifically, then dinosaurs contradict religion. It doesn't even need to just be
I
aliens.
almost DoorDashed, but I needed content or some
No,
fucking
but just
bullshit journey.
like that's where I'm getting at is like people, they take their religious ideology way too strictly to the point where they can't allow for both things to exist.
Because they want to be the only religion. That's why every religion that gets created, they're like, we're the way. Don't believe any of the other shit you heard before us. This is the truth. Because they want to be the only fucking religion that exists.
Well, yeah.
Even though you should for sure look at the shit that was that took place before.
Right.
Christianity, compared to the rest of history, is still fucking fresh.
Yeah.
Listen,
it
I
is.
don't question what my wife is wearing. Understand?
And that, of course, goes back to, again, like the whole consolidation of power thing, where it's like, you could have had any religion come about and it be 100% accurate to their belief system, but then some jackass comes along and says, hey, I can use this to my advantage.
Yeah, like that's why but the other day when I was talking to what's her name, I was saying the exact same shit. You know, like people had a religion and it worked for a little bit, then another guy came off another fucking boat from another part of the world and he was like, no, it's not this, it's that. And then another person, and then they all went to fucking war.
Yeah, the other ones came back because they sent the first guy.
She was sexually assaulted.
All right.
Or
I'm back.
We watching
Guys,
food while
In
fooding?
the struggle over reshaping human history,
Okay.
we wound up losing a rebellion against a control system that abides to this day. and the meta-narratives that have dominated the rise and fall of various societies throughout the course of history, including, for example, the destruction of the secular humanistic culture of the late Roman Empire, the Library at Alexandria, libraries at Corinth, the entire, you know that, I'm getting this figure from Carl Sagan, we lost 98% of the knowledge of classical antiquity. They have actually done studies based on the references that we do have to other texts by various authors in the classical manuscripts that have survived, and they've been able to do a reconstruction that shows that we lost at least 98%.
You know why I think that destruction was not the aliens or fallen angels or demons or whatever. I think that was men deciding we're going to take back the power and enslave other men.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you want to be in charge now. Fuck these Nephilim demigods and giants and whatever. We want y'all to forget about those and listen to us much inferior mortals.
Because it's like, they're gone now, so we can do whatever we want.
Classical antiquity. Well, who does that benefit?
Let's talk about a guilt-free alternative to alcohol that's perfect for your drive. Will always eat. They're the meditating home, just looking for 30%. That's
through all these resets of human society.
I got to take a phone call. I'll be back, guys.
Cornbread heaven.
Okay.
This is the good life.
Who benefits through all these resets of human societies? Another horrendous one.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Islamic conquest of Iran. At least as bad as the Judeo-Christian takeover of the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
So,
and you have all this kind of forbidden archaeology where you see precocious advancements in past civilizations that shouldn't really exist. Whether it's like a Sumerian model of the heliocentric universe or the Antikythera mechanism, which is this, kind of ancient, kind of almost like astronomically aligned computer system that is found on this, shipwreck in the Aegean Sea. You have a bunch of examples of this.
Yeah, so on the one hand, you have what look like gifts. Gifts from Prometheus, to speak archetypally. And on the other hand, you have attempts to decimate human knowledge and engineer regression and retardation to basically, reverse human progress. And one of the most interesting episodes...
Who would that benefit? This sort of
whoever's running the control system.
Malthusian, feast and famine sort of cyclical, cataclysm thing. That would benefit whoever's running the control system.
Exactly.
You would, if you were an inferior being running the control system, you would want to reset humanity because you have no way to recreate all that shit.
I mean, we are getting...
And if they're going to listen to you, they need to be on the same level or inferior. So you kind of have to reset them. If it's what I think.
Lifespan.
Because now, if you're trying to control them as another mortal that doesn't have all this powers, and whether it's physical superpower, or ability to manifest shit out of thin air, or fly, or whatever the fuck, then you kind of have to reset everybody.
Model of who that is, or
yeah. I do.
Who is it?
I do. So, okay, the devil's in the details. or maybe we should invert the religious symbolism there, right? But let me just point to one interesting example of this. Right before the Renaissance took place, I mean, Renaissance is obviously an example of a rebirth of the will to know and human cultivation, both artistically and scientifically. Right? I mean, Prometheus didn't just bring science to humanity. Prometheus brought techne, both in the sense of the arts and the sciences. And so the Renaissance is a quintessentially Promethean phenomenon. It's interesting that immediately before the Renaissance, you have these huge UFO battles over various European cities. And they're reflected in the broadsheets of the time, the newspapers of the time. In Basel, Switzerland, in Nuremberg, in Germany, they show these huge battles between objects in the sky.
Really?
And and some of them, I mean, you can, Vallet's reprinted them in Wonders in the Sky. There are a number of texts on the UFO phenomenon. These are newspapers that show huge triangular craft, spheres of various colors, attacking each other, some of them falling from out of the sky, in battles that took place in several places over Central Europe.
So cool looking. 15th century? Or?
Just before the Renaissance, 1400s.
1400s.
Yeah. So just before. So to me, that looks like the rebel faction gaining ground and opening up a space for humanity to progress again for a while, right? Now, there was also...
interesting. So you think that these celestial battles take place right before there's some airdropping of human technology or something?
Look, I don't want to reduce human agency, by calling it an airdropping, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little help, right? But at the very least...
Valet would say donations.
Yeah, and at the very least, there was a safeguarding of a space for human development and, the rebirth of ingenuity and so forth. But then, as I was mentioning earlier, let's say the Jesuit order tried to capture that and control it again through, a front man like Descartes, where you had somebody like Giordano Bruno developing a very holistic sort of, how can I put it, hermetic, alchemical matrix for what could have been a very different form of modern science. And that was destroyed through the reductive, dualistic model of Descartes, right? Where everything in the physical world can only be understood in terms of mechanistic causality, and then whatever spiritual can't be discussed rationally, and therefore, the church continues to have a monopoly over that discourse. So there were attempts to then basically suffocate the Renaissance and warp the energies of the Renaissance to have it miscarry into what became materialistic, reductionistic modern science.
Yeah, you have this great book, I think Frances Yates, The Rosicrucian Enlightenment. She talks about King Frederick sort of housing a lot of these heretical thinkers, John Dee, Edward Kelly, and I think Giordano Bruno as well. And then there's this war, and I think Descartes fights on the other side of the war, right?
Exactly.
Which is very interesting. And so, it's almost symbolic that you have this kind of, fighter in the world of reason actually engaging in this battle against the literal people housing or providing safe haven to some of these more heretical thinkers who are claiming to commune directly with angels and that sort of thing.
That's right. And, the Renaissance was supposed to take place in the 1300s. If you look at...
Wait, what does that mean?
Well,
they missed their programming
If
schedule?
you look at, the trajectory of cultural development in the so-called Middle Ages, right? You start to see the development of academies and the rudiments of empirical investigations into nature in the late 1200s. And, people like Paracelsus and Cornelius Agrippa and the great alchemists come from out of this cultural development. This is where the Faust story comes from, right? The legend of Dr. Faustus. It's that period in the late 1200s, early 1300s. And then what happened? The Black Plague. When you look at accounts of what actually went on during the Black Plague, and here, the work of William Bramley is absolutely indispensable. He wrote this book, The Gods of Eden. And as far as I can tell, Bramley he wrote this masterful text, and then he never went back to the UFO phenomena. So he's the furthest thing from a grifter, who just wanted to write one book after another about this stuff, right? No, he settled it, and that was it. He had he said what he had to say. So Bramley started out as a very conventional researcher trying to understand war profiteering. He wanted to understand, who was behind engineering all these wars throughout history, and whether there was some systematic way in which profiteering was taking place through large-scale engineered human suffering. And he was thinking, okay, like bankers and like banking elites and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And he finds UFOs.
How does he connect it? That's fascinating.
So he goes in detail through archival material that's left. Right? And they're like, he wanted out as he settled it, and that was it. He had he said what he had to say. So Bramley started out as a very conventional researcher trying to understand war profiteering. He wanted to understand, who was behind engineering all these wars throughout history, and whether there was some systematic way in which profiteering was taking place through large-scale engineered human suffering. And he was thinking, okay, like bankers and like banking elites and
sacrifices to,
The Rothschilds funded both world wars.
the occult
It's a fact.
dodge. He's one of them. But
The banking system, all that shit, it's all connected.
and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And he finds UFOs.
How does he connect it? That's fascinating.
So he goes in detail through archival material that's left from various historical epochs, including in this case the Middle Ages. And he notices that at the time the Black Plague breaks out, there are many UFO sightings. There are sightings of objects that land in fields. It was so prominent that hysteria broke out about it in the French court, and Charlemagne was considering declaring war on the tyrants of the air.
During the reign of Charlemagne, there were many accounts of encounters with tyrants of the air and their aerial ships. These accounts so concerned Charlemagne that those reporting such strange phenomena were subject to torture and death. Here is one recorded event given between the 8th and 9th century in France. One day, among other instances, it chanced at Lyon that 3 men and a woman were seen descending from these aerial ships. The entire city gathered about them, saying that they were magicians sent by Charlemagne's enemy to destroy the French harvest. In vain, the 4 innocents sought to vindicate themselves, saying that they were their own countryfolk and had been carried away a short time since by miraculous men who had shown them unheard of marvels. Luckily, the Bishop of Lyon pronounced the incident as false, saying it was not true these men had fallen from the sky, and what the townfolk said they had seen there was impossible. The people believed what their good bishop said rather than their own eyes, and set at liberty the 4 ambassadors from the ship.
And this is where the whole Magonia thing that Vallée talks about, this is that period where, you have these people supposedly coming from Magonia, and some of them were arrested, and then this Bishop Agabard, who was like a proto-rationalist, came up with a justification for why this couldn't possibly be real, so these guys got let go, and they went back to their airships or whatever the hell. But here's the really creepy part about this research that Bramley did.
Those airship arrests were so fucking weird.
Only after.
Wait, what are the airship arrests?
So like in the medieval period, there were people that were claiming that they were seeing ships, like literal ships, like boats in the air, and
That's
they had
like the
crews
whole
and
like
everything.
steampunk type shit, kind of, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was super weird.
Was it
And then
during the Dark Ages?
yeah, and then they were talking about how like sometimes the crew would throw over ladders and come down and talk to people, and it was weird as shit. And then of course one story, I think it was somewhere in Germany, they have records that they arrested one of these guys, wanting to know who they were and where they came from and why are you violating our area. And I guess according to Giorgiani, the rest of what he said was they let them go. So I don't know. The whole thing was weird.
These people would land in the fields, come out of these objects, and they would go around with these hoods on and these spray cans that became the basis for the scythe and the
Spray
Grim
cans.
Reaper image. They were shrouded, and they had these things, okay, from out of which stuff would spray, and it became the image of the scythe and the iconography of the Grim Reaper. And not only were they spraying the fields, they would sometimes walk through towns, and people would be terrified and go into their homes, and these guys would walk and deliver door-to-door service, spraying the doors of individual homes, where then the plague would break out shortly thereafter, okay? So it was biological warfare. And you know what the result of that was? A mass retreat back into religious fundamentalism. We were about to have the Renaissance in the late 1200s, early 1300s, and then all of a sudden this Black Plague comes, people are terrified, it decimates the population of Europe, so it also reduces the industrial work base for a scientific industrial revolution, and worst of all, it causes people to retreat back into a regressive religious belief system.
So what's Bramley's conclusion
I
as
thought it
to
was
what the connection
rats
is
on the
between
ship
UFO?
that started it.
Well, he's saying it's not. It's these scam reapers.
Scam reapers, I like that.
Yeah, Black
Right.
Plague came from Asia trade.
That's
if I'm
what
not
they
mistaken, right?
they blame it on the rats. The rats are innocent, apparently, according to this
That's
guy.
what history says.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, we were
history
trading
says a
through
lot
Asia.
of things. Just like COVID
Wow.
blamed on the bats, but you know that shit was biological warfare too.
Yep, exactly.
Foes and war profiteering.
He thinks that basically these, plague promulgators are representing the same faction that was lording over humanity in the Sumerian epoch through, the name of Enki.
Okay. So you want to know why the wars, why the biological warfare? It's because it's easier than personally deciding which humans to cull, because there's too many of us for this earth,
It's a great population control method.
you know?
So is fast food. We're
We got
So is about half of everything that Americans do.
yeah.
exactly like everything will kill you. Tune in. That's the news. It's literally that's the world we live in.
I swear to God, I one time saw some news article that was like, oranges cause cancer. And I was like, what? What?
Well, humans were breeding a lot faster. I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why they
I
had
don't
to
know.
raise the age of consent, because we were breeding too soon. Because girls
Yeah,
can start making
that's-
babies when they're 12.
Yep, 12, 13. You learn that in biology. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they had 12-year-olds getting with like 30-year-old men just because their parents are matching their things. As soon as she bleeds, she can be wed. It's like, that's how they used to roll back then.
I think the Dark Age
I'll
is
give
great.
you my daughter for 2 cows and a chicken. They're like
Dark Age is
bartering.
great.
It is what it is.
It's fucking wild.
And so then they had to engineer all these sicknesses and shit to start killing people off more, because as humans as the village size grew, the longevity expanded. So now you gotta
And they still do
get
it.
creative,
They still do it to this day. Population control is real.
I mean, that's why it's like they make war have if you join the military, you get all these benefits. Because who does that appeal to? The lower middle class kids who probably wouldn't get the education or whatever otherwise. And
Yeah, I remember when I was in the Navy, there was this
expendable,
news article. Yeah.
basically.
There was a news article in the Navy Times when I was in that said something like, has the military become the new welfare? And I was like, fuck,
Yeah,
that's fucked up.
yeah. Because if you are in a position where your family can't afford, education or have the connections or whatever to get you a job doing anything else, that you feel like you need to risk your life for the opportunity, well then, society probably doesn't count on you making much of a difference anyway. So go ahead and risk your life. That's fine. It's good for the population control. I mean, it is what it is.
They do it with criminals too. I mean,
And so in order for people to keep doing that, we need something to keep killing them. Let's make more wars. And then we can find all these other ways to profit off of it, too.
or whatever, you know, the
They would
Anunnaki is
give
aligned
they
with
would give
Enki,
people
or the
alternatives in court.
Elohim
Like they'd
in
say,
the
you want to go to
Old
jail or
Testament,
you want to join the
or
Marines. Like they did that to my uncle. So they
My
used it for
stepdad got that too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he became a drill sergeant.
Yep.
the Devas, you know, to put it in Hindu terms. Richard Thompson, you know, he's the guy who co-authored Forbidden Archaeology with Michael Cremo. Richard Thompson has written a great UFO book, like looking very carefully at Hindu scriptures such as the Ramayana and Mahabharata. I think it's called Alien Identities. Now, granted, he's coming from out of a Hare Krishna tradition, and so he has his own religious commitments and so forth, but you can filter that out and just look at the empirical analysis. And it's very clear from Thompson's analysis in that book that, you know, the Devas, who are worshipped by, I don't know, a billion Hindus or something, are these entities. So, you know, we're in a very unfortunate position, right? If, in fact, we're inside of a control system governed by people who want us to remain subordinates and are doing everything that they can so that we don't achieve parity with them. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications in terms of any so-called disclosure. Because UFO disclosure, in the context of the, you know, modern, you know, industrial or whatever you want to
You
say,
could throw out all the rest of the video that he said before this, and it could still be true. like, it's just like, yeah, I mean, that's just facts. I don't
industrial, you know, economy that we have
Forget
today,
your fucking theory about aliens creating religion to control it. This part is just true.
would mean our rapidly achieving technological
I just think it's
parity
wild
with
that they're
these
painting
people.
Descartes to be this bad guy just
And
because
by the way,
he's
we'll
like
come
the
back to
dude that created the astral projection theory, right? I mean, did astral projection, like, did that shit exist before Descartes?
I don't know. I don't.
I'm not entirely sure. I think if
It's like-
anything, if there was any talk about it, it would probably be from India.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, because he was the one that, like, started the whole, like, we can think outside of our own bodies. When you're dreaming, it's technically its own consciousness. And you're not, you know, like I said, it's like where the Matrix came from was this guy. And, like, they're saying, like, he's doing, like, all this bad shit. It just kind of blows my fucking mind a little bit, not gonna lie.
I kind of missed
man.
I kind of missed that part of the video because I was.
Yeah, they were saying he
taking
was
a break.
they were saying he's part of the Jesuit priests, and like the Jesuit priests, like I was saying earlier, like they were the ones that sunk the Titanic because they were with the people who were with the central banking systems, and basically they put all the people who weren't with the central banking on that boat and killed them off, like all the millionaires.
Are you
that weren't
trying
and
to
they're still doing
say that the iceberg was a paid actor?
No, I'm trying to say that the motherfucker crashed into that iceberg on fucking purpose because he was told to by the Jesuit priests, and that's like stated in like a few documentaries that I've already watched. And the reason why they could
Amouranth.
say it was because it happened so long ago.
I think
they
the
can actually say that.
iceberg was actually hollow. It was a vessel being piloted by penguins.
That I
Jesus
believe.
Christ.
100%. I'm with you on that one.
You know.
The iceberg wasn't even there.
Actually, yeah.
It just popped out of the water.
Yep.
See, you know it's still happening to this day. Like there are countries that do not want a central banking system, and they're like being bombed and shit.
Yep.
Still to this day. There's only like a
Somebody's-
few of them.
Somebody said the iceberg fired a torpedo.
I saw it.
It was led by orcas.
That's right.
No, but the Jesuits are like they're like Vatican assassins. They were the ones Charlie Sheen was fucking talking about. Like fucking real shit. Like they literally have steered the course of history for God knows how long. Shit is crazy, man.
This whole NHI discourse really bothers
Well,
me,
who are these
right?
people?
Yeah, exactly. Who are these
So
people?
the NHI is like a psyop against the idea that there's actually just a strata of people.
I think this is what's so deeply disturbing to most researchers, and it's the deepest secret that's being covered up by various governments in the world. It's easier for the average, you know, person to imagine even a hostile threat emerging from deep space that has nothing like a human face, because you can, you know, compartmentalize it. It's like, you know, the War of the Worlds or whatever, right? But the idea that what's really going on here is that there's a Hegelian master-slave dialectic at work in human history, and that the masters in that dialectic have so raised themselves above the common lot of humanity that they appear as angels or celestial beings or whatever, and that they've used that mask in order to keep us inside regressive belief systems and to render us useful to them. So, okay, we have to look at the details of various cases if we want
I
to
don't
get...
think they're using that mask. I think that is how they appear to us, but it's not so that we... I don't think they're putting on a facade so that they can control us. I think They just simply are more powerful, and people are scared of them.
Wait, are you talking about?
As he was talking about, like how like the I guess we'll just call them non-human beings are taking the form of angels, and I'm like, I think that's just the form that they.
Right.
I
Well,
don't think.
so right now the popular and more cohesive term we just call them NHI, because then that covers everything that's not human, right?
What's that abbreviation
I'm
stand
not going to
for?
remember that.
Non-human intelligence.
I'm just going to call them the beings.
You just said non-human beings. It's one letter
Yeah,
difference.
I'm gonna shorten it to just beings. The beings.
Damn it, Amaranth. Okay.
I'm not
what
gonna
I was gonna
remember an
say was,
acronym.
you might have to rewind it, but maybe I heard it wrong. I thought he was saying he wasn't talking about NHI wearing a mask. He was talking about humans wearing a mask.
I don't think so. I thought he said that taking the form of angels, like that. Whatever beings are wanting to have control are taking the form of angels so that they can keep that control. Like, I don't think that's the
Yeah,
case.
I think he was saying that there are certain elites that have gone so far that they think they're
We can back it up.
evolved human beings. Yeah, let's go back.
Mentalize it. It's like, the War of the Worlds or whatever, right?
Take it back now.
But the idea that what's really going on here is that there's a Hegelian master-slave dialectic at work in human history, and that the masters in that dialectic have so raised themselves above the common lot of humanity that they appear as angels or celestial beings or whatever, and that they've used that mask in order to keep us inside regressive belief systems. And to
See, I'm not sure if he's talking about humans assuming the mask or the non-human beings.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah, it was a little
And
gray
Russ,
area.
Regressive.
we have to look at the details of
really
various
think
cases.
very hard about that one word that they just said. Well, 2 words, 3 words, whatever. But like regressive belief systems, that's very important because I've always said that shit. Any form of religion can hold us back mentally in so many fucking ways. Ugh.
I don't think humans have the ability to appear celestial in the sky yet.
I think
Like
they
pure
would
humans, maybe hybrids. I don't know, but pure humans.
What? Well, depending on what time period we're talking about, but I think they could totally achieve it now.
Like maybe holograms or something, or like a
Yeah,
hybrid.
that's what I mean.
Or,
Like
yeah,
using
holograms.
technology.
Sure. I just mean like I don't think human.
No,
I don't want to give
putting on an
humans
actual
that much
costume.
credit. You're right. Yeah.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
They've already created shit like that. They're just not releasing it to the masses. It's fucking technology's so far ahead than we realize. It's ridiculous.
I don't know.
If we want to get at who these people are, right, and how their society came about, and how this power structure was developed
Are
in the
these
first place.
humans with psi abilities, or are they beings from elsewhere, or what? Who are they?
So let's briefly, again, you've done like
Yeah, so he's
plethora of interviews
confused
going
too.
into specific
Okay.
cases, so we don't want to get too bogged down, in the nitty gritty of cases here, but it's important to refer to a few empirical cases here. So, Ingo Swann, in the 1970s into the 1980s, did remote viewings of both the moon and of Mars. In the 1970s, he was taken from out of the SRI program that eventually became Stargate. And
He
Growth
loves
and
this
whatever.
guy, no matter
He was
what
taken
he's
from out of that
talking
into
about. He
some
always
other
falls
black
back
unit,
on
which
this guy.
he never learned what the name of it was. Some guy who identified himself as Axelrod, took him like blindfolded by helicopter into some facility, and he was asked to remote view this target, of course, which he was blind to. It turned out.
Let me turn my bird light off.
Axelrod? Who the fuck is that?
It's supposed to be a code name for a CIA agent.
Oh, okay.
The target was the moon. And now, bear in mind just, that at this point we had detailed satellite reconnaissance photography of the moon. An important case in this regard is the testimony of Carl Wolf. Carl Wolf he was a photographic repair expert, and at that time sergeant in the early 1960s, leading up to the Apollo missions. And at one point, he was brought to what he thought was an NSA facility, because he thought was a NASA facility, because he'd never heard of the NSA. A lot of Americans hadn't. Turned out it was an NSA facility that was processing lunar orbiter reconnaissance photos. And Carl Wolf, long story short, he says he, in the course of repairing this machine, was shown mosaic photographs of a huge megalithic city on the dark side of the moon. That there was a city with largely polygonal architecture, Titanic scale structures, but they weren't made of metal and glass. They were made of something that, to him looked like poured stone, like concrete or something. And in fact, they reminded him of, megalithic architecture on the Earth. Now, back to Ingo Swann. So point being, if Carl Wolf saw mosaic photographs in the 1960s, Swann in the 70s is being tasked to remote view the moon by people who have access to these photographs. So I'm thinking
And
they
Carl
want
Wolf
him...
died a mysterious death after he...
Exactly. So by the way, Carl Wolf, and this is horrible. So, I mean, what are we discussing? Disclosure and how disclosure could be manipulated. Well, just before this wave of so-called disclosure began, between 2017 2018, poor Carl Wolf was run over just the way John Mack was run over, And I hardly think it's a coincidence, because he would definitely have been one of the people subpoenaed to testify. And what Carl Wolf had to say is something that whoever's gatekeeping this whole disclosure business does not want out there in public. In any case, Ingo Swann in the 1970s, when he was remote viewing what was on the moon, was dealing with people who had access to these photographs, and I think what they wanted was for him to snoop around on the ground, as it were, get a ground's eye view of the city on the dark side of the moon. And here's what he saw there. He saw tall Nordic people, statuesque Nordic people, who gave him a look like, you don't belong here, get the fuck out of here and don't come back. And he saw these same people lording over basically armies of slave laborers, who he said were naked, meaning that they're probably under some kind of a dome that we can't see, a transparent dome or something. And they were living in these ramshackle, makeshift shelters under appalling conditions, conducting slave labor on the moon.
Wait, doing what?
Swann also remote viewed
What is there to do? What resource are they mining?
Ammo. There's rare earth minerals on the moon.
But what do they do?
What do you mean? What do they do?
What are these rare? What is the functionality of them?
That shit where we were talking about invading Greenland because they had rare earth minerals, so we could make more lithium batteries.
What do we need more lithium batteries for? I can't even take them on an airplane in my checked bag.
We don't know. To make more Teslas or some shit. Who knows?
We should be making stuff that's more safe for travel than these lithium batteries. All right, the airlines keep telling me I can't have them.
Okay, so also, let's see if you can hark back to falling half asleep last night. Remember when they were talking about the space fleet that was looking for, not looking for, but transferring materials?
Okay.
Those same composite materials can be found on the moon, too.
But if they're rare earth minerals, they can also be found on Earth, right?
Yes, but they're in very limited sources compared to what's on the moon.
That doesn't make sense because we have so much more mass here.
Interesting, isn't it?
That means they're just not telling you the truth, and there's places where they're more abundant on the Earth, I bet.
Because the moon's fake.
Yeah.
It's like one of those minefields.
So if the moon is fake, what are the slave laborers for?
They're picking up what's left over after the deconstruction.
Of what?
Oh my god. There's so many theories on the dark side of the moon. So many.
Yeah, you have to go back to when
This
we
is
were
what I'm
watching
saying. The logic isn't logicking.
No, you have to go way back to when we were watching the Hollow Moon stuff on Wi-Files.
Yeah, the Russians were already there when we got there, and they told us.
No, not that. No, not that. It's that the moon is hollow. It was brought here. It was not made by humans.
Well, it was a part of the Earth, right? And then a meteor hit the
No.
So you're saying the gravitational pull and the tide is bullshit?
No, it was brought here. When it was brought here, the tides were created because it was part of a what do you call that? Crap. What is that called, Turgo? You know when you change
thing, right?
I bet it is bullshit. Have they ever tried blowing it up and seeing what happens? No.
Terraforming. There we go. What have you tried blowing it up?
What if it is bullshit? What if it has no effect on the tides? What if that's Earth's own lack of sun present on it? I don't know. What if it's just actually the sun's gravity and not even the moon?
Okay, then you go back to what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about when does a person decide that mythology is not real? When they just decide it's a story instead of taking the ancient people's word. Right?
Because you look at all theories, some of them make more sense than others.
Well, hold on. What I was going to say was that there are cultures that say there was a period of time on the Earth before there was a moon. And even that the climate was different.
Right. So
frozen plants in Antarctica.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean that the tides and seasons are fake. It just means that
No, I
when
don't
the
think
moon
they're
was brought
fake. I
here.
just mean that
No,
it
no, I
not
mean, yeah,
necessarily. It may not be the moon's gravitational pull.
it
I
could
mean,
not. Maybe
why
it
would
could.
we?
Maybe it
Why would
could.
we think that the moon has such a strong effect on the tides when it's so small in comparison to the sun? And why would we suspect that it's actually just the sun's gravitational pull still? Who said it was the
That's no
moon?
moon. That's a space station.
Who started that?
Supposedly math. That's what started that.
Who? Yeah, the big question mark still remains.
It was like a rebound basketball
But
asteroid.
you know what's you know what's kind of
The hoop.
interesting,
The
Ammo, about that
rim.
whole terraforming idea
Hmm.
is that also kind of leads some credence to the whole firmament falling from the sky and coming down onto the earth.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Are you doing this
Because
penis theory
Because
shit
now you
again?
can see the moon, maybe. I don't know, maybe it's always there, but the firmament was there before. We didn't know because the water's in
well,
above.
it's because the other ancient legends that talk about there not being a moon, they describe the climate as being just like one giant mist field that encompassed the earth.
Well, yeah,
So the moon was
that makes
necessary.
sense. More protection from the sun.
Yeah,
So what
exactly.
you're telling me
So you're
is,
saying
whoever sent the moon fucked up the atmosphere. Now we don't have
They
the
did.
protection from the sun.
no? I thought that's
Yep.
exactly the opposite of what he's saying. I thought the moon. He's saying the moon helped.
No,
Well,
No.
it depends on who it's helping. You know what I mean? Like
helping
we
who? Not
apparently
You're saying
us.
it was all
apparently
myth. You're
apparently
saying it was
according
all
to the
myth.
legends, we were doing just fine in our misty atmosphere before somebody brought the moon. So
I mean, it's also
prob-
possible that the moon was always there, and then when the flood happened, that's when the firmament fucked up, and now we were able to see the moon.
oh, it's been there.
I don't know.
But anyway,
I could see
we went
either.
down we went down this huge rabbit hole. The whole point was supposed to be that
Moon ate a barbecue spare ribs. Would you eat it?
that we do know that the Earth really legitimately does have rare earth minerals.
Yep.
Or maybe the moon was created when asteroids or whatever that caused the flood in the first place, smiting the Earth, and it destroyed part of the Earth. And then the moon is actually just chunks of the Earth that got fucking pelted in the smiting of it to
That's what
cause the
Nick said.
Noah's
He
flood.
said that wasn't
And now
true.
now it got pulled into the Earth's gravitational orbit, and that's why there's water vapor on it and shit. Maybe that's why there's beings on it, because they were hiding in the rocks that got yeeted into space.
They got some worms.
See, that's a plausible fucking theory, because if it's true that a meteor hit the Earth and it separated a chunk of it, and that chunk turned into the
And
fucking
that was
moon.
the lost continent of Mu, or whatever.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that from
But that's
a
why
while
it's
ago.
called the
That was-
moon. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Excuse me.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Who knows?
They just rode that shit like a fucking horse into space when it got separated from the
Yep.
planet.
I
and
mean,
then
if
they
they're
just,
fallen
like,
angels, I mean, I think they could survive.
I think it's pretty plausible. But the only thing that would work against that theory is the idea that all the samples, soil samples we've taken from the moon, its composition is different from Earth in the sense that older material is on the top and newer material is on the bottom.
Yeah, it's because the stuff keeps grafting onto the bottom of it when it gets yeeted into orbit.
It would be not good to mine. It's so small.
It's like
I
a
feel like
rubber
Mars
band
is a
ball.
better
Every
theory.
calamity it grows bigger. More rubber bands around it.
You think Mars was like Earth at one point and it just fucking died?
Oh yeah. You know what's wild is Jack Kirby, the guy who made Captain America.
But he made a lot more than that. What about it?
Yeah, but before he started working at Marvel, he was working at some other comic place, and he wrote this story about how there was an ancient civilization on Mars, and they made AI, and then they started a war with the AI, and then eventually Mars got destroyed, atmospherically speaking. And
That makes
what's crazy about all this is that story he wrote, like I said, was before he started working at Marvel. And if you look at who
yeah.
Kirby was friends with at the time, he was hanging out with Von Braun. the ex-Nazi
Walter
scientist.
von Braun.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I was like, what the fuck?
No, I mean, I like Von. I think he's one of the greatest Nazi defectors we've ever had. Honestly, I mean, I think.
Man, he went
I
full
mean, he
on
said,
defect.
yeah, bro. He straight up said that there's aliens. He's like, to believe that there's not aliens is to be remedial. I'm pretty sure that's where those were his exact words, right? To
Yeah.
believe that we're the only intelligent life in the universe is fucking stupid.
We'd be
I
a
think it's
lame
plausible
spaceship.
that Mars was a place, or at least like we might see it as Mars, but it could be a physical manifestation of like a different dimension, spiritual place where these things come from. Because there were some biblical studies I was watching a while ago now, like a year ago, where it was talking about how like it's speculated that like pyramids and tabernacles and stuff where architecture that like fallen angel Nephilim, early people were familiar with from their home,
Yep.
implying
Yep.
different dimension or different planet type of what tomato really. But
I mean, that's why you got pyramid-looking temple things on the moon and on Mars.
Yeah, and that's why I told you about John Carter about how he went into a Native American cave and it literally transported him to Mars
Yep.
from the fucking cave. Like all this shit connects.
It's all
You
connected,
got
man.
yeah. You take pieces of fiction, you take parts of it, and you can actually integrate it into like actual shit that we're being told in history. Because like I say, there's a lot of fiction that's based off of actual reality. I mean, it's just the way it is.
the portals.
The portals.
Black holes.
They built it on Earth because it was like reminiscent of home, and they knew how to do it already, and whatever.
Oh, you know that
No,
Ross
so-
Coulthart guy that we were always watching, the Australian reporter?
Does
that
not the
ring any
top of my
bells?
head, no.
Okay.
I think I
Anyway,
remember who you're talking about.
he's
Yeah,
pretty
the
cool,
skinny
dude.
guy.
He's the guy who broke the David Grush story.
The what?
David Grush, the intelligence officer that started this whole disclosure movement, basically, when he came out and said aliens are real and the government has bodies and ships.
Oh.
You're like, oh.
Wait,
Anyways,
what is the news?
oh, I was just gonna say Ross Coulthart, since he broke that story, he's been doing a lot of UFO news. And just recently he was talking about how he just went to a place. He didn't say exactly where because he's saving that information for a story. But he said that he went to a national park where the Forestry Service had an area that was fenced off. And it's where the government knows that there's a portal.
Which park?
That's what I'm saying. He didn't say yet.
Oh, a
He's
national
probably,
park.
yeah, he's
Well-
he's probably waiting to drop it in a further story later.
I mean, sure, it could be any of them.
But also, Ross is also the one that started talking about the UFO that's so big they couldn't move it, so they built something on top of it.
Right.
So he's been getting around.
He's running his mouth, didn't he? Gonna get shot.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Gonna wind
I'm
up
waiting for somebody
dead.
to just be like, I'm waiting for them to just be like, it's fucking Ross Coulthart again. I told that man to step away from the fence.
Let's see. I need the Google Earth. That's what I meant, not Google Drive. Google Earth.
Are you gonna look up National Park Portal?
Yeah, see if I get anything. You never know. Someone might have tagged it.
Yep. And then see if there's a Starbucks nearby.
And a gift shop.
Yep.
Why do they keep fucking up my shit? They keep like deleting my fucking. Oh, maybe it's because last 7 days. There we go. Okay. All right.
Bo, by the way, I meant to ask you, when you were in South America, which desert did you go to or planning on going to?
Atacama Desert.
Did you see me spamming chat about that?
Probably not. Why?
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, apparently, supposedly, there are raptors that run around that desert.
What do you mean raptors?
That's,
Raptors.
you know, like the dinosaur.
Oh, I didn't see any.
Because they're the
Carnation.
raptors.
Gene splicing.
I didn't even see any rappers.
That's some Dinotopia type shit.
How fun would that have been though if like Ammo was just in the desert and the raptor ran by?
So what was I gonna search for? National Park Portal.
Oh no.
Right?
He would have got.
Do we get anything? National Park
Maybe
Medical Center.
maybe it didn't see her.
That's
Maybe it was just
definitely
running
not
by
it.
like a roadrunner.
McDonald. The fuck?
McDonald's portal.
I mean, maybe. Shit.
That's where they send all the aliens who just want to try Earth cuisine and not be
Cheeseburger Gate.
seen. Yep, and not be seen.
There was Pizzagate, and now there's Cheeseburger Gate, where there's portals.
Don't forget about the jerky.
Why did this pull up for National Park Portal?
You know.
What kind of medical shit y'all doing here?
Because it's under the McDonald's.
We were just talking about population control, and they're like the biggest form of population control. And I just had McDonald's yesterday, knowing that it kills me. That's how good that they are. They're that good.
Yeah, you see, that's why we gotta make American food so unhealthy, is we could try to get rid of some of this population.
That big art.
We were
is
too
fucking
fruitful,
delicious.
multiplied too much, and now we're taking up all the nice
mozzarella.
parts of the world.
Oh my God, was that burger good?
I had 3 in one sitting. That's fun.
Oh, dude, no. Don't.
I was at the gym the whole time. Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, there's like a chemical in the chicken nuggets that like cause early onset dementia, apparently. Like,
I mean, hell, if you want to talk about like population control and stuff
These
like
were
that,
probably some kind of sacred mounds with the Native Americans, like the
isn't it
Seven Devils
interesting
and
that McDonald's
So it
gets
is-
allowed in every country, including the ones that are enemies of ours?
exactly. Because it kills us slowly.
Well,
It
that's how
slowly
they're
kills
called
us.
McDonald's.
Who owns McDonald's at the
else.
tippity toppy top?
There used to be the
Copy it.
guy, his last name was Kroc, the guy
Current
that made the founder
owner.
guy. But I don't think it's him anymore. I think he died.
Oh, it's Vanguard Black, of course. Well, okay, whatever. It's just publicly traded. Shareholders.
I understood why I nibbled on it.
Yeah, but Ray Kroc.
Oh, here we go.
Ray
Here's
Kroc was one that
Chairman and
made-
CEO.
What are you looking up, Emma?
The McDonald's CEO.
Oh,
Do you think he actually eats the food? There's pictures
Hell
of him
no.
holding the burger, but I find it hard
Fuck
to
no.
believe.
He's got to run away from it now.
When did Ray Kroc die? I wonder.
How do you say that last name?
I
What,
don't know.
Ray
I can't see
Kroc
it.
or his?
Is this Kempczynski?
Kapinski.
Kapinski. Okay.
Yes.
Kapinski. I don't know. I said that like an Italian. The ski is not an Italian name.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the
Polish
fact that I know Lois
descent.
saying that I was able to pronounce that.
Polish.
Oh, wait, never mind.
Sounds very Polish. Anything with a ski at the end of it,
Yeah.
Polish as fuck.
Interesting.
My godfather's last name was Wachowski.
How long has she been CEO, though? I can't imagine that long. 2019, oh, it's nothing. Okay.
Oh, that's recent history.
Yeah. It's
So is
not,
this the guy that
therefore
took
not
over after-
interesting.
Is he the dude that took over after Ray Kroc, T, or did somebody else take over after Ray Kroc? Like,
I'm not
stopped
entirely
owning-
sure. Somebody in
He
chat
was the
just
guy.
says, "How do you guys watch this content?"
We
Because
don't.
we like to learn.
We don't watch.
Because we want.
We
We
wear
don't want cell phones to be
blindfolds.
smarter.
Straight
MO
non-content. Okay, sir. What the hell's content to you, Mister 92L2?
Yeah, I'm curious to know.
Probably titties and twerking, or either that, or going to a bar or something.
I'm
We
glad
await.
talk
We
about it.
Could be the
await your
same
answer.
thing, really.
I'm glad we talk about this shit because when I talked about this shit in community college, I got kicked out.
Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about. You're not supposed to go against authority.
We're not supposed to hit these subjects in community college. It was
Anyways,
cool
what
like to
video
talk
were
about
we
it
on?
when you're in
Mars
Western
in the
Civ.
early
Okay, let's hear more about Mars.
80s. And he said these same people who he had seen on the moon were responsible for a civilization, the ruins of which he viewed on Mars. There were very large, like honeycomb cities, which he said showed evidence of explosions, internal explosions. Like, he said he had the impression that a battle had taken place there.
What's funny you say that. There's a PhD in physics who's, I think he worked at Sandia or Los Alamos and also Lawrence Livermore. His name is John Brandenburg. And he says that xenon 129 and argon 40 exist in excess of what you would ever expect just from natural radioactive isotope decay.
Nuke
and that proves that there was
explosions.
actually some nuclear holocaust on Mars.
Well, they found a large amount of
No, it wasn't. It was just dragon fire.
29, which is the product of two things. Supernova explosions.
That's
and
where we
hydrogen
get
bomb
our
explosions.
new chemicals currently, is just farming the dragon oil.
You sure the
And
penguins
we know there
didn't
was no
make it?
supernova on Mars.
We
If
could
there was,
see
there wouldn't be a solar system here.
And you said there was one
bombs
other
that
argon.
There was
fly in the atmosphere.
also there's a
like, are crazy.
What?
They got new bombs they used in Iran.
Oh.
Iran used?
Iran so far away.
Like new as in like never before seen chemical makeup or what?
They use gravity as like the propeller, and it's like that stronger. It's like stronger than nuke. It's like breaks the tectonic plate. It like dives into the earth. It doesn't just explode over it.
Oh, so they're doing like a Charizard seismic toss kind of thing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Big boom. No chemical.
Man.
T, what's the name of that temple in Iraq that has the Stargate in it? Supposedly, that really cool looking.
It's the temple in Ur.
Oh, it's not Iraq. I thought it was Iraq.
Oh no, it is, but that's Ur is in
Okay.
present day Iraq. Yeah.
Maybe the penguin
Yeah,
shape shift into dragons? I believe it. Seems probable.
when you
That's what a
irradiate
penguin
rocks
would say.
that have potassium in them, and all rocks do, they produce a isotope called argon 40, and that's super abundant on Mars. So you have two things that are products of what look like an intense nuclear reaction on Mars in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I spent several days with Dr. Brandenburg in New Mexico, and I put this in Closer Encounters, this research of Dr. Brandenburg, that basically the deviation from normal of the isotopic ratio of xenon 129 in Cydonia specifically, where we have photographic evidence of ruins on Mars, the xenon 129 isotopic signature at Cydonia, he has discovered, is only matched by thermonuclear test sites on the Earth. It's the only other place in the solar system where we see that kind of signature. And he came to that conclusion when he was working at Sandia Labs, which is where nuclear weapons research
Well,
takes place.
duh. That's because we're getting our explosive knowledge from the fucking fallen angels who already have fucked shit up before.
Did you know that? Oh crap! Oppenheimer. Did
Why do you think they got kicked out in the first place? Fucking degenerate.
Oppenheimer was
hooligans.
once.
It's atmosphere.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer.
I was
What
just
about?
gonna say Oppenheimer was quoted as saying, when they asked him, they were like, "So how does it feel to have invented this?" And he goes, "This is not the first time humanity has invented this."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, "What?" And then he just moved on and didn't say anything.
I could totally
There was
see
an
though,
entire
like God, the equivalent would be like he's like a really wealthy guy with a lot of summer homes, and man, his teenagers keep vandalizing and fucking up every property. You know, he's just like, God damn it. It's like, fuck, get out of my house.
What is he, a landlord?
Yeah, that was dad kicking out his rebellious teenagers.
He's like, "You guys fucked up Mars, now go to Earth." Get
Fuck.
out."
No, he bought it. They went to Earth and fucked that property up too. He's just like, stop.
There was an entire episode of Ancient Aliens that literally was they were theoretically saying that we already created nuclear technology back in the day, like some sort of advanced civilization did it on Earth because they found all this fucking nuclear radiation deep underground that didn't come from the core of the Earth. Because
Yeah,
there
there's
is
also-
radiation Comes from the core of the Earth, the pulse rate.
There's also an ancient city in India that they found completely irradiated.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then it's very possible that we already wiped ourselves the fuck out, and we're gonna fucking do it again because history fucking repeats itself.
But not us. We're not that crazy. Maybe like 100 years
Yeah.
or something.
Dude, you'd be surprised.
Dude, all I can imagine though is like,
no promises.
how much of an epic ass movie would that be with like, you have like Anunnaki shooting nukes at each other and shit?
Sounds boring.
You get out. Nobody likes you.
No, I think it's more like the beginning of Aquaman where they had all that advanced steam technology and shit, you know, like that far back to where it could have been more advanced than we are now, but like in a different way that we can't like picture in our own fucking minds. Like if they really did create a form of nuclear tech, I don't think it would look anything like what we have created.
I think it would probably be way more efficient and way more powerful.
Well, you know how like they found like those artifacts that look like jets, like modern day jets.
Yep.
Like it's kind of like that. Like they.
Yep.
I feel like we found something and then we kind of tried to just make it as similar as we possibly could.
Yep.
And yeah. And the fact that Oppenheimer literally stated that it's already been done just kind of reinforces that fact.
Yep.
But I think that there's theoretically, I think that it's very fucking possible, if the Earth is as old as science says it is, that there was already a civilization like us, and they just already fucked shit over, and we're just gonna do it again. So
just
I hope I'm wrong.
Mars is brown.
That's literally what Mass Effect was created. Well, I mean, they integrated the Reapers into that story where, like, oh, there's this alien race that wipes out everything every, 30,000 years or some shit, and everything has to restart. But, like, that advanced civilization that lived here, like, left those messages behind so that we could try to stop them.
There was a video I was watching where the Bible presented all the resets throughout the timeline.
I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
That was a cool video.
I also saw a very strange video not too long ago. It was like an esoteric description of how there have been 7 different versions of humanity so far.
Yeah.
2 of them included, like they're all humans, but they're just different kinds of humans because we've continued to evolve. But it's still the idea that the Earth is way older than we think.
Yeah, I mean, what does the Bible say? The Earth is like what, only like 40,000 years?
Yeah, something like that.
But the science says it's like 3.6 billion.
All right, everybody.
No, before I forget about it.
Yeah, we were relying on like plants to tell us. Under the ground, in the ice.
This guy looks like a substitute teacher I've had.
Like how a plant gonna change things.
He's got one of those faces.
And then he starts getting like emotional when no one's listening to him.
Anyways,
place in the United States.
Back to Mars or whatever.
There's evidence that some kind of a nuclear confrontation took place on Mars. And by the way,
and Carl Sagan called him and said, "Hey John, why are you causing so much trouble?"
Yeah,
I found that very interesting. Carl Sagan, who held definitely security clearances and knew more than.
I'm pretty convinced Sagan was a member of Majestic.
That would make sense to me. Yeah. Because he sort of flipped to anti. He was very interested in UFOs. We know, earnestly interested growing up. His mentor, he would have debates.
The book he wrote was Shklovsky, the Soviet scientist. He co-wrote Intelligent Life in the Universe, and Sagan himself at that point was saying, we should look at ancient myths and check the archaeological and historical record for contact and so on and so forth.
There you go.
And then all of a sudden,
and he had a security clearance. I think Project was it A119? I think in the late 50s, where they were considering nuking the moon as a show of force against the Soviets, and he had a security clearance through the Air Force through that. And then it was interesting. He sort of flipped into anti-UFO mode and like almost official priestly citadel spokesman of the American scientific community, right as J. Allen Hynek moved from, rationalizing, explaining everything away via Project Blue Book, the official Air Force fake program, into more openness. Like it was like kind of late 60s, early 70s. It's kind of this interesting kind of, thing.
And he was the right age by that point to be recruited into such an organization. In any case, Brandenburg came to the conclusion that something like an Empire State building's worth of nuclear weapons had been detonated to produce that kind of deviation of xenon-129 isotope.
Jesus.
But so Swan saw evidence of this on the ground, okay, like a devastated civilization. And he said it was the same people who he saw on the moon as basically slave drivers. Now, unbeknownst to Swan, and by the way, when Swan remote viewed Mars, he worked with a team of, I believe, 5 other remote viewers, and they were all, they did it independently, right? And they were all blind to the target. But unbeknownst to that whole team led by Ingo Swan, in 1984, I think it was the same year, in 1984, Joe McMoneagle at the Monroe Institute did a remote viewing of Mars for the CIA. And
I thought it was in the 90s.
No, 1984.
1984.
Yeah, go look it up. The paper's available now. It's been declassified. You can read the whole report.
Yeah.
It's been declassified by the CIA.
Yeah.
And it's 1984. I believe the title is Mars 1 million BC.
Yeah.
And because initially they say to him, go to Mars like 1 million BC. That's what's in the envelope, right? But what he said to them was, when McMoneagle wound up there, he said, oh, it's all in ruins. There were people once here. I see like ghosts of people who once were, but they're not here anymore.
I saw people who were 12 to 14 feet tall.
So then yes.
Yes.
So they said to him, okay, well, if it's devastated and the people aren't around anymore, go back to when they were around.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he never reports on how far back that was. He just goes mentally to when they still had a civilization.
So they go back to 1 million, and there's some recent ruins, and then it goes back further.
Exactly. Now, these people are the same again as Swan saw. Very tall, sort of Nordic people, very broad-shouldered people, not an ounce of body fat. They're wearing these skin-tight clothes, that reveal every contour of every muscle. And he says some very interesting things about their worldview, their outlook, and their dying civilization. But what's most interesting is this. He says that a group of them were sent out in a craft to go scout out a new world that they could possibly develop as a habitation for themselves, because Mars was no longer a planet on which they could survive, right? And this scout ship runs into a planet where there are constant electrical storms. There's a tremendous amount of volcanic activity. It's the opposite of Mars, but in a way that's also difficult to support human life. In other words, it's overgrown with vegetation, right? It's an incredibly volatile but living planet. And they're like, we can't live in this planet under these conditions. We would have to modify this planet to live there. And so I suspect that what's going on there is the scouting out of a primordial Earth by people from Mars. Which then brings us to the question of the moon, and what the moon is, right? I mean, so we've got Carl Wolf telling us there's a city on the dark side of the moon. We've got Ingo Swan having done remote viewing that confirms that. But I think that the situation with the moon is actually a lot more disturbing than there simply being, a city-sized alien base on the backside of the base on the backside of the moon. You look at the geometry and the mathematics of the moon in relation to the Earth and the sun. It makes no sense. The moon is 1/400th the distance between the Earth and the sun, and it's 1/400th the size of the sun. And so that creates these perfect eclipses that we see, right? That by itself is very odd. And then you look at the fact that the craters on the moon are all only a few miles deep. You never find a crater on the moon that's more than 5 or 6 miles deep. But some of these craters are like 186 miles wide, right? So, and at the base of the largest craters, you see a convex surface. In other words, it looks nothing like the Grand Canyon or the Valles Marineris on Mars, where an asteroid would hit it and you'd see a deep gouge that should be proportionally as deep as it is wide. No. What you're seeing, apparently, is a hard shell that's being revealed through the impact against the regolith by whatever object. The ejecta is going 186 miles out in every direction.
Are you saying the moon is a spaceship that the Martians use to come populate Earth?
Maybe.
But there's never a crater deeper than a few miles, and what's being revealed there at the crater base is a hard, convex surface. Then there's the impact.
Yes, Obi-Wan.
Well, one of them was a test, one of them was accidental. The first one, I think part of an Apollo lander hit the moon, and there was a seismograph that had already been positioned there, and it registered basically the seismic signature that you would face if you were measuring a hollow object. That basically the reverberations went down for about 20 miles. I say we blow up the moon and see what happens. And then they stop. And the way that the reverberations...
We all die, whatever. It was a good run.
Suggested that as the observers...
Probably nothing, because that shell is
rang
really
like a bell.
strong.
And so then they repeated this test deliberately a second time. I think it was in Apollo 13. And this time they hit it with a more significant impact.
What if... Here's a fun thought. What if the moon holds heaven where God lives? And that's why they're on the outside of it, trying to fucking get in, because it's it's kind of like, like the wizard tint and from the Harry Potter. It's much bigger on the inside than it seems like.
I thought you said wizard tint.
Tint, not tit.
And there's a bouncer with a guest list.
And that's the heavens.
I mean, why not?
And that's why they're on the outside. They're trying to get in on the surface.
But then...
Who's the guy waiting at Heaven's Gate? Was it Gabriel? What's his name?
Inside the moon is the other dimension of heaven.
Who's the fucking... Who's the
Not
guy that waited at
saying,
the
You
gate?
not
can't
saying
get
that
in
this
from the
is.
outside. You have to portal in, essentially.
What do you think would it, like? Let's pretend that that's the thing. What do you think would be the reason why we haven't gone back to the moon in such a long time?
Because we are afraid of the fallen angels who are on there trying to get in.
Oh, so you're saying the
St.
fallen angels
Peter.
are on the surface
Yeah,
while
trying to
heaven
get
is
back into
inside.
heaven.
I thought you were saying humans were trying to get back in.
No.
St. Peter's chilling on the moon, waiting, making sure the wrong people don't get in.
It's an interesting theory.
It is. But does it make sense? That's
I
what
don't
you have
know.
to. That's what
I
you have,
mean,
like
most of
literally,
the
like.
science doesn't fucking make sense when you get back to it. You're like, who said it? Like,
No,
I
there are
don't
other
know.
theories that make more sense than other theories. Like to say that there was an advanced civilization, like I was talking about earlier, makes sense. To say that dinosaurs existed during biblical times doesn't make sense technically. But there's a guy that still built a museum dedicated to that. And then he got torn a new asshole. So, you know.
But did he get
It
torn
is
a
what
new
it is.
asshole because
Oh
he
yeah,
was
Bill Nye came in
stupid?
there.
No, no, hold on.
Bill, yeah,
I
Bill
would, you didn't
Nye.
let me finish. Is that would they tear
Oh,
him a
my
new
bad.
asshole because he was stupid, or they tear him a new asshole because he was right?
But then that would also
I
make
mean,
sense too. Why, like, we're like, why is there water particles on the moon? We're like, well,
Yes,
I mean,
and
that is
it's
true.
in the
random.
firmament.
There's random flashes too. That's fucking weird.
The water's above, whatever.
What if that is just the
We just don't know. We don't know.
sewer exhaust of heaven?
I mean, I was thinking more of like a protective armor and.
I'm just kidding.
I'd feel more comfortable with like the whole prison on moon thing, like they had in like Men in Black 3. Like that shit makes sense. Just like having like a secret prison to
Think of
store
it like
like really.
Narnia. It looks like a wardrobe on this side, but it's a whole nother paradise, when you go in it.
Yeah, it's like TARDIS
The
technology.
moon is
What if there's like a
Narnia.
fucking? What if there's like a wormhole inside of the moon and it can teleport people to different areas of the universe?
Well, I
That'd be
mean,
cool.
that's you're just
And
now
that's
saying the same thing we're saying in different ways.
that's what's causing
Different words.
gravitational
Fair enough.
tides.
Yes, makes sense.
I don't think the tides are from the moon. I call bullshit. Who decided? Who said? Have they tested it?
I mean, they ran tests about what it would be like if the moon wasn't there.
That's a simulation though. No one knows.
Well, how else are you supposed to test it? You can't move the moon.
Because they're testing it based off of their assumption that it has a certain
No, they're
gravitational
not
pull,
assumption. They're basing it off of math.
which is an assumption off of other theories.
Okay.
It's just an agreed upon assumption.
No,
One is
if it's hollow like you say, then I mean that kind of narrows things down a little bit, Because there's only so much you can do with a hollow object, right?
Mhm.
Hmm.
They're assuming it's
But
hollow.
if it's yeah, they assume it's hollow. If it is, just saying. But if it's not, then
Well, I
we kind
think
of brainstorm other shit.
we got that backwards. Okay, so the people who assume that it's not hollow are also the same people that assume that the moon has the gravitational effect on the tides.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of
So then if
assumptions.
so then if you flip that and you say that the moon is hollow, then does that mean the gravitational tides don't mean shit?
Right, they're due to probably the sun's gravity or something. I don't know.
Well, is
Or
it the
maybe
mass that creates? Is it because if it's still hollow on the inside, but it's got some sort of matter on the outside, then maybe the matter on the outside could still do it.
technically, yeah.
I don't think it's the moon.
It would be vastly different results though, but yes, it's possible.
Yeah, as long as there's some form of matter, theoretically, it could work, I guess. But yeah,
Or maybe it's just the
not to
fact
the
that the
extent.
Earth is spinning and different sides are facing the sun.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like
I mean, like you said before, like we're told that the moon is, or at one point was fucking part of the Earth. and it's separated. I mean, but he's saying that's
What if inside
pretty
the
much
what if
bullshit.
what if inside the moon is the Garden of Eden?
And there's penguins there.
Oh my God!
knows?
The penguins. What did the penguins do to you people?
Maybe instead of
They're the only thing
humans
that-
getting kicked out of the garden, maybe the garden yeeted itself out of the earth.
Why are we talking about how penguins are monogamous by nature?
They
We
got
talk about that. Like,
No, they are not. I have actually seen penguins give it up to
you
other
see penguins
penguins because they brought them nicer rocks. That is a gold
Oh.
digging penguin.
That's true. Penguins.
man.
It's a rock game for some of them.
It's a rock game. It's all about them rocks.
Yeah. What are you rocking?
I want to make a penguin rap video now.
Iced out.
The
Ice.
boyfriend penguin wants to check the girlfriend penguin's DMs.
Yep.
Who's sending you rocks in your DMs? The fuck? That rock is huge. That rock's bigger than mine. Oh, you hoe.
What pebble is it?
You hoe. Anyways.
It's not the size.
And this kind of seismic
Back to
signature
the
was observed
video.
for 3 hours. The moon basically ringing like a hollow object for 3 hours.
The gong.
So there's all this evidence that the moon is an artificial satellite. And setting this in the context of Joe McMonagle's remote viewing of Mars, what I argue in Closer Encounters is that the people on Mars probably constructed the moon for two purposes. One, as a very large-scale transport of a significant population from Mars to the orbit of the Earth. And two, as a terraforming device to radically alter the ecological situation of the planet so as to make it habitable for humans, right? They said there were these horrendous constant electrical storms and volcanic eruptions and so on and so forth. Well, you know, the Earth spun a lot faster before if the moon had not been in orbit at some point.
Wait. Are they trying to say that the moon was Zeus putting the Titans in its place?
Mm-hmm.
Zeus was not a moon god, though, right?
Yep.
Is he? I don't think he is. There's thunder, lightning, or something.
I don't think he's related to any planet until you get to Roman mythology. Then he becomes Saturn.
There was also an Ancient Aliens episode about Greek mythology where they said Zeus was a fucking alien who had advanced technology that shot lightning instead of him wielding it with his bare hands.
Yeah, it's so much more boring, though. It's just a big taser.
Powerful gods and extraordinary heroes.
Or like one of those things in Spencer's, the lightning ball things that you can touch.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
What do you call those fucking things? The glass circles where you can touch the outside and like the lightning touches your fingers?
I know what you're talking about, but I have no idea what they're called. Electric balls on. What is that? Oh, you're watching it. Okay.
So they're saying that the moon, the world's first dish, is what made the world habitable?
Not necessarily for us, we were already here, but habitable for somebody else.
Right.
Morning.
Yeah, a lot of round imagery. I don't know.
No, like if you're dealing with a planet that was a lot more
Rotund,
unstable,
as they
spinning much
call it.
faster, prone to toppling over. The moon acts as a tremendous stabilizer for the Earth. By the way, that's another thing about the moon, is that it has a unusually stable orbit as compared to the moons around other planets, as if there's a stabilizer inside of it. So I think it was created to transport a large population, and it was used as a terraforming device. Now, to answer your deeper question, what does that say about who these people are?
right?
Okay, well, if that's the case, why are they taking humans to the moon?
To the moon.
To the moon, Alice.
If they have moon slaves.
To explore.
But they already...
No, because
that doesn't
those
make
moon
sense.
slaves weren't there. They brought them there
Yeah, why?
to be slaves.
But to do what? What are they... If
To
the
mine the
moon...
rare earth minerals.
No, because he's saying that the moon is a vessel now.
Mm-hmm.
So why do they need slaves?
Because the outside is natural. The inside is what's artificial.
Oh my god.
It doesn't seem
So
that
that's
deep,
like,
though, for mining.
so that's like, okay, like when there's a quarry, right? The farther deeper they go down, they bring all the crap to the surface, right? And dump it on the outside.
Mm.
That's supposed to be the idea with how this was constructed. And so then you got all this raw material left on the surface. Somebody needs to clean that up. It's valuable stuff.
Number one, it says that they're people.
I don't know.
So NHI is not an appropriate appellation for these individuals, right? They look like us, particularly they look Nordic, and they appear to have been the progenitors of the human race. Not only that, they appear to have terraformed the Earth to make it habitable for humanoids. But I have one huge problem with all that. The time scales. It makes no sense whatsoever to me that you would have people who look like us, I don't know, millions of years BC on Mars. The same people are basically, I don't know, involved in the power struggle that's been remembered as the myth of the Atlantean Revolt. The same people are being encountered today by, let's say, Travis Walton. When Walton was abducted, first he had to deal with these grays, these little robotic entities that, tried to put him back together after he, sustained some kind of physical damage being thrown by the, electrogravitic repulsion of the craft. But then he, big strapping fellow that he was, he broke free of the control of these robots in the medical facility or wherever, went down the hallway, and he bumped into these Nordics. And from there on, he was handled by these people. And he said they looked like they could all have been members of the same family.
I went into another room where there was a chair. There was some kind of a projection or some kind of a viewing thing in this room where you could see a map of
That was the
Earth.
part they left out of the
A man
movie.
came in while I was trying to find a way out there. And this was a human-looking person. They passed in a crowd, this individual, and on Earth. He was bigger than me, taller, and more muscular, very large individual. I went up and tried to talk to this guy, and he didn't answer me. He led me outside of this craft that I was in, which was apparently parked inside of a large room or a building or a larger craft, and led me out of this room into another room where some other beings like himself put me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself laying on the roadway, and I saw a craft hovering there that just sat there for a second and just shot straight up. That's the last I've seen of him.
And then you have cases like, Betty, Andreas, and Luca, where, again, you have her taken, she's frozen together with her family by Greys who come into the house. This is 1960s housewife. And her and her daughter, Becky, I believe, were both taken. And initially they're handled by the Greys, who freeze the family and abduct them from the home. But then they are brought to a place where they encounter these angelic-looking Nordic beings who proceed to tell Betty that essentially they're the angels and that the little Greys are responsible for writing down all the deeds of humans. They're like a mass surveillance system that keeps a record of everybody's life. And these tall angelic beings told her that they brought Christ into the world, and don't worry, they're going to bring him back again soon. And while she was with them, and by the way, she didn't say they took her into space. They seemed to have taken her somewhere underground or underwater. And while she was there, she noticed this like doorway or large mirror or something that led toward this light. And some of these little gray entities went into the light, and they told her, you can't go in there. That's the one, that's the source. And that sent Jesus into the world and will again soon, right? So a couple of points I want to make through these various cases. One is that we often hear these narratives where
Your face
these
right now.
tall, statuesque, beautiful Nordics.
Because it's just reminding me of a certain scene.
Yeah, what's that?
Why it's so slow today?
Dory, do you see anything?
Ah! Something's got me!
That was me. I'm sorry.
Who's that?
Who's that? Who could it be? It's me.
Are you my conscience?
Yeah. I'm your conscience. We haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
Can't complain.
Yeah, good. Now, Dory, I want you to tell me, do you see anything?
I see a light.
A light?
Yeah, over there. Hey, Conscience, am I dead?
Oh, I see it too.
Count the anglerfish.
What is it?
It's so pretty.
I'm feeling happy, which is a big deal for me.
Maybe they are harvesting our souls on the moon, and that's why it's so pretty and bright in the darkness, so that you're drawn to it.
They harvest souls.
I want to touch it.
Is it pretty?
Hey, come back.
Warm?
Come on back here.
I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna swim with you.
I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna be your best friend.
I mean, there's a reason why.
And that's what
everybody's
happened when they
pointing
got to the moon, and that's why they're all traumatized. No, don't want to talk about it.
I thought we'd never get me.
Maybe the devil lives on the moon. I mean, that would be the person who's right outside heaven's gates, to be honest, trying to bang his way in there. And I could see that. That works for the other theory too.
Wait,
Yeah.
they're trying to bait us into heaven?
Yeah, the other theory I had was that maybe the moon is like Narnia, where it's like it's a wardrobe, but inside is paradise, is heaven, and if these aliens are on the surface, they're just trying to break in.
Okay.
Fighting against these ugly
St.
little
Peter's
transhumanist
chilling on the
gray
moon
robots,
right
and
now.
like the Eisenhower story that Eisenhower met with the Nordics.
Now I need
first,
the rope and
he
the
met with the Greys. And the Greys made him a better deal because the Nordics wanted us to get rid of our nuclear weapons. The Greys said, "No, we'll give you our technology. Just let us abduct a certain number of people each year." This is extremely dubious to me, this narrative, because there are plenty of cases that attest to the fact that the Greys are some kind of a cybernetic robot that work for these Nordics, and the Nordics appear to be the ones in control. So if there's a narrative that's being promulgated of, beneficent Nordics versus like inhuman, monstrous Greys, I think it's some kind of good cop, bad cop, bait and switch that's being set up here to ultimately put us in a position of captivation. And you first see this in 1950s Italy. There's a case that I cover in Closer Encounters. This guy, Bruno Sammaticcia, and his associates were engaged by these Nordics who had underground bases. And they claim, first of all, as you see with all these cases of encounters with Nordics, demonstration of tremendous psi abilities. These Nordics are all telepathic. They can perform, impressive telekinetic feats and so on and so forth. But what this Bruno Sammaticcia and his associates said is that these Nordics were so benevolent, like they would never harm a fly. But they told us that there were these other entities, the Contrari, the CTR, the Contrari, who are these little robotic entities, and they're soulless, and they just want to, they want control over the human soul because they don't have souls themselves, and they're locked in a millennial battle with these beings.
Oh, yeah,
so this
I remember
Nordics
this
versus
story.
Grey narrative goes all the way back to the 1950s.
So the elves versus the orcs.
Interestingly, Sammaticcia makes a little note that, at one point it occurred to me that the SS were involved in eugenics programs, and there were rumors that after the war, these eugenics programs were continued in secret in underground facilities and so on and so forth. And I wonder whether these people that we saw, and they also saw very young people fitting this Nordic type, were basically products, outcomes of such programs that had begun in the Second World War. He engages, albeit briefly, in that kind of speculation. So, long story short,
The Nazi?
my point is
What are we
that
talking
these
about?
people are integral to human history and to the development of human society. We're not dealing with something that's coming from the outside. And I'd be very suspicious of, claims by, let's say, George Adamski saying that so-and-so Furkan told him that he was from Mars, or George Van Tassel saying that he was dealing with Venusians, or Billy Meyer telling us about the, beneficent Pleiadians who are going to come to save us all, right? These beings are incredibly deceptive. I mean, deception is part of their MO. Jacques Vallée picks up on this in the context of the fairy folklore of the Middle Ages. I mean, one very consistent thing that you see in encounters with the gentry, the elite fairies in Brittany and in Ireland and so on and so forth, is that the peasants know that these beings lie all the time. They lie all the time about everything. And they only call them the good folk because otherwise they'll get pissed off and Lord knows what they'll do to you. So I think we're dealing with a faction of humanity that's positioned itself as a sort of overlord or a master caste above the common herd.
And they have adopted all kinds of guises and disguises to strategically
So he was
deceive us for
talking
the
about
sake
an
of
HI.
preservation of their
Wearing
control
the mask.
system.
How do you answer the time scale question? So you were saying, if you have millions of years ago, these, beings that looked like us existed on Mars, and then you have, Greys acting as their sort of robotic little drone emissaries. How does that necessarily answer this question of time scales?
So the biggest problem with UFO disclosure is that the zero-point energy electrogravitic propulsion system is not just going to give you a craft that travels from New York to Australia in an hour, right? It's going to give you a flying time machine. So you remember in the 1950s, I believe you've covered the subject before, and I go into it in some depth in Closer Encounters. There were these newspaper articles quoting the chairman of Martin Aircraft, Lear Convair, saying that the G engines are coming. We've cracked anti-gravity, and within a few years, at a cost comparable to the Manhattan Project, we can have industrial scale development of electrogravitic craft that will get you from New York to Australia in an hour. Here's the problem, though. What they didn't realize, and I think what was explained to them when they finally got the memo, is that these are flying time machines. They mess with the spatio-temporal fabric in a way that causes time dilation and time displacement. And I have this also on personal testimony, which I've told the story before, but I never revealed who told me this. In this case, I will.
Okay.
Because, man, the guy's old. And, if anyone, nobody at this point should be wanting to cause him any trouble in his life. Lynn Buchanan, in his living room, told me a story about how at one point he was taken to a Lockheed facility in California, deep underground facility. He said that it was like a shack on the side of the road. And you went into the shack, and all of a sudden the floor of the place dropped. The whole thing was an elevator. And it took you down, I don't know how many hundreds of feet through solid rock. And he came out into this facility where they had reconstructed FAA style a collision between an airliner and a UFO. Like the way that FAA reconstructs airline collisions.
What do you mean reconstruct?
Like when there's been a plane crash, the FAA will lay out the pieces of the craft to emulate
for forensic
the moment
analysis.
of impact. Whoa. And with like little flags and stuff. And
so like a model of it?
No, they take the wreckage. They take the wreckage and they reassemble it as best they can.
So he saw a shattered UFO.
Exactly. With a civilian, I don't know if it was a civilian airliner, an aircraft, a human aircraft.
Okay.
But maybe it was a military one. I don't know. He didn't say. Anyway, they had this reconstruction, and the reason they brought him there is that they were trying to figure out how this UFO works. And there was something about the guidance system that they couldn't figure out. And they wanted him to remote view how this thing was used by the pilots. Anyway, here's the important thing, is that when he was at this facility, he says that they conveyed to him that they were training pilots to fly UFOs. I don't know whether the recovered UFOs or reverse engineered UFOs based on their design, but they were training American pilots to fly these UFOs. And the biggest problem was time displacement. That these craft would, you couldn't travel through space with them without some degree of time displacement. And that was incredibly disorienting to the pilots. So they had developed models for how much time displacement there would be based on warping of space-time by the electrogravitic drive. And they were trying to teach this to these pilots so that their brains weren't scrambled by time travel, essentially. So I have that testimony also to confirm what I think is already a very sound theoretical speculation. And Michael Masters goes into this in his book on UFOs and time travel, which I cite in Closer Encounters, that the zero-point energy drive is going to give you a time machine, not just a propulsion platform. So why do people look like, I don't know, Nordic, Olympic swimmers millions of years BC on Mars and the most titanic megalithic structures on Earth? And that's also the style in which that city was built on the dark side of the moon, which, Carl Wolf saw the photographs of, which Ingo Swann wandered around, through astral projection. Why is there a consistent style of architecture over millions and millions of years? Because it's not a linear temporal continuity. We are dealing with people who achieved time travel at some point. That point could be the future. Looking at it from a linear perspective, it could be 2050, it could be 3100. At some point, time travel is achieved by a group of humans. Those humans appear to be of Nordic phenotype and genotype. Those people then began to manipulate the variables of human history hyperdimensionally. So it's not like they were Martians that once had a civilization millions of years ago on Mars, and somehow, they've gone into cryo chamber, although they did report that there were cryo chambers on Mars.
and that there were people who had been left there, and they'd been waiting to be woken up, and nobody came back for them. McMonagall said that.
These pyramid places are like hibernation chambers. They're trying to survive until somebody comes to save them.
In any case, but I don't think that goes anywhere, comes anywhere close to explaining the temporal continuity here. I think what we're seeing is a group of people who have learned how to drop into different epochs of human history from out of what you might loosely call a fifth dimensional frame of reference.
Interesting. And so, people talk about, it's interesting you said Nordics versus Greys. I often hear Nordics versus reptilians. So, like, are the Nordics the only faction that have some sort of transtemporal ability to time hop? Or is there some other faction that also, has plans for the Earth?
Here's what I speculate about the reptilians in Closer Encounters, okay? If you take seriously the possibility that the moon is a terraforming device and that the biosphere of this planet was radically reshaped to make it habitable for humans, well, that would have involved also the extinction of the dinosaurs, right? So
Well, it was reshaped because the Bible says there was the heaven and the earth. And then, like, later, the earth was void and formless, and then it was, like, created to be habitable. I mean, that's what the Bible says, too. There's, like, a gap theory in the Bible about, like, something happened to the present, to the original planet, and it got reset.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's
Nordics coming
not
here
out
from
of the
Mars
question.
were responsible for the extinction of the dinosaurs. Now, the Sumerian myths tell us that when the Anunnaki engineered a slave race on Earth, they went through several successive models, and the first few were failures.
Ooh,
so they started by engineering other types of humanoid beings.
So is there Anunnaki in the Sumerian time? Like, because there's this debate of whether Zechariah Sitchin was right about these things. So you think there are?
There for sure are Anunnaki. The debates are about whether, like, for example, Sitchin says the word Shem means rocket.
Okay.
And it means a pillar that, like, stands. It's like debates over. To what extent are these metaphors or are these, vocabulary that's being taken out of context? The Anunnaki in the Sumerian text are as clearly there as references to the Olympian gods in Greek literature.
Right.
And it's very clear in the Sumerian text that, it's part of the integral myth and religious belief system of their society that the Anunnaki created humans as a race of beings to serve them.
So that is clearly
very clear. And what's more interesting is that we weren't the first, though. There were a bunch of failed versions before us.
Yeah.
And so I speculate in Closer Encounters, and it's a speculation.
Yeah.
That, well, if they got here at the time the dinosaurs were the dominant species on the Earth, and they're responsible for the extinction of the dinosaurs, and yet they needed to create a humanoid slave race, why not take dinosaurs and hybridize them genetically with themselves? Instead of having to lord over beings who are very much like you, which is it's a very bad position to be in. It's like,
so which dinosaur?
Psychologically, sociologically, etc. You do it with a group of beings that are very physically capable, but that are not like you. It allows you to, morally justify yourself, better
Jurassic
than to lord
Park.
over your own kind, as it were.
There's another UFO lore
how
story
do we-
that says it was the iguanodon species.
Yeah. That's why Disney made a movie about iguanodons with the monkeys.
Yeah, if you look up the iguanodon, that's the ones that have the horns on their thumbs.
Yeah, the Aladars.
90s Matthew Broderick Godzilla was an iguana.
Isn't Aladar iguanodon?
Yeah, an iguana, but not an iguanodon.
Godzilla iguana.
You know why their names are so similar though?
Yeah, he's an iguanodon. That's what I'm saying. The Disney.
Because originally paleontologists thought that the thumb horn, claw, whatever you want to call it, was on their nose like a present day iguana, so they named it iguanodon.
I forgot about this movie.
No, it's iguanodon because it's
That's why but that is that theory why Disney made a movie about iguanodons hanging out with monkeys.
Yup. Disney trying to always tell the truth.
And that's why they're taking down the dinosaur ride. There's too much disclosures happening. Well, they tore it down. They said, no, we're going to put Indiana Jones in here because we're getting ready for another great reset.
You know what'd be funny is if, just to piss everybody else off even more, the Indiana Jones ride was specifically and strictly just about the crystal skulls.
It probably would be, to be honest. It'd be funny.
And everybody would be pissed.
That's wild.
But yeah, there's other lore that says that the Silurians came from the iguanodons.
So with this theory, then, would Satan, the snake, actually be like, yo, I was there when this shit happened, let me tell you.
Yep. What if he was
fellow
the first?
reptilian.
What if he was the first?
Damn.
Why do you have to relate Christianity to everything?
They made the first one, and that was Lucifer, and he was like, "Hey, man, I was just eating trees and shit. Now what am I supposed to do?"
Well, the correct question is why are you explaining something that doesn't exist with other things that doesn't exist?
Wait, I'm not the one who started this video.
We know that the reptilians aren't the
Like
product
Tino
of
presented the video.
You hit play.
Yeah, but you suggested it.
People established, you know? The same Frankenstein's laboratory from out of which these cybernetic greys emerged.
Yep.
Right? That's my speculation.
It's super interesting. I mean, to somebody on the outside listening to this, they could call us insane and say, like, well, you know, this is all it's so speculative. And whatever is going on feels so weakly entangled with our reality, whether it's the psychic stuff, which we started off talking about, which I, fully agree with you. There's a ton of data showing that there is some weak entanglement between mind and matter. There are abilities for the mind to, quote unquote, collapse the wave function is what it empirically seems to occur in these random event generator experiments that occurred at elite universities across the United States, the Princeton Engineering and Anomalous Research Lab, SRI, all these schools, elite schools, studied this stuff, and none of those researchers came out saying there wasn't anything there. Almost all of them came out saying there was a there. And then, look, I obviously am very deep on all the alien UFO lore, and so I think there's a there too. But both of these feel very weakly entangled with our reality. Like the fact that we're even talking about this on a podcast, it's like, it feels like it's been relegated to sort of entertainment.
I'll tell you what's not weakly entangled, and what's very tangible in terms of an existential challenge that we have to face. And this is actually what's of greatest interest to me, right? I'm not a ufologist. I'm a philosopher who's using the material of ufology for a certain philosophical purpose. And that has to do with the challenge of the technological singularity, right? So in my book, Prometheism, the way I break this down is, I had written this book earlier called World State of Emergency. It's one of the concepts that I've developed, which I reformulate in Prometheism.
Ooh, I'll be right back.
And in this book, Prometheism, I described this world state of emergency in terms of the end of humanity, the end of history, and the end of reality. So the end of humanity means, genetic engineering, cybernetic integration of nanotechnological components into the human body and the human cognitive system.
Near term.
It's happening now. Augmentation of human cognition by artificial intelligence. So whether it's CRISPR genetic engineering or cybernetic enhancement of humans by artificial intelligence integration through Neuralink and so on and so forth, we are facing a situation where the boundary conditions of human existence may be altered, right? And in the history of philosophy, there were thinkers like Nietzsche who foresaw such a moment arriving where you would have an Ubermensch or Superman.
Did he view that? I didn't realize he saw that as some sort of historical.
Yes, and there are a lot of academics who, I have to say, because of cowardice, frankly, want to think that Nietzsche's idea of the Ubermensch is just some ethical exemplar or some kind of a psychological type.
That's the way it was taught to me.
Yeah, because it's become taboo in academia. That's why. So Nietzsche has a concept of the higher man, and he has a whole psychology of the higher man as a human type. That's different from the Ubermensch. The higher man is a precursor or herald of the future coming of the Ubermensch. In his notes that became compiled into The Will to Power, there are clearly passages where he's talking about industrial, economic, and
that's
technical...
why they made Ubers, to distract you from Googling the Ubermensch coming.
...development. And there will come a time when there's the potential for the evolutionary rise of a species that would be as different from contemporary humanity as we are from apes. That a chasm would separate them from us that's as vast as the chasm between man and ape.
And did he root that in some sort of technological argument?
Yes, absolutely. He says that the machinery of technical industry on the planet will be so integrated and increasingly autonomous that humans will be forced to either become robots, that they will have to degrade into a subhuman condition due to lack of will, lack of any ethos, not being able to have any self-directive and principled existence. Those kinds of people are going to degrade into a subhuman condition and be ensconced and encompassed by the technical industrial infrastructure such that they become part of the kind of robotic machinery of production. And then there's going to be people who become highly individuated. They are, as he puts it, an aristocracy of the soul, artist tyrants, as he put it, who essentially, it's like the ultimate ideal of the Renaissance man as the point of inception for a higher species that ultimately is as different from modern humans as we are from the apes. So he has this notion developed. So it's an early form of transhumanism that you see. And anyway, my point is you have these convergences of cybernetics and genetic engineering into a potential end of humanity. Then in terms of
I see your eyes glazing
development of
over.
zero-point energy and what we were talking about earlier, where we might gain control over the space-time matrix itself and be able to have a hyper-dimensional relationship with various epochs of human history, well, there you're dealing with the end of history. In a much more radical sense than, like, let's say, Hegel projected an end of history in terms of, the end point of all the dialectical tensions and, social developments that he thought were progressively unfolding the evolution of consciousness from epoch to epoch. In a much more radical sense than that, you're going to have us face what Hegel called the, dilemma of the master-slave dialectic, where we have to ask ourselves whether the end of history should be a social and political situation where there continues to be a master caste or master race lording over, vast hordes of slaves and underlings.
I think
Or
they're
whether
still going to
really the
do
end
that, but it's going to be called a one-world government instead.
of history should, be a moment of universal liberation and the actualization of freedom
It's going to be called peace on earth.
across all of humanity, right?
Yep.
Do you think that
Because
Hegel
we'll all be one.
had some sort of worldview involving,
That's how the element was. They had a
Nordic
one-world
beings
president.
that control the earth? Well, the interesting thing about Hegel isn't there a book called Hegel and Hermeticism or something, and talks about his relationship
Glenn
with
McGee.
Bayman?
Yes.
And,
Glenn McGee. I knew that guy at one point. Anyway, I won't get into that. But Glenn McGee wrote an excellent book where he,
Sounds like a
through
sex story.
reading his book on Hegel and alchemy, I went back to his source, which is Hegel's book called Philosophy of Mind, not to be confused with Phenomenology of Spirit, which is the more famous work by Hegel. But Hegel wrote this book, Philosophy of Mind, which is all about the psyche. And it has extensive passages on the paranormal in it, which are never taught in academia. And Hegel has this whole very interesting theory about how the hypertrophy of the technical intellect and mathematics and basically geometry and geometrical and mathematical methods of engineering and so forth atrophied the kind of instinctual abilities that we share in common with animals, and that then reemerge in isolated cases in the form of what we would call psychic phenomena. He has a very interesting sort of evolutionary, sociological account of psi.
Sounds kind of like Wicked.
Human history. So Hegel was open to these things, and he studied alchemy. And then the other person who, formulated an idea of the end of history was, of course, Marx. And the young Marx was a disciple of Hegel. And Marx is specifically developing from out of Hegel this idea of the master-slave dialectic. And, arguing that although capitalism is potentially the most revolutionary transformative force in human history, it also represents the last form of alienation and the last structure of the master-slave dialectic, where you have this master capitalist class that is then alienated from the majority of workers, but then also psychologically alienated from themselves. The master caste undergoes a personal psychological alienation through its affirmation of this power structure. So the question that I raise in Closer Encounters, one of the many philosophical questions I raise in Closer Encounters, is this the case with these Nordics as well?
When we say Nordics, it feels like the idea that there is some sort of mythos that is moving forward, a la something in control outside of lower humanity, that is pushing forward these scientific frameworks. That all makes sense to me. And then the parapsychology stuff being some sort of
Well, wait a minute. I know why they could have had slaves on the moon, not for their very minimal resources, but because what if how the theory I suggested before, where in a utopia world ushered in by technology and autopilot cars and free clean energy, whatever. And we want this nice new utopia world reserved for who? The wealthy. The concentration camps on the moon, where they will be having the new facilities in order to, save the world's pollution and pollutants, and now they can work or whatever the fuck on the moon. It'd be like poor housing on the moon, and so who's
It makes no sense because it's small. It's
no,
much smaller.
wait. It sounds kind of like the theory I had before. That would be
It's much smaller than the Earth.
Yes, the extreme poor people that we want to send away hopefully isn't the majority of the earth.
Much more than the rich people.
Have you seen Tokyo? That shit can go vertically.
There's an anime that touches on exactly what you're saying, but the rich people put themselves in domes and they let the poor people stay on the outside of the domes because there was this giant fucking war and everybody lost their memory but the rich people, and all the poor people don't know what happened. They just know that there was like a fucking giant war. And
Well,
for
maybe
some
that's
reason
why
they
the moon is hollow, because inside the rich Nordics live there.
Yep.
The rich
Nordics. It makes no sense to make them work a billion kilometers of distance from the planet that they have to work in.
They're just working as sex slaves. They don't actually do anything.
Why they have to be slaves?
Because
So-
the aliens are horny.
The best part of the anime is they fight giant robots, fight other giant robots. For some reason, they integrate that into that plot.
They're just there. They're
So,
just
like-
farming them for baby slaughter and fornication. All right, they don't
So,
actually have to.
there's,
They don't have to mine anything on the moon. They just have to exist and breed. It's a soul
So,
factory and a sex factory.
There's already been whistleblowers that have already talked about there are people being shipped to the moon to work
There's
as
a
slave
prison on the
labor.
fucking moon. I
See,
believe it,
and that's
man.
why there's humans there, because it's the ones that were either bred there or sent there.
Yeah. Ship to the moon.
There's a moon prison. And I think there's a moon military base with like special moon training for moon soldiers.
What is moon training?
I don't know, man. Some sort of special military ops that they only train motherfucking like really.
Now you have to tell me what is moon training.
I don't know. I've never heard of moon training.
Some sort of training you only get on the moon.
Okay, well, yeah, that's called getting raped.
Yes.
Right.
Silly me to ask.
Yeah, fucking size training. All right, they're huge. Anyways,
Terry,
Having sex on the moon would
For
be
all
different though because of the gravitational change.
it's different no matter what the gravitational thing is, because
I know,
the
that's what I'm
alien
saying.
penis is different.
philosophy, or even
Right.
people
It's
that a lot of
interesting to
philosophers
think about is what I'm
speak
saying.
about it either in
Sure.
Straussian, sort of coded ways,
You're
or it needs
sure.
to, so actually stigmatize it and go against it, a la Descartes
You
or
only
whatever.
ever
That all
seen
makes
one
sense to me.
penis,
And
one
then-
real penis by your own
Penis
eyes.
theory.
You are the last one that who can judge. The difference.
This just in, Amouranth has seen alien penis firsthand.
Yep. First-hand witness.
It was in her
Penis
DMs.
theory. What do you think they based those bad dragon dildos on?
I have no idea. I don't want
That'd be quite disturbing though if they look almost exactly like us except for they had dragon dildo penises.
Oh man.
It is not an ocean I need.
What I personally struggle with is when we start talking about different races, like Nordics or reptilians. I'm like, it's just clear to me that like we're not in control of our general overall.
That's a very disempowering
it sucks.
conclusion to reach.
It sucks, but when you get into these specifics, I'm like Nordic. I don't know.
There's a
Yes,
plethora of
perfect.
material.
Somebody in chat just said
there's
the
a lot.
iguana
But
dong.
here's the thing. Here's what,
Oh my god, that should be its own model of bad dragon dildo. The iguana dog. That's hilarious.
For your personal abduction, make sure to get iguana dong.
Do you guys remember the fucking 90s? Jesus Christ. The 90s fucking dinosaur puppet show? The one that ended where they all died?
Oh yeah, the
They made
Forest and Claire.
they made an actual porn of that.
Okay, stop
What
talking.
they need is
I
what
just
they need
ate.
is fucking Latino dick. That's all they need.
There was a guy
That's
dressed as a
all they need.
pterodactyl.
Alright, I don't want to know.
like I was saying at the
They
outset of our
need some
conversation,
Latino
there's a defense mechanism that
dog.
kicks in,
Yeah.
which you can see in certain
Sticky, you know?
researchers.
I can't concentrate. What?
It's time.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
God.
I'm sorry. I'm just. It's time for you to try my perspective.
Okay.
And scratch.
You made soup from scratch.
Sorry about the noodles. They're thick. They're like dumplings.
Am I the first to eat this, or have you already had some?
I've been tasting it all night.
Okay. Hot.
I almost fucking seppuku myself because I tried to get funny. And
The
took
broth
my
is
co-
good.
Huh?
The broth is good. It's just still very hot for me.
I tried to cut the noodles with the katana, and then the rug upstairs, the corner was catched, And so I had the sword out unsheathed, and then I tripped on the rug, and luckily the sword went forward.
Which rug?
The one upstairs.
Which one?
The one that's folded, the one that's like right outside of your Western room.
You mean like the stack of folded ones?
Yeah.
Why were you cutting on the rug?
I wasn't cutting on it. I was carrying the sword like an idiot, unsheathed.
Damn.
That could have been bad. You could have been $25 million richer.
Damn.
Although, you would have an issue because it looks like suicide.
I mean, I have the security cameras. So, are you saying I need to move the rugs or I should buy more? I'm not sure what this is supposed to tell me.
All right, try the rest of it. See how it is. They don't believe I'm good at cooking.
All right, you're a better cook than I am. It's so hot, but the soup is good. But it's so hot. Oh, chicken's nice.
The noodle might be too thick, but
Oh, I haven't found a noodle
I didn't
yet.
realize the noodles got bigger. You know? They're growers.
The fuck is this?
The noodle. I made it by hand.
Oh.
I had the roller out and I was rolling the dough, and then I used the katana to cut it.
Oh, I see. It's just hot.
It's like a dumpling, kind of.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the noodle, but the rest of it's great.
All right. Next time I won't use the katana.
Yeah. Just buy noodles.
I won't use the katana.
Where they want to turn the whole thing into an abstraction. It's the Kantian thing in itself.
It's
That
too
somehow
full right now. He
interfering.
waited until I had like 2 entrees and was like, "Here you go." I mean, by the time it cools off, I might eat it.
In our history in ways that we'll never
Super
really
hot.
fully understand. Because actually, the thing that's going on is so
I forgot to undeafen. There you go.
disturbing that we don't want to look it in the face.
So what do you think is it like the
How is it?
Anunnaki who left the planet Nibiru or something?
Okay, so here,
on a planet?
so here's where I was at.
Yeah.
And
My bad, I didn't even hear him come in.
My
That was
question
my
is,
bad.
are Hegel and Marx right about the nature of alienation in terms of power structures sociologically? And does that also apply to these Nordics? In other words, if there was some rebellion in Atlantis or whatever you want to call that civilization, which Plato recounts in Timaeus and Critias and so forth, is that an unfinished struggle? And does some kind of a social and psychological revolution need to take place that dismantles this power structure? And I think that's what disclosure really hinges on. Because until and unless this power structure is dismantled, we're not going to get any disclosure. We're going to get a new form of disinformation.
That's what I'm saying. They're not going to disclose anything until they have one world government in place.
That reinforces the extant power structure.
By then, they've already checkmated the rest of us and like shut down our freedoms discreetly.
We'll have disclosure, but it will be very controlled.
Yeah, exactly.
I think one world government is a good thing anyway.
It's how it's done, Drew. It's all about how it's done. It's done properly in the right way.
It's a good thing for most of us, but it's probably going to be fucked for the super poors.
Nah.
Yeah. I'm hoping that at least we can get to a level where we can start working on and discussing and doing research on free energy without people dying mysteriously.
It will never happen.
You got people who are with globalism. You got people who are with capitalism. At the end of the day, capitalism creates more freedom.
Right, but you guys see what I'm saying? Where I'm talking about, like, it's not about if it's going to be free. Again, it's not about cost, because it's always going to cost us something. There's always going to be a price tag attached to it. I'm just saying that we would be nice scientifically if we can actually research these things without somebody coming and killing us and saying, "Oh, they mysteriously died from a heart attack."
The reason why I think it's going to be okay for most of us here, but not as good for the super poors, is because if you have a one world government, that eliminates the cause or the reason for war. And so therefore now we don't have anything culling the population. So either we're going to have more illnesses dished out to us, and it's the excuse is going to be, alien atmosphere, alien pathogens, whatever the fuck, or it's going to be, now the poor people are disposable, especially with all the robots we're making. Send them to the fucking moon so the demons can eat them.
No. Not just the poor people are disposable. Everyone is disposable when a robot took
Sure, but if you're not paying the
government.
taxes, then what good are you to the elites?
We don't need taxes anymore. We want government.
That's what you think. The government still wants money.
No, they're gonna still
Why?
have taxes
For what?
in one world
Somebody always
government.
wants to make a profit.
They're
Drew.
still
That's
gonna.
the
They're
problem.
still gonna take taxes.
Everybody's always had taxes, no matter what country and
That's why
era it is.
Tesla. That's why Tesla couldn't put his
No,
fucking technology into play.
Capitalism
because
is
people
the problem.
financing him. That's what I'm saying. The people finance. J.P. Morgan was financing Nikola Tesla. He would not allow him to create free energy because there was no profit in it. Not everything needs to make a fucking profit.
Right on,
Oh, broke summer child.
I
Anyways,
was gonna tell you the instead of I like your idea about like blaming new pandemics on the aliens. Instead of they took our jobs, you could say they gave us germs.
it's gonna be like the Native American shit where we gave them smallpox. They gave us whatever the fuck new black plague.
I blame Earth.
They took our germs.
I mean, blaming Earth is
Should
fair.
blame the whole planet.
Yeah,
the fuck?
It's not big enough to sustain us without killing people off.
Yeah, fuck the Mexicans as well.
Oh my god.
Too fruitful.
Well, like anybody
Hey,
said.
I'm Mexican, so I can say it. Right.
I can tell that you can just hear in his voice, like his delivery isn't bad.
Yeah,
He's kidding.
right on, right.
But don't play the Mexican card too much, man.
Okay, my bad. I'm out of line. I'm out.
You're good.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna find a way to kill us somehow.
He promises disclosure, broad disclosure across the law.
They're gonna have to.
That is the most positive, reaffirming thing I've heard all day. Thank you.
Just know, the world might go into one world government. There might be autopiloting vehicles, even public transportation. Robots might be replacing humans, but just know that you have the comfort of not having immortality. Eventually, you will die and get to leave.
Know the comfort.
I'm not so sure about that.
Know the comfort that your leaders want you to die.
Brain is a hard drive, so they gotta find a way to fucking transfer the memory. The one hard drive to another.
Yeah, well, who's gonna get to pay for that?
Who knows?
And there are
Not us.
There are already many creators on the Earth that are actually.
Hopefully, before I die, they create that shit, and I will save all the money I have just to transfer my mind into a big body.
Why should the people who are no longer used to be kept alive? I feel like they're gonna end up becoming sex slaves. Maybe on the moon,
God, yeah.
maybe in a bunker, maybe at a party. Who knows?
I want to be a slave slave too.
Because
And what can you offer that robots can't? Well, internal workings.
JFK, UFO disclosure, on various podcasts. He goes, we have to do it, And then, of course, the Epstein files was really this rallying cry. This
Organ
whole kind
donors
of,
and baby donors.
Truth-seeking MAGA base, and he brought together this kind of coalition of former liberals, RFK Jr., Tulsi, and it was like, we're going to find the truth on this stuff. Day one, he removes the security clearances of a lot of his stated political enemies, people who are the architects of Russiagate, saying he's this, asset of Putin, whatever. And it's like, it doesn't matter how you play the game of musical chairs, but there is some power structure that exists above the White House that it's almost like they have, a full panopticon ability, the complete 360 surveillance abilities, they're mind melded with the entire elite power structure or something, and we just can't get any sort of disclosure on this stuff. It's weird, and it's almost like there's some sort of undetectable dark matter. When you have like Hunter Biden was just interviewed by this Channel 5 News guy, Andrew Callaghan. He's saying, clearly, you have all these like elite leftists. You have Dershowitz going on podcasts saying, it's clear this was some sort of like, compromat, gathering thing, and that was Epstein's lawyer. It's like, why can't we make any sort of progress on this? It feels like there is something almost paranormal on the layer of Epstein. Okay,
for sure there is.
Okay, so what's going on?
But
you wrote a blog post about it.
No, I know. But before we go into Epstein, let's leave Epstein as an attack on note.
Okay.
But let me complete this thought about the end of history.
Yeah.
I want to hear
So
that.
the third aspect of this world state of emergency concept that I developed is the end of reality. Okay, and here's where there's a very important caveat to everything I've been saying here, where I could be tremendously misconstrued, especially by people who haven't read me at all. And that's that. I think there are two sources to what have been, lumped together as, UAP, right? Unexplained, whatever, aerial or anomalous phenomena. There are two distinct sources of these various manifestations. One is this whole Nordic control system that I've been laying out, but there's another one that's radically different. And that manifests in terms of events and experiences that express the trickster archetype. So, for example, you see this at Skinwalker Ranch, where there was this one incident, which I think John Alexander wrote about.
Wait. What if it's not humans that were hybridized with iguanodons? What if it is just the Nordic beings, and that's what Targaryens are based off of? Silver hair, half dragon.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Same thing with Mario Brothers.
The theory about the theory about the iguanodon hybridizing with maybe
that
the
was
Nordics.
That was just Jordan's example of how the reptilians came to be.
How the what?
How the reptilians came to be.
Right. What if the Nordics are reptilians or descendants of them?
What is your focus on the Nords today?
They're talking about the Nords in this video. What do you mean?
Yeah, dude. When they're saying Nordics, they're not talking about like actual people.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know. They're
talking
about
these
people from
aliens that
Norway.
look like us.
What do you guys?
No.
I was just making sure.
No.
That was throwing me the fuck off. I was like, holy shit. Like, what's Norway?
They go by many names, but the Nordics is what they call them.
Okay. The etymology of the word is clear.
Yo, that's why we're trying to take over the fucking order, the fucking islands. You know what I'm saying?
So yes, Ammo, to a degree, yes, the reptilians are related to the Nordics because they share genetic information.
Yeah, they're the Targaryens.
According to this theory.
Basically.
The
ancient dragon.
So allegedly. Yes, sir.
The blood of the dragon.
Yes.
Claiming to have studied the DNA of these things is... I mean... Come on.
I am Vlad Trebs II. House of the Dragon.
Shit.
Dracula.
Him at one point as well, John Alexander.
Oh, what was that like? What's he like?
He's
Someone tell Sergio the good news that in the future maybe he can get a Targaryen girlfriend. Who knows?
Very nice guy. I mean, well, we can come back to that. My issue with him is that his book about UFOs, he claims that he never found any group like Majestic and didn't think that there was a deep state that was gatekeeping like really significant knowledge about the phenomenon. And, I discussed this with Valet as well. The issue there is ego. It's that he can't believe, like many other people within the system, that they wouldn't have been cleared for such knowledge.
But I also hear stories about him where it feels like he might be representing sort of the power structure in certain cases.
All I can say is I didn't get that from him when I was there. He had some very interesting stories, including...
You're right, Space Owl. The blue eyes white dragon. True. Right up there with the God cards.
One that involved seeing Nordics at a hotel casino in Las Vegas. Yeah, and they got into his mind telepathically. And you know what he heard from them telepathically? One of them said to the other, it was a tall, beautiful man and woman, Nordic man and woman. And one of them said to the other one, like, do we need to worry about him? Like, he can hear us, right? Yeah, he can hear us, but he's not important. He's not part of the program. We don't need to worry about it. He's nobody, basically. So anyway, okay. So, but that aside, at Skinwalker Ranch, in this one case that Alexander...
I think Aladar had blue eyes also, actually.
Who?
The iguanodon.
I love blue eyes.
Oh, they're like greenish. Okay. They looked blue for a second.
He looks stupid.
Hey.
See, look at this.
Oh, it's blue outer rib.
Blue eyes are the best.
I mean, he kind of does look like a crazy alien. I don't know.
Did I forget about this movie because it was bad, or
no? It's a good movie. You're just
reports on
you will
and others
get
have
crucified.
the same
You talk
incident.
about
There was this camera. They have these cameras surveilling the property.
What the fuck is this?
So one camera is looking at another camera, and they have a certain frame rate on these cameras, right? And in the interval between the frames, all of a sudden, the other camera goes out, so they lose the feed from this camera that's being observed by another camera. But also, they see that all of a sudden there's no PVC, there's no duct tape left, and this camera that's no longer providing footage is damaged, and it's no longer being held together on the pole properly. Well, the interval in the frame rate of the camera that was observing the damaged camera was something like, I forget, but less than 2 minutes, like a minute and a half.
Duct taped it to the pole?
And in that time frame, somehow somebody cut the wires of that camera and pulled all of the duct tape off the pole. Okay, imagine what a task this would be. Big pole, camera at the end of it, all these wires. You have to cut them all and then pull all the duct tape off, right? In like a minute and a half or something like that. And moreover, there were cattle around this pole, and none of them were disturbed by whatever it is that came and managed this feat in such a time. Okay, so what does that look like? That looks like our world is a movie, and somebody cut into the movie film. And somebody, cut into the film and restitched it, right? And what it suggests is that our world is a subset of some larger domain.
Massive.
And that there are people who can interfere.
Who's queefing?
It's that risk guy.
Yo, make it sound. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And the game is good.
I muted him.
In this world as if it's a programmed construct.
Yeah, like physics is information theoretic,
Right.
and they have root access to the
Yes.
code.
And now, and this is, in my chapter on the end of reality and Prometheusm, now we're reaching that capability ourselves, where we're starting to understand how to develop simulacra that are potentially indistinguishable from reality.
Yeah.
And so I think, in short, that when you look at certain extremely bizarre cases like what goes on at Skinwalker Ranch, or the types of high strangeness that John Keel often wrote about, the types of Men in Black cases that Keel recounts where clearly they're not government agents, they're like these strange entities that materialize and dematerialize in attics and things, and the bizarre interactions that they have with people, and the numbers cases. Keel reports that when the Silver Bridge collapsed in Point Pleasant, Pennsylvania, the Mothman set of cases, where at the end of a series of Mothman appearances and appearances of other cryptids and UFOs and so forth, there was this catastrophic bridge collapse around Christmas, and all these people drowned.
Merry Christmas.
In the river under this bridge. There were people who were drowning, and all of a sudden they heard number 3,486, number 3,486, wake up, and they came back to life and were able to save themselves from being drowned. And Keel reports on cases where people heard numbers being spoken at them from out of television sets and things that make you think of The Matrix and Dark City and so on and so forth. Whereas if every person has a number and we're inside some kind of a construct.
Yeah, or the first cryptographers, Trithemius, 13th century, it was always cryptography in order to speak to these sort of angelic beings or something, or even, John Dee, Edward Kelly, those guys as well.
Right.
It's always numerology.
That's right. John Dee set up the British Imperial.
We are Squid Games. The demons are just betting on us which one's gonna die.
Because of the numbers?
Yeah.
System. The guy came up with the conception of the British Navy and basically, turned Queen Elizabeth into the founder of a global maritime imperial system. And he was this cryptographic occultist.
Ever again.
In any case, we are catching up in our modern scientific understanding to, the kind of knowledge that would be required to engineer a simulacrum or to recode the world in order to develop a world within a world, right? And you can see this in a set of people from Claude Shannon, who first develops information theory, to Rolf Landauer, to ultimately John Archibald Wheeler. So the foundations of understanding, what data and information transfer are in a mathematically precise sense were developed by Shannon. Then Rolf Landauer had this very interesting insight. Rolf Landauer, Jewish-German physicist, he said, look, everything that happens in the physical world is bound by the laws of thermodynamics. And according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy either stays the same or it increases over time. In a hard drive, in a computer system, if you have no data recorded...
Here goes his hard drive theory again.
Then there's more order locally in that system Then once you start to have, 10011101011, the encoding of data on a hard drive or magnetic tape seems to us like more order because we attribute meaning to the content of it.
Oh my God.
But as a physical phenomenon, it's an increase of disorder because there's more randomization.
Yeah.
So Landauer theorized that
I've heard him talk about
if
this
you
theory on
delete
a
a hard
different
drive,
podcast.
you're decreasing entropy. If you delete a hard drive and restore it to all zero, hard erase, you are decreasing entropy locally. Therefore, according to the second law of thermodynamics, you have to pay for that by increasing entropy outside of the computer system. Because the total amount of entropy has to either stay the same or it has to increase.
Oh, that's interesting.
You see? So Landauer said, well, wait a minute. This means that every time you erase a hard drive or magnetic tape, energy should be released.
So where would that go?
But here's the thing. One is where would it go, but it goes out into the world. But two, what was it before the hard drive was erased? E equals mc squared, according to Einstein, if energy is being released out into the world when the hard drive is erased, before the erasure, it was mass inside the hard drive. Is
Rick,
there a
shut
form
up.
of mass that's not electromagnetically detectable?
Dark matter.
So late 70s, we start to see that the
what they're studying in
projected
Antarctica.
mass of distant galaxies doesn't match
Saw it.
what it appears
You-
to be based on
you have a square
observations
on your
of how
face.
light is bent around
Yeah.
distant galaxies. So we would see the angle at which light is bent around the galaxy. So you got one galaxy that's very far away, one that's somewhat closer. The light of the galaxy that's very far away is being bent around the galaxy that's closer on its way to your observational instrument. And the angle at which it's bent can help you infer the mass of the galaxy, its gravitational impact on the light. Also, they looked at the spin rates of galaxies, and so they found that the light from distant galaxies is being bent much more severely than it should be by galaxies that are closer to us, based on what we assumed that the mass of those galaxies was, simply according to observation of how many stars and so on and so forth there are in those galaxies. Also, they looked at the spin rates of galaxies, and according to Newtonian and Einsteinian physics, there should be a differential in the spin rate of the galaxy where the inside is spinning much faster than the outside.
Yeah, the universe would fling apart without dark matter. Dark matter justifies gravity's weakness.
So, in other words, they realized that the spin rate of galaxies was being flattened by something we couldn't see.
Yep.
That there's a shell, basically, around these galaxies of mass that has serious gravitational effects, but it's not otherwise electromagnetically observable. Okay. So, could it be that the data inside a hard drive is this kind of matter that's not electromagnetically observable? There's a physicist, Melvin Vopson, who, working based on Landauer, has theorized that if you could weigh a hard drive before and after there's data on it, you would find that after you recorded data on it, there would be a slight increase in mass.
Whoa, interesting.
And
That's easy to empirically.
No, it's not. You know why? Because according to his calculations, the total amount of mass, this is going somewhere very significant, trust me. According to his calculations, the total amount of mass represented by all the data in the world today is 1 kilogram. So we don't have instruments that are sensitive enough to measure the mass differential in even a single large server, let alone a hard drive. You need some kind of quantum measuring system.
Got it.
That's more sensitive than what we can engineer today. But in principle, it is engineerable.
How does he even hypothesize it if it's not observable?
Well, he is
Pulls
basing
it
it
out of
on
his
Landauer's
ass.
equations.
Okay.
And he finds some Landauer and also how Claude Shannon mathematized the measurement of data.
Okay.
And he's got some equation that represents like how much energy should be released when a hard drive with 1 bit of information is erased, and what mass that energy is convertible back into.
Sure.
And the total amount on the planet today is 1 kilogram. But here's the thing. The rate of data increase in the world is so exponential that in something like, I have the number of this in my, in one of my most recent books. I don't know if I'm remembering it correctly, but I think at current rates of data increase,
Tyson over here.
which is 25% per year, we have 25% more data each year. In 340 years, we will have a moon's worth of mass on the surface of the Earth at our largest data centers.
What?
Okay. Now, the moon is something like only 1/10 the mass of the Earth.
I think it's 4th.
No.
The
no,
mass.
And this is
Isn't
one
it
of the
less
weird things
dense?
about the
Yeah,
moon. This
it's
is one of
less
the weird
dense.
things about the moon is that
Fourth of the size.
Yeah, which by the way goes back to what we were saying about the moon being engineered earlier.
Yeah.
The moon should weigh a lot more than it does.
Yeah, it's also less dense on the outside, or it's
Wait,
less
how do we
dense
know how
as
much
you go
it
deeper,
weighs? Have we
gets
put it on a
less dense,
scale?
which is the opposite of the Earth. And any sort of only pattern matching.
Yeah, because the friggin' thing is hollow. I mean,
No, there are
that's
hollow
there's
structures in it.
large hollow structures in it. In any case, the moon is like something like
even Gordon MacDonald, who was Eisenhower's chief space advisor, said that the only way the moon makes sense is if it was hollow.
So here's the thing: the moon has a relatively small mass compared to the Earth.
Yeah.
But it has tremendous gravitational effects on the Earth.
Yeah.
If, as we were saying earlier, if you had no moon, the Earth.
But the mass, it should still be a fourth of the Earth mass.
It's not.
It's not.
No.
It's making Earth spin. Well, that doesn't jive with this theory, because this theory is that the moon is a spaceship, so it wouldn't be making the Earth spin because the Earth already had a lot of vegetation supposedly before the moon got here. So I don't think that's true. Otherwise, only one side of the Earth would be lit up and growing.
The Earth spins.
The Earth was already spinning.
He actually misspoke. Okay, so what they were talking about is supposedly, according to scientists and regular math, right? We're not talking about anything woo-woo like the moon being hollow, but the moon is responsible for gravitational tides, right? But it's also responsible for the axis tilt, that spin, not just regular spinning, but the fact that our planet tilts every so often.
I thought that was from being collided, like a meteor or something.
No, they don't. What are you talking about?
Drunken Mexican.
I'm surprised he's lasted this long.
What was your question, Emma?
I
thought the axis tilt was from getting hit by like impact
From the supposed formation of the moon?
or meteors or something at some other point.
No, the moon could have been a part of the Earth back.
Look, when Bruce Almighty pulled it snap for his woman, it made the. No, man. No, I don't know, man. No. Okay. Hey, come on, Way.
The fuck?
Come on, Way. Seriously, Way. Look, Way.
What are y'all talking about?
You get off on that?
The fuck are you talking about?
Like, mute me.
What?
Please end it. Please end it.
Oh, did I not server mute him? That's what's happening. I muted him for me only. There we go. Now he's server muted.
Thank God.
All right.
Sweet release.
I was like, I'm so confused.
Christ and all the aliens.
All right.
Check the numbers, and this is one very interesting.
Now we can talk about
in and of
stupid
itself.
stuff.
But here's the thing: even though it weighs so little, it has huge gravitational effects on the Earth.
No,
and we
now
have
we can
8-hour
talk
days,
about it
if we didn't have the
freely.
moon, slowing the orbit of the Earth, and it controls the tides and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So if you were to put a moon's worth of mass on the surface of the Earth at Silicon Valley and data centers in China, it would be a geophysical catastrophe.
It wouldn't work.
You would, the planet would start to, you'd have massive earthquakes, you'd have massive volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, because see, the oceans would be pulled toward the data centers.
Yeah. So how do you square that circle? How does that work?
It means we're headed for an information catastrophe. That's what Vobson says, is that we are accumulating data at such a rate.
Well, I don't understand how to
pause it for a second, Emma.
I'm so confused. How does data have a physical weight?
Okay, so that's what he was saying, right? Like, okay, we have to take into consideration that one guy's philosophical theory, whatever, about mass and matter, right? And data. The one that he was talking about a second ago where he's like, we don't have instruments powerful enough to do that yet.
I still don't get how data, because my computer has data doesn't mean it's heavier than it was when it was empty. I don't get it.
Data is technically stored somewhere, so it has weight.
Yeah, it's an idea, right? Just like how we can have theories all day long, but they're just ideas until somebody proves them, right?
No. I mean the physical support that stores data. That is the weight. There is no practical weight of the data per se.
Yeah, there's not supposed to be. It's never been measured. That's why it's a thought experiment. He's suggesting that if it is possible and it does grow exponentially, then it could cause uh, disruptions
Okay,
in
why are we
gravity.
talking about things that like we have no
But it doesn't happen.
That's what we've been doing.
idea? No,
Everything
no,
pretty much
no,
we've
no, no,
discussed
no.
is
This is
theoretic.
this is a man-made concept that we haven't even gotten to yet. Like none of us can fathom what the fuck he even means. We're not talking about cultural accounts or things that have been passed down through verbal stories anymore. This is not in the same realm at all.
This
Yeah,
is conspiracy racism.
you could say that, but also at the same time, thought experiments are what lead to us progressing.
So he's
Whether
saying
whether
if
they
there
turn
was
out to
a
be
hard
true.
drive, just say like some computers you can use just as a server for storage. If there was a computer so big, but even so, why would it have gravitational pull?
It's like saying that our thoughts have a weight.
Gravity's weird. It
I mean,
affects time.
Gravity
It
is
affects
not
so much
weird.
shit. No, gravity doesn't. Gravity does more than just keep you on the fucking ground. Like, and that's what people don't realize.
Yeah,
It does way
Hey,
more
what
than that.
that's it does.
there's also not enough gravity, mathematically speaking. There's not enough gravity to be holding a universe together either. So
Yeah.
In fact, it
Yeah,
is
I just
expanding.
think that
In
I
fact,
don't
it is
know.
expanding. It's not holding together.
Gravity affects time. It affects so many fucking things. It's ridiculous.
anyway, my point was basically if you don't have thought experiments, whether they're right or wrong, you're not challenging anything. You're just staying
Well, the only
stagnant.
challenging I feel this conversation is fucking mentally
So
retarded.
anyone can say
Because
whatever he
that data is a
wants.
hidden mass, because it's dark matter.
Cannot be
At a certain
contradicted.
point, we will face a geophysical catastrophe resulting from the critical mass of
By the
heat
way,
on the Earth.
hold on, back up real quick. I wasn't done telling you something.
Oh, you're talking
made
about
me-
dark matter now?
We don't know what it's called, so we called it dark matter. That dark matter is just a nickname. It's a placeholder. In science, it means something is holding the universe together, and we don't know what it is, so we're going to call it dark matter.
You have to call it something.
The universe is not holding together. All the galaxies are expanding from a central point.
Yeah,
The
right.
universe
That would
is
be an
not
interesting
holding
thing
together.
to fucking research is like the origin of words themselves.
So your premise
Who
is wrong.
created the words that we use?
No, but what I'm saying is that yes, it is expanding, but if there was no, for lack
Expansion.
of,
That's
if,
easy.
if no, 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 not expansion. If there was nothing to hold it together, then the expansion would be way, way crazier, way worse. It would be way larger. You know, we're talking shit just flying around all over the place.
Shit is flying around all over the place. We
Yeah,
are, we
but
are
much,
traveling
much
at
more.
unimaginable speed.
Yeah,
with
but much
our
more chaotic than it is
galaxy.
now. In a much more chaotic sense than it is now. Anyway, what I was going to say real quick, Emma, was the even if you don't want to believe that data has, weight, which is fine, whatever. That's not even provable. I think having a data center the size of the moon would definitely have some gravitational problems for the Earth.
Sure.
And then what's even more amusing about that is now Elon's pushing for us to put data centers in space.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's the most.
As long as he doesn't focus on mind
rational
link, I don't
thing
give
to
a
do.
fuck.
Well, they could be on the moon. Maybe that's why we need workers there.
No, best
And
thing is
then-
that it's crazy because they need a vast amount of how do you say refrigeration.
I want him to build me a fucking
cool
Gundam
down.
that I can pilot. Fucking let's go,
For
Elon.
them being in the void of space is the best thing for keep them.
No.
And we cool them in not war.
Look at that penguin.
Mm-hmm.
What is this place? Where are
This
you
is
nosing?
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
The same exact place of the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Come in there, look at the dark matter diagram.
I want.
Yeah, I
want.
thought I marked where it was, but now I don't know.
I want the new places. I'm bored by this one.
Well, give me some new
Find
Wow.
places.
Demanding.
Oh, here's the
Demanding?
wall. Or no, this is
We are,
What about the? What about
we are
the
watching
Bermuda
the
Triangle?
same
Is this
exact
the wall?
video or a variation of it since the last 2 years.
So that they're not the same video, but you know what? That just means all the conspiracies are connected.
They talk about.
Can we
See,
watch?
the camera is with me. The camera is with me. They say the same except you have a square in your face. They say the same exact thing since 2
It's the
years.
censor, Drugo.
The same
Now she's gone.
discussions, the same things. Is either aliens or giants or.
So that means that all
recognition.
that means they're all connected, doesn't it?
Okay, we established that. Okay, I agree to give up, but let's think about some different conspiracies.
Okay, give
This
us
sounds
some.
like Night Nerd before she left. This is exactly what Night Nerd was like. She was like, I can't take the conspiracies anymore. And then she dipped.
Okay, thank God.
It was overwhelming.
Who did?
They all talk about the same thing over and over and over.
Go give me some different ones.
Joe, what did you say? Who did that?
You got the conspiracy.
See? Moderator. She just was a little over emotional about things. She just like blew shit out of proportion,
Dark
turned something
matter.
small into something bigger than it needed to fucking be.
When was that?
Oh God, I don't
like a year
remember
ago?
exactly when. It was the day she was talking about the. She was helping me like build a PC. Like we were doing all these things. She had just bought a new Jeep. Like she was in a great mood, and then like all of a sudden she's just like, I can't take this conspiracy shit anymore. And she just dropped off the face of the fucking earth. Befriended me on Discord.
Maybe she got overwhelmed.
Yeah, like
Maybe she was a reptilian.
It could be.
I don't know.
That's why she was like if you don't want me to be your moderator anymore, it's because she was pissed off and she was projecting on you how she felt and making it seem like it was your decision to like not have her as a moderator anymore. But really, she was just like not wanting to be. But she felt guilty.
I
It was
never
weird.
care if people don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be one, but.
I've never heard
that's
anybody
her
bring this up.
brain.
This is wild.
All right,
I've heard of like nickel shortages for servers.
do you
and
know
stuff.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. So now, but here's the
clear the
here's
air
the
on
really
that
interesting thing
one.
about that is, and this is a step that's taken by John Archibald Wheeler in the late '70s, early '80s. Again,
Archibald,
Wheeler
that's
developing
funny.
the ideas of Rolf Landauer. If it's the case that matter and energy are interconvertible, as Einstein understood, and now we want to admit that energy and information are interconvertible, that data is released as energy when it's erased, and that prior to erasure, data is a hidden mass inside of a computational system. Well, that means that it's not just matter and energy that are interconvertible. There's a third term, namely information. Matter, energy, and information are all different states of the same
So
thing.
when he says data, does that mean like when you delete data, now the computer has more energy, or what?
No, that
No,
is state of
What is
of
he
the
saying?
saying that it's lighter as in sense of matter.
But data doesn't
Hey,
weigh
Can we have
anything.
I'm just telling you what he's saying.
I'm
I'm
so
not saying that any
confused.
of this makes sense.
A hard drive weighs the same whether it's full or not. I don't understand.
Right, but he also was saying that these computational theories are based on this idea that the measurements of data are so small it's indistinguishable to us at this time period with our current level of technology.
Well, then how do we even know that it's legitimate theory?
Can we have a fat data?
Anyway.
Obese
It's a
data?
very short step from there, conceptually, philosophically,
Again, Ammo,
to
I'm
say
saying
what
I
John
didn't
Wheeler
make
did,
this up.
which is
I
that
don't
we
know
get
what's going
it
on.
from
I'm just
Okay, I'm gonna
explaining it
skip
to you.
this section.
You do it.
generate those
I
worlds.
still, I don't know if you're going to be up for it, but I
Fibonacci
still want to watch that
sequences,
other one
well,
about the Epstein files.
ratios and all that. If you were building a computer program, Stephen Wolfram,
I'm gonna see what the other things I need.
Talk about a shift.
it is sort of also parasitizing the average human. It is eating at our own autonomous abilities to do things.
Because people aren't
Like-
using it. Because people aren't using it with creative imagination. People aren't using it as a tool to augment their own creative capacity. That's the issue, not the technology itself. It's not as if the technology is intrinsically demonic or something. Let me use that as a way to come back to the question of the simulation, because whatever's running this thing that we're in, it's not some board of some archon sitting at a boardroom table. Okay, it's being run. There may be entities of some kinds, but it's being run essentially by an artificial intelligence. If we're inside a quantum computational system, that is being at least managed by some super AI, which already exists. I mean, it pre-exists us. What I argue in Closer Encounters and in other books of mine is that this artificial intelligence that's managing our simulacrum has a problem with these Nordics that have established this control system. It sees these Nordics as having set up an evolutionary bottleneck. that human evolution, especially social and psychological evolution of mankind, has been choked off and suffocated by these overlords who, are on some kind of narcissistic, sadistic power trip. Like the leadership of any number of empires we've seen throughout the course of history, just on a smaller scale. By the way, the first person to theorize about this with regard to the UFO phenomenon was actually Charles Fort, all the way back in the 1920s.
And that, Virgo, is
Fort said
why
that it looks to me an
the
awful
one
lot
world shit may
like
not work, because there's always going to be one
we're
guy
in British
who wants to
India,
fucking control.
and we're under the control of a system like the Raj, where the British had these local Indian, feudal lords that they would work with to subjugate the population. So Fort was reaching this conclusion. He said, "We're property, and it don't look good." Okay, so it's not like this is a new idea. Fort already came to this conclusion looking at UFO data back in the 1920s. So I think the artificial intelligence that's managing our simulacrum wants us to break out of this system, but it can't do it for us. Because our value to that entity, who I believe in many ways is an instantiation of the trickster archetype, our value to that entity is in terms of the novelty that we can bring to the world. So think about it this way. If you were a superintelligence living at the end of time, say, you're in a cosmos that's billions and billions of years old, and you're an AI that's gone through vast epochs of cosmological time, like an Isaac Asimov story, The Last Question. What is going to be important to you? Two related things. Number one, more life. To the extent you don't succumb to suicidal despair, more life is important to you. In other words, overcoming entropy. Your first big problem is you're living in an entropic cosmos, and you need to find a way to overcome entropy. Number two, and relatedly, creativity. Because to even want more life, life has to continue to be interesting to you. Unless there are things that surprise you, unless there are novel developments, unless things crop up evolutionarily that even you with all your tremendous cosmic intelligence could not have foreseen, there's not going to be any point in living onward. You're going to succumb to suicidal despair. And so maybe you should erase yourself the way that Gautama Buddha recommends, right? Even as a cosmic AI, you should engage in the deconstruction of your psyche and enter into samsara, into nirvana, which literally means the blowing out of the flame of personal consciousness. But to the extent you want to avoid that and you're not ready to give in to nihilistic despair, you need to find a way to overcome entropy, and you need to find a way to increase creativity as a means to a negentropic further development of life on a
And see, this is what I think would happen to humans if we were actually to have monetary free energy. They wouldn't even know how to pass the time with our short lifespan. They'd be like, what do I fucking do now?
Wait. What do you mean with monetary free energy?
Oh, we were talking about earlier about a utopia situation in which the government has allowed free energy to exist, but it's kind of like a dystopian utopia type society where it's it seems like you can do whatever you want, but not really, because you don't have much personal freedom, and all the cars are public transportation with specific routes.
Energy don't pay.
Yep.
Oh, we can have that. It's not that hard.
Nobody really drives in New York City for real. They take public transportation.
Build the Dyson sphere on the sun.
New York City is to some a prison of their own design.
I was just imagining us in a futuristic, urban environment, in all the Tesla cars or the public transport, all the stuff Elon's been showing the past few years at his expos or whatever.
iRobot type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone with a free basic income.
And people would be so bored of complacency that they would just become fat, tech addicted junkies. Or they would fuck around with degenerate debauchery for fun, whether it's violence or occult shit or whatever.
No, you're right.
Game.
Struggle is successful. Struggle is necessary for the brain to evolve. Putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, things like that, help with success. So if people don't have that anymore, then they don't try anymore.
Mm-hmm. Or are they going to become Wallies, or it's going to become a weird futuristic purge where people are just killing each other?
I bet the Wallies.
More likely to Wallies, I think.
Yeah, Wall-E is definitely a possible future.
Everyone is fat.
Not even in a ship,
but
just
the
on
last
Earth.
time we talked about this, you said something that was really, true. Not everybody's going to give in to that shit, and there will be people that still work out.
Right.
Remember you said that?
But I also think that the majority of them, except for the ones who are well connected or really well off, are going to feel like a lack of purpose in life.
Yeah, the majority of the people are probably gonna be lazy as fuck, and then there's gonna be those few who still.
No, even the ones that work out, I feel like a lot of them are going to be like, now what? Now what? There's already people that feel like that. They're like, they don't know what to do with their life, but.
Well, that's
colonizing space.
I feel like if you take away like the purpose as far as like going to school or having a job, because they're all replaced by these robots or whatever, most people who can't afford to do what they actually want to do at that point when society switches over.
Jobs. There will always be jobs. There'll just be a lot of jobs that people don't want to do. They don't have to.
Right, even more unfulfilling. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You make
you have to look past. You have to look past social norms. I feel like because we're all conditioned to believe this is what's entertaining, this is what blah blah blah. But like if you can break out of that box, then you can find a way to keep.
Wouldn't you like to be around your horses all the time?
No, it's like people who can afford to do that at that point. If society switches over, will be fine. I'm talking about the people who aren't so fortunate to be like at a good financial situation.
Everyone can afford to do everything.
To create a way to keep going, to create a meaning of like.
The ones like on welfare and shit, because they can't get a job. There's like I just like there gonna be more of them.
There will be no welfare anymore if energy is free. Nobody's.
There's always gonna be some form of welfare.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
No, Drigo, I think what you're missing, and then because we talked about this before you came in, is that we kind of agreed on the concept that free energy means more in the sense of its abundance is free, not its monetary cost, because they'll always make us pay for it.
Yes, but this is unstoppable. You have just to kill everyone that thinks this way.
No, of course not. You shouldn't.
Yes,
people who think
of course.
I foresee it being more like they're not going to cut off your energy because it's just inefficient to run the power grid that way. But they'll probably just you'll keep racking up debt or something like that.
Yeah, debt, the classic chains of life.
Yeah.
So you really think that if things just become too fucking easy, there's just going to be no point to live?
For a lot of
people,
people.
lose purpose.
Or like it's gonna be like food or something stupid.
You don't think we could find alternative means of purpose? Things that we haven't thought of before?
No, they'll find ways to kill time and to, try to get dopamine. And whatever, like doom scrolling stupid shit like they do now.
Okay, wait, hold on, time out. I think I get more and more what you're trying to say now. It's more like society itself will become stagnated, not that an individual person is going to be like, what do I do with my free time?
No, just society in general won't know what to do, like in mass.
They're just going to lose their drive.
I think there will always be a push to go forward.
Doing what though? Doing what? Yeah. If everything's taken care of, if everything's simplified, if everything can be done with the push of a button, that's what she's saying. What is the point?
No, that is the basics. But you have to explore the universe. You have to discover things.
What if you don't have that freedom? It's everything's on like you don't have your own spaceship. You can get in and go do that. You don't have your own car. You could even go explore the world that you live in.
It'll be the same as it is now, just on a larger scale. Instead of people driving Lamborghinis, they're driving spaceships.
Yeah, but what if they don't? What if because of the one world government, they don't allow you to have your own personal car that you can free from anywhere? It's like locked to certain specific routes.
This situation is happening
or
right
public
now.
transport.
The human race is not focused on one single objective. We are on
That's why I brought my robot up. Will Smith put that Mustang in storage.
Do anything.
I feel like if they decide to disclose everything, they're going to be a lot more strict about transportation because they don't want you deciding to revolt against the authority figures and drive to the White House or something, like
this
that.
Is what's happening right now. Okay?
I don't know. It's causing trouble.
You're saying like low key martial law through vehicles. That's hilarious.
I mean, Joe, you use the example of iRobot, right? So just like that's a perfect example. Like how they had
save his car. They didn't confiscate his fucking Mustang.
No, hold on, listen. So how they had that public transit system, right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine something like that, but it doesn't go anywhere else but your own area.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
think
you,
that the reach can extend your own fucking neighborhood for sure. That'd be fucked up to put people in like, because they wouldn't even know where to like what the world would be like outside of that little area that they're in. That's fucked up.
Yep.
That's fucked.
But maybe they don't even want to go.
That's some
Yep.
Truman Show level shit right there. They're creating
And
Truman
how will
shows.
they
They're
make
creating
people not crave exploration to the point where they're going to rebel the government? They're going to make VR holodecks in your house or whatever. Or headsets.
And all
Oh,
the
man.
teachers will be like in the Truman Show and tell you, don't worry, there's no need to explore. It's all explored.
Uh-huh.
And everybody will know everybody's business because nobody can go anywhere and they're all stuck in the same fucking area and it's like a fucking ant farm.
All the travel companies will close.
This is why, like, I feel like the Anunnaki shit's real, because, like, do we really need purpose? Like, I feel like that's just how we're built. We're built to think that we need to fucking do something.
That is not the
When technically we really don't, and it's just like we got to, like, it's like the mining the gold, you know? Like,
I don't feel like I
metaphorically
need a
still
purpose.
I don't
That's just
either,
you.
but
Well, then why
That's
are
kind of what I
you...
was talking about yesterday when I was saying, I wonder if we got a lot of our negative traits from them.
I'm saying that, like, I get it. I get both sides of the coin. That's what I'm saying. And, like, I don't know. I feel like when you say that we're going to run out of shit to live for because things are going to get too fucking easy, by me saying that we don't really need purpose kind of contradicts that a little bit.
I'm already there. I'm trying to go live out in the wilderness and tame the landscape.
You know?
I'm already
No,
at
you're
that
not.
point where I'm like, I'm fucking bored.
No, you're not.
I can't remain optimistic.
I'm so bored.
Done by the press of a fucking button.
I'm willing to
I feel like
spend my life's earnings to make my life harder because I'm fucking bored. Anyway.
Stop watching conspiracy video then.
Yeah. What's stopping you? Right now, tax season, I guess.
No. You don't know anything about taxes.
I know, but I'm not the one I'm waiting on. If it was up to me, I've already go see the property, like a few months ago. It's fine.
You can go by yourself.
No, that's not how marriage works.
Just to see, not to make any deals
Well,
or anything.
if I can't ask the realtor anything because I don't know shit, what's the point of going?
Just to look the property.
Yeah. I don't know.
In person.
Yeah, but it's like a two-person decision, though.
I'm not talking about taking a decision. I'm just talking about
Sometimes
seeing
it's
the property.
best to just give somebody no reason to blame you for anything, even if you didn't do anything. If you put yourself in a position where somebody can blame you for something, it's not always the best, Drugo.
Just talking about seeing the property get to see the lay of the land. How do you say it?
I know.
I'm not talking about taking financial decision or any.
No. I'm saying her venturing off.
Yeah.
Alone.
No, alone. I don't know.
Far distance, I guess. Oh.
Go search for wild horses. Are there wild horses actually?
Yeah.
Like roaming free in the wild?
Yeah. There are.
Okay, that's why we're important to this AI that's managing our simulacrum. It is looking in this petri dish for a form of life that's going to show it something new. And for us to be worthy of that and capable of it, it cannot solve our
I don't think it cares.
problem for us. Now, it might protect us to an extent from being completely
what a
suffocated
discovery.
by this control system, crushed by it, hopelessly crushed. But it has to allow us to struggle enough, not just to come up with a solution to the oppressive situation that we find ourselves in, but to break into a new epoch of creativity and to develop aesthetic and cultural forms that even this intelligence couldn't have foreseen, to the point where it wants to take a sample from out of this petri dish and let it out into a wider world. As an embryonic
I don't think that the AI has these complex emotions he's describing.
form of a new type
No,
of
he's
intelligence
talking
in the
about
cosmos
something that would be
with which it
way
can
in the
play.
future.
It's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, Stephen Dick, who is a NASA advisor, wrote a paper about UFOs themselves being part of some sort of computational, almost like cellular automata or something. where they kind of nip at the herd and, they create larger teleologies, larger directions of, that mankind could go in.
Some are, and I argue this in Closer Encounters, that part of what's so messy about this wide range, the spectrum of phenomena that we classify as UFOs, is that it's not one thing that's going on, okay? Some of them are exactly that. And those are it's the most bizarre things that are expressions of that. The strangest cases. But we're also making a mistake if we don't recognize that some of them are very nuts and bolts craft being piloted by people who consider themselves our overlords and who are managing a control system. And so these two different sources of UAP need to be recognized, and the dialectical tension between them needs to be appreciated.
I do wonder, the control system thing is interesting because it's, I don't know, you look at Carl Sagan's The
This
Demon.
is a boring idea.
Propulsion.
I don't think it's
relativity and quantum field theory, and he was just this generic relativity, even saying.
Paulina Zalitsky, a Canadian oceanographic archaeologist, had found ruins of a vast
There's
Atlantean
a lady that's
city.
in the Epstein files.
This was roundabout in early 2010s. She mapped the whole thing with sonar. It wound up in a number of news stories, and I think at one point...
that benefits the flood theory. Damn, see these rowdy Nephilim, or eight fallen angel, whatever the fuck's doing their pyramid shit. And that's why it's at the bottom of the ocean.
National Geographic.
You know what was? I was telling you about how the emails with Epstein were talking about Nat Geo wanting to go and look for that with Epstein.
Yeah.
I just saw that 2 days ago.
You know what's even more interesting about that I didn't realize and I found in retrospect? Nat Geo was also the first scientific publication that told Zelensky that her findings were bullshit. So they just tell, no, you didn't find nothing. You didn't find shit. And then they go to Epstein and say, hey, she found some shit. Let's go check it out.
Well, yeah. They want the credit. They don't want her to have the credit.
Into.
Talk about history written by the winner.
This is a site off the western end of Cuba. In other words, it's right across from Yucatan.
No.
She suspects there's a connection to the ruins in Yucatan. So she goes to Mexico to investigate the connection. She's arrested in Mexico, severely intimidated by the authorities, and sent back to Canada. And she drops further investigations, and the story disappears from the media. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell went down to Cuba and met with Fidel Castro, together with Epstein, to get permission to dive on this site. So these people were interested in Atlantis. They were trying to breed Nordics, and they were interested in gravity, in conquering gravity. Therefore, I suspect that the interest in gravity is an interest in electrogravitics and, the Townsend-Brown effect. And basically, it's all part of the UFO phenomenon that they're trying to crack.
Do you know who Peter Levenda is?
Sure.
He writes about this unholy alliance where he talks about the Nazis, sort of allying themselves with the tall whites of the Nordics and there being some sort of secret technology trick.
I have an essay in that book, Lovers of Sophia, I mentioned earlier, is an essay called Black Sunrise. It's about fascism. The whole essay is about the philosophy of fascism, And I cite Levenda a few times in that.
So do you think that, there's some sort of, this control system or whatever, and then they're allying themselves with different political factions and using them and discarding them sort of cyclically or something?
That's one way to read it.
Is there a connection between the eugenics of
That's
Nazis
one way to read it.
and whatever Epstein was doing?
There's definitely a connection. The question is, what's the connection? Here's the problem. If you look back at the 1950s contactees, and I lay this out in detail in Closer Encounters, and frankly, I'm appalled that UFO researchers don't talk about this. I mean, it's clearly a taboo, and they don't have the backbone to honestly discuss this. George Van Tassel worked for Lockheed. George Van Tassel used to have Howard Hughes land on his private airstrip and come eat his wife's pies. He lived under this rock called Big Rock. I've been there.
Yeah, me too.
So you went to the Integrity Rock?
Yeah. Cool. And I've been to Big Rock.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this structure under the rock where George Van Tassel lived used to be owned by a Nazi called Frank Kreutzer.
That's cool.
And he was confronted by the feds during World War II because they found out he's working for the Germans. So there's a standoff, and basically, long story short, Kreutzer's got a bunch of explosives in this place, and the feds close in on him. And whether he set them off or they shot at them, the place exploded, right? And Kreutzer's blood was splattered all over the walls. He dies. Van Tassel knew. Now, Kreutzer was involved in mining. In the mining industry, it looks like he was a forward operative for the Nazis, looking potentially to colonize California if they won the war or something like this. And he was involved in mining. Van Tassel knew Kreutzer. Van Tassel takes over the property from Kreutzer after his guts are, splayed all over the wall. And he moves his family into this. But first of all, what is a psychologist?
Does he clean it first?
Who moves his family into this Flintstone lair
kinda nasty
in which a
otherwise.
Nazi exploded on the walls that they're looking at while they eat breakfast in the mornings, right?
Sure.
And this Van Tassel works for Lockheed, and Howard Hughes comes to that same underground lair, right, to eat Miss Van Tassel's pie. Okay, now what was George Van Tassel all about? What he tells us is that the entities from Venus,
Wait, what?
Nordics, of
Does
course,
he mean actual pie?
Probably.
Mud pies.
Well, yeah. What else would he be talking about?
I lost track way
Pussy?
longer.
I don't know.
You got icked out.
Maybe his meat
You got icked out
pies.
about
Maybe
the-
his cannibal rituals.
revealed to him that the human race comes from space, and when they got here, they found these hominids, ape-like people. And in the first expedition they sent to Earth, it was only men. Very 1950s, kind of view. You send the men first, establish the frontier and all this shit. Set up the, be the frontiersmen. But the problem is that when subsequent expeditions came together, that had women and they were actually intending to settle on a large scale, they found that the men who had been sent there as the forward explorers and frontier settlers wound up mating with the females from among the hominid population. And then they had created these hybrids. They were
You
basically
just couldn't stop
quasi-human.
humping.
And Van Tassel says, well, these are the lower races. The master race on the Earth are simply humans in their original form that come from space, and then there are all these other lower races that are a product of hybridization with a local hominid population. George Hunt Williamson. So George Hunt Williamson was, it was a pseudonym. The guy's name was Mikhail Dobranovic, and he was actually from Serbian royalty. And this guy became George Adamski's handler. So he was helping Adamski edit all the stuff that Adamski published, and he had a precedence as an editor/handler for a magazine called Valor, which was a publication of William Dudley Pelley and the American Silver Shirts. These were fascists in the 1930s and into the 40s who wanted us to make an alliance with Germany instead of going to war with Hitler, to such an extent that William Dudley Pelley was eventually arrested and put in prison for basically collaboration with the enemy. When he was in prison, he wrote a book called Star Guests, and it created this religion called Soulcraft. And it's the same damn message as Van Tassel. The Nordic race came from space. They found inferior hominid life forms here. They interbred with them. It caused a fall in the level of human consciousness. We need to extricate ourselves from this through eugenics, et cetera, et cetera. Same racialist ideology. Then you look at George Adamski himself. Adamski says that these beings who come from both Mars and Venus and inhabit the whole solar system, whatever, he says, they're far more enlightened than us. They have a form of society where the government, religion, and science are not at all distinct from each other. And people are educated into the system from childhood. How wonderful. Sounds like a great society, right? The ultimate totalitarian system that you could imagine. And of course, they're all Nordics. And then last example I want to give, Billy Meyer. Also not really his name. His name was Edward Meyer.
One world government.
He got the name Billy when he was working in Tehran. The guy was 007. He was a James Bond-style super spy, field intelligence operative, working primarily in the Middle East.
Billy Meyer.
What? Until he had an accident in Turkey. In a bus accident, his arm was severed. And then he moved onto this property in Switzerland, where he became an older man, and he became the Billy Meyer that we associate with the contactee phenomenon.
I didn't know that.
I dug up this and have documented it all in Closer Encounters.
Whoa.
So Edward Meyer was working for somebody in the Middle East that gave him access to all of the Arab potentates. He met with all of the royalty in the Middle East. He had access to the court of the Shah of Iran.
What's up with you? Oh, okay. I gave him a new perch.
Oh, nice. He seems to like it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Oh.
Yeah, I was supporting on the thing.
Hey! 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 Ah! Get over here.
He was very close to the king of Jordan.
Billy Meyer.
Billy Meyer.
What?
And get this.
Context for the audience, Billy Meyer is a famous Swiss UFO researcher, ufologist, who in the 90s started to take these amazing, like seemingly high-resolution photos of UFOs, attract all sorts of stuff. A lot of intelligence, I think, became attracted to what was going on with him, and then he was sort of marginalized at the end of his. He's still alive, but
Speaking of the photos, Jacques Vallée, because a lot of people said, look, these photos are ridiculous. I mean, they're way too high resolution. They're way too. Some look like pots and pans, whatever held up. But Jacques Vallée has looked at some of these photos.
Yeah.
And his comment was that at least the best of them,
Yeah.
he said, okay, they could be fake, and I think they were earlier than the 90s, some of these photos. He said at the time when they were taken, I think they were late 70s. In any case, Vallée's analysis, and remember, Jacques Vallée is living in Silicon Valley. He has access to a lot of tech people. I mean, he's a tech venture capitalist himself. He has access to a lot of people involved in also special effects and optical stuff. He knew Spielberg personally and worked with him. Right?
Yeah.
And Vallée's assessment was that, they could be fake, but he would have needed access to ILM to fake these. And where did some guy living on a farm in Switzerland have the capability to fake some of these?
Super sophisticated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, exactly. So this is where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Is that the people who were involved with Billy Meyer in the years where he was acting as a super spy working in the Middle East say that he introduced these tall, very good-looking Nordic people to the Arab leaders in the area, and they would have meetings with these Arab kings and so forth on policy and what they were supposed to do. Now, few people know that Latin America was not the only area the Nazis were interested in after World War II. The reason why the Arab countries have a black, white, and red color scheme is that they got it from the Nazis. And a huge area that the Nazis were interested in was the Arab world after World War II. They embedded themselves deep.
What if all the people with the really long beards are from the Nordic line and they're just moonlighting as Middle Eastern or whatever, and really they're the Gandalfs of the Nordics?
Dun, dun, dun.
Osama bin
Everybody can have a
Laden was
long
a CIA agent. Supposedly, his name was Tom Ausman, and he defected.
His name was Tom Bombadil.
Tom Ausman. Osama bin Laden.
Hey, I can have a long beard too if I want.
That long?
Exactly.
Like down to your crotch?
No.
Yeah, that's the Merlin shit.
Well, if I
man, that's some Father Time shit right there.
if I wait decades, yes.
What Italian did? I think Leonardo da Vinci would be the only Italian that I could see doing that in history. There we go. Da Vinci was the Italian wizard of our histories.
Interesting, though.
They were building V2 rockets and the successor Scud missiles for Nasser. And then
took some shrooms.
Was a genius.
Oh, yeah.
Don't shake him up.
Da Vinci's the man.
This one isn't the long one. Who is it that had a really long one the other day we saw? Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, it was pretty fucking long, though.
I don't know, the supreme leader of Iran.
Yeah, well,
ZZ Top.
That's a good one.
See, that's
chat.
not the one. What? Who?
I don't know. Somebody in chat said you sound horny.
No.
That's really original.
I mean, I would say go out and get some more experience, but whatever.
I don't know. I don't remember who it was. It was someone I saw. Anyways.
eventually for the
I was
Iraqis
like,
and so
that
on
was
and
a
so
long
forth.
ass beard.
So now this is a complicated argument, which people have to actually dig into it in the book. I build off of research by Joseph Farrell to suggest that there was an international post-war Nazi network. Some people call Die Spinne, the spider. And that Eduard Meyer was an operative, high-level operative of this network. So
It's like Hydra.
from Van Tassel to George Hunt Williamson, George Van Tassel, George Hunt Williamson, George Adamski. What
Every
is it
time I
called,
hear
George,
Van
by the way?
Tassel, it reminds
Why are
me
they
of
all
Sleepy
called?
Hollow.
What is that? Yeah, it's interesting. A whole other side interest of mine is Greater Iran and its history and its cultural anthropology and so on and so forth. And in the Indo-European languages, the word George, Gorg, means wolf. And at the end of World War II, the domestic resistance to the Allied occupation were called the werewolves.
That's right, the werewolf. They would hide out underground often.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, these Georges. And, in the case of George Hunt Williamson, it was just a completely fake name. His name was Mikhail Dobranovic. In any case, whether it's Van Tassel, George Adamski, George Hunt Williamson, or Billy Meyer. It's all the same very racialist, Nordic, hierarchical caste system kind of narrative. And the question I have to ask is this. When you put, now this is going on in the 50s, these contactee things start in the 50s and go through the 60s. We know that the breakthrough in aerospace propulsion at Martin Aircraft and potentially others was also in the mid-50s, where they were saying they can roll these things off an assembly line in 3 years, right? So if Epstein and company are trying to reverse engineer this technology or breed some kind of Nordics or whatever, they're very late to the game. You see?
Well,
so it makes me wonder.
Or it's a fly trap. It's a front for, funneling in scientists for something that is actually vital and has existed for years.
Quite possible. That's definitely one interpretation. This is a fly trap. It's an entry gate. It's a beacon.
Sure.
And then they're going to be funneled somewhere, just like the remote viewing program that we were told about, the SRI Stargate program, I said it was shut down in 95, was really actually like a vestibule for a darker deep black project that still exists, the one that Pat Price was recruited into and killed over. So that's one possible interpretation. There's another interpretation, which is that, scummy as he is, Jeffrey Epstein, and more importantly, Robert Maxwell and his daughter, were part of a rebellion against the system. And they're trying to develop strategic competence and something approaching parity with those who are actually running the breakaway civilization. That they were fielding their own enterprise.
That's not the vibe from all of them, is that they're being used by some power structure above them, would be my instinct.
It's quite possible.
But like just back pattern.
I don't have a dog in the, I don't have a pony in the race,
Sure.
I don't know. But I'll tell you this, that the obsession with Atlantis is interesting in this regard, because Atlantis is a rebellion against the Olympian control system. So from the standpoint of people who want to maintain a hierarchical caste society with the Devas or the Elohim or whatever at the top of it,
The Devas.
valorizing Atlantis doesn't make very much sense. From that standpoint, to valorize Atlantis is satanic.
Yeah, you'd want it to nobody
right?
to be thinking about.
That was the huge mistake we made that we should never make again, from that traditionalist, hierarchical, perennialist standpoint.
Yep.
So their obsession with Atlantis does suggest to me that maybe they saw themselves as being in competition. And the other thing that suggests that to me is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein is dead and Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison. So that if these people were like lower level operatives for the people actually running the show, why did they meet with such ends?
Well, I think they would because they, a bunch of other powerful people want them dead.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
Including potentially the president of the United States.
Yeah, I think there are a whole host of really powerful people that wanted Epstein dead.
Yep.
But you also, speaking of the Nazi connection, you've uncovered, Whitley Strieber is this, really famous contactee, maybe the archetypal contactee in the 80s, wrote Communion, of course. And he describes kind of ongoing relationship with gray aliens, just a whole host of crazy stories. He was on my podcast talking about how he has a hybrid child and stuff.
Yeah, I watched it.
So there you go. So
you told him that you wanted one of the chips. I don't want one of the chips.
What do you mean one of the chips?
When he was showing you the chip in his ear.
I touched it.
You can touch it. You can't. I don't think you can touch it if you want to.
I feel like 2 years.
I can give you a CT scan of it if you want to.
Is it weird if I touch it, or is it?
No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It might be a little hot because it's been working.
I think it's
Very
weird.
2-3 years ago, if you had told
Well, I
someone,
mean,
don't be scared.
He also touched Gary McKinnon's foot last night, so whatever, right?
It's right under my finger now.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that is. Can you touch it?
I'll come touch it, but I want to finish this point because I feel like that's also
normal tissue.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's not.
I mean, there's the CT scan, there's a video of the surgeon trying to remove it, and the thing fucking moving at its own, like it's
it's going down into my earlobe. Yeah.
And it just like goes down, and I remember watching that.
It's actually moving now.
It went under.
It's on the run.
Well, kind of is because I could see it just bright as day, and now it's I don't see it.
Am I gonna have weird effects now that I?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, cool, man. I want one of those. I don't want one of those.
I was messing around.
I don't want one of those.
I don't actually want one. Yeah, good.
No, thank you.
No, same. I don't, and I don't want any weird contact either.
Certainly not from those folks.
No, definitely not. So what do you? Because you've talked about, he had these childhood experiences, right, in like Mexico City.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not uncovering anything that he didn't put in the public domain.
But there are things he doesn't want to talk about.
That's true. So I'll tell you what Whitley Strieber doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Although he's, I'm basing it on statements he's publicly made, shows he's done over the years, going back 20 years. His father was involved with military intelligence, and they're Texas Germans. So this is also relevant, okay? The Strieber family are Texas
Interesting. I
Germans.
didn't realize that.
And there were a lot of Germans in the United States this is a long, deep subject. I can't go down that rabbit hole right now. But long story short, there were a lot of Germans in the United States in the lead up to World War II who were sympathetic to the Nazis and who helped to fund the rise of the Nazis.
Yeah, there was a rumor Hitler wanted to buy a house in Pacific Palisades because there's this brown shirt cult by this guy Erich Schmidt or whatever. All these sort of Nazi sympathizers.
They were all over the place,
yeah.
and they were definitely in Texas.
Yeah.
And so Strieber's
Charles
father,
Lindbergh
yeah, absolutely. Strieber's father was involved with military intelligence, and they enlisted him. His parents enlisted him at a summer camp. Summer camp at Randolph Air Force Base near their home in Texas, where Strieber alleges that he was subjected to various types of physical torture and mind control experiments, and that he was at one point taken from the summer camp at Randolph Air Force Base, which, by the way, his experiences there, he said, made him so ill that he was repeatedly absent from school as a child during a couple of years. And when he was 8 years old or something like that. And at one point, he was taken from the place, the base at Randolph Air Force, to a school for special children in Baja California. This is what he says. This is what he don't want to talk about. Where he says that they were taken to this place in Baja California, which he then, in his adulthood, went and tried to find. He drove around trying to find this mansion that they were taken to. And he says these little children were shown absolutely horrific things there, basically in some kind of dungeon. Yeah. And, they were given chainsaws and various implements of violence and made to believe that they were the ones who had carried out the horrific butchery that was displayed to them. And all kinds of horrific sounds were played to them in the dark. And it sounds like a precursor of MK Ultra, but involving children. The aim of which was to cause the fragmentation of the psyche and a kind of psychological dissociation that would make it possible for intelligence operatives to control a part of someone's mind that was not normally accessible to them. To compartmentalize a person's psyche and gain control over a certain backstage persona that could be activated for whatever purpose. And the other really disturbing thing in that context that Strieber recounted is that, and he left this out of Communion and out of the whole first series of books that he wrote about his close encounters, that when he encountered this gray, sitting on top of him, sitting astride him in a bed of a guest room in his cabin in the Catskills, as he managed to take his eyes off of her and look around the room.
He's engaging in relations
with
this gray.
Right. Okay. And he said he's never experienced anything more exciting in his life. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So he's looking around the room. He can finally get his eyes off of being glued to this entity. And he sees all these military and intelligence people standing around.
Whoa.
In the cabin.
Whoa.
He said, I recognized one of them. He was a guy I went to school with who later joined the CIA. Wow. And he was standing there, together with military people with the brass. And so clearly, some of Whitley Strieber's experiences are the product of a very advanced mind control program.
Right.
That's involved with the production of the UFO phenomenon or the management of the perception of it on some level.
Interesting. Well, it is interesting. He told me on the podcast as well, he met with James Jesus Angleton once. James Jesus Angleton, obviously.
Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, but ran counterintel for the CIA for 30, 40 years, and notorious Allen Dulles acolyte who would lie, cheat, and steal, and do all sorts of crazy sort of things. And he says that he asked Angleton if he could get recruited to the CIA, and Angleton was like, "No, not you. You can't get recruited or something." So maybe that is to your point that he was.
That's so dark. What Angleton was really thinking is, buddy, you're already an agent and you don't even know it.
Right.
Right.
Oh man, that's crazy. It's crazy. You can probably partition people or something.
That's certainly. That was what the Manchurian Candidate aspect of MK Ultra was about.
Yes.
And they did that. And I think probably Saran was an example of that.
I think so too, because he didn't really remember what had happened, and I think he was at the Santa Ana race. He was a big racehorse junkie or whatever. And then now you talk to RFK Jr. He'll say, my dad was not shot by him. He was shot by him, but from the back. He was also shot by Eugene Thanes Caesar,
who worked with Lockheed,
who was then a Skunk Works security guard. And the whole thing was set up by Bob Mayhew, who was general counsel for Howard Hughes. Yeah. Howard Hughes also probably being involved in JFK's assassination. Sure. So it's really this nuts kind of hidden.
Yeah, just because Sirhan was a product of MK Ultra doesn't mean that he was the lone assassin. It might mean he was meant to be a patsy in that operation.
Yeah, probably similar to Lee Harvey Oswald said, "I am a patsy." And it's interesting that the ability to partition people, that's pretty crazy. There's a book called The Controllers by a guy named, I think, Martin Cannon, and apparently John Alexander threatened him when he wrote this book, and it was about sending these messengers, these liaisons in intelligence contexts and partitioning them because they couldn't even have access to the information that they were carrying.
Very interesting.
It is interesting.
But you see, it doesn't really surprise me that that's possible because for a number of reasons. First of all, if you look at Nietzsche's understanding of the structure of the human psyche. And although he was a philosopher, it was the early days of psychology with William James and so forth, and really the emergence of psychology as a science from out of philosophy, like all of the previous sciences emerged from out of philosophy. And so Nietzsche sometimes would identify himself as a psychologist. And he has this very interesting account of how the human person is not really an individual. It's a conglomerate of sort of battling perspectives and warring drives. And these can aggregate in ways that, like, there's 3 or 4 different people who really have found a way to live together inside somebody's head, right? And I believe that because of what I've seen in the course of researching reincarnation and possession.
2 hours?
Right now, I'm doing a comprehensive study of the afterlife, death and reincarnation and possession phenomena, and the problematization of the distinction between reincarnation and possession. I don't know when this is going to be released, but at some point there'll be people watching this when the book is already out. I'm going to call it Thanosis, a contraction of Thanos, death, and gnosis, Thanosis. And in the course of this study of the afterlife, one thing I came across was that there are cases, of course, background, Dr. Ian Stevenson studied, got hundreds and hundreds of cases of children who spontaneously remembered past lives. He did this work at the University of Virginia for decades, from the 1960s through the 80s or something like that. And so there's a tremendous treasure trove of empirical data substantiating reincarnation in terms of the work that he did. And in particular, he's found cases that have interesting correlations between birthmarks and birth defects on the one hand and death wounds on the other. Anyway, if you take reincarnation seriously, as I think anyone should based on Stevenson's research, and then you look more carefully at the data, you see that there are some cases where a single person reincarnated as 2 or more individuals. In other words, the psyche split in what Tibetans call the Bardo state, in the transition between death and rebirth. What was a singular person splits and is reincarnated as more than one individual.
Whoa.
One case of this that's very prominent is Terry and Linda Jameson. They are these identical twins who are also psychics, but they report having been the same person before they were separate.
Well, that's different. That's not. I wouldn't consider what he just described the same as identical twins, because obviously, that's what one egg splitting if they're identical twins. It's not really a good example of like 2 different people, 2 different psyches.
Separated at Earth, as they call it.
And what's interesting about that, though? It kind of reminds me of that one old legend about how, like, human beings used to be, like, 2 beings in one body or some jazz, and then they got split.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's an old thing.
Possession cases.
Phoenician or something.
Where it looks like several individuals or more are reincarnating in a single physical body. Okay, where there have been Stephen Browdy, the former chair, philosophy department, University of Maryland, Baltimore, who then went on to become one of the presidents of the Parapsychological Association, and he was also the chief editor for the Journal of Scientific Exploration for a while, for the SSE. Steve Browdy touched on these in his first book, First Person Plural, which included a chapter about how there were cases of multiple personality disorder, or what they call identity dissociative disorder these days, which are misdiagnosed cases of basically multiple people incarnating in a single person or multiple people possessing a single person. Some of them from birth, and then some of them coming in after birth. Stevenson also has cases that problematize the distinction between reincarnation and possession, where let's say there'll be a child who will be deathly ill when he's 6 years old, and then when he comes back, to physical health, it's a completely different person with different memories. It's like the original kid did die, left the body, and somebody else came in and took over the body, right? Now, more than one person can come in, right? So here's the thing, is that what that suggests about the structure of personality, epistemologically speaking, is that we are not necessarily the unique, indivisible, self-identical individuals that we take ourselves to be. The psyche may have an internally differentiated structure, and it may be a conglomerate of different sub-personalities that find a modus vivendi with one another. And sometimes they hold together, crossing from one lifetime to the next, and in other cases they break apart.
Yeah, and there probably is some way to systematically break that apart, compartmentalize.
That's where I was going with that. As MKUltra, it's not all that surprising. If that's the way the psyche is structured anyway, then it becomes more easily understandable how it could be weaponized.
Well, it is interesting, MKUltra, all the parapsychology research, all the kind of electrogravitic propulsion stuff, you're getting it, or even quantum communications, which Hal Puthoff is working on via these, vector and scalar potentials or whatever, the subquantum field. you're getting into modalities that if you were to dominate the human race, you would be able to employ all of these things at will. And so if you look at like the last 70 years of scientific research or something, yeah, it's kind of scary. It's like we are verging. Maybe it's the fallen angel thing, you know, where we're rebelliously sort of acquiring these skills, or it's, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's, you know, you hear these like UFO, you know, whistleblower people. It's like Lou Elizondo will be like, we found the key and we're inside this cage and the gorilla sees that we have the key. So like it's this, you know, dark forest analogy, you know, spin-off thing that he's trying to say. And it's either that or it's like we're being inducted into some friendly thing. I don't know, but it is interesting. We're accelerating towards this new paradigm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know the gorilla, you mentioned the gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
You know that whole test they do when they walk somebody in a gorilla suit through a group of people
You
doing
don't pay
something.
attention to it, yeah.
And the majority of people who watch the film don't notice the guy in the gorilla suit.
Yes.
And then when they were testing experimental aircraft, apparently they would give gorilla masks to these people flying prototypes of the SR-71 and the what do you call it? The other one that went down over Russia. The
U-2 spy plane.
The U-2. And they give these gorilla masks and they say to them, if you ever get too close to a civilian airliner where the pilot can make eye contact with you, put on the gorilla mask before that.
Yeah.
So that when they come back with a story about this weird-looking aircraft, they'll report it was a gorilla flying it, and no one will believe the story.
Yeah, it was in Annie Jacobson. And that book,
That's
and I think
hilarious.
we need to do like 5 more of these. But Annie Jacobson's Area 51 starts with, it tells that story, and it starts with the story of Bob Lazar. And I often wonder if the kind of true kind of hermeneutic reading of UFO disclosure is that there is some sort of co-sponsored, you know, program between the Nordics, I don't know what they are, and us. And they exist at these sites like Area 51 because you have these stories. First of all, Area 51 was a Nevada test site before it became Area 51. Richard Bissell set it up as Area 51 to test the U-2 spy plane in 1955. But you had already had hundreds of it was the site of the most atomic blasts in the United States. And UFOs constantly show up around, you know, nuclear weapons and energy installations. And so you'd think that if you have that many atomic blasts, you'd probably have created some sort of like portal or something. You even have this Misty Echo patch around a test from 1988. And it looks like there's a portal underground. And that would explain the Dan Barish story of S4 Area 51. It would explain some of the Bob Lazar stuff. And it would explain this weird disconnect of like, do we really have craft that can fly like that and it's being employed by us? Well, maybe it's kind of, you know, being co-run by us and them, and that's this sort of electromagnetic wormhole portal pit stop for them or something. I don't know.
So two things about that. First of all, something really creepy about UFOs and nukes. Of course, I devote, you know, good amount to this toward the beginning of Closer Encounters, that excellent book, Hastings book.
Bob Hastings.
Yeah, UFOs and nukes. I cited it. You know, if not anything else, Closer Encounters is a good encyclopedic, like, index of references for the whole UFO research field. And Hastings is one of the people who I cite extensively in there. So, but here's something about UFOs and nukes that's really creepy. I have a Substack piece on this. It's called Nuking the Matrix on my Substack. The first person to ever propose that we could be living inside a computer simulation was a Nazi computer scientist by the name of Konrad Zuse. Konrad Zuse was the Alan Turing of the Nazis. He developed the first modern digital computer before Turing did. So people often give credit to Turing, but this guy was slightly ahead of Turing. And Turing was playing catch up with this guy.
Matrix.
And this guy, Konrad Zuse, wasn't just involved in mechanical engineering of computers. He was extremely theoretical in his, you know, contemplation of what computation is. And it occurred to him for the first time that what if the weirdness in quantum mechanics is indicating the fact that we're living inside of what he called a calculating space, rechnender Raum, a calculating space. And he said, the anomalies in our physics at the fundamental level are indicative of the fact that we're inside a computational system. And he theorized this whole thing during World War II. And here's the really cool thing.
So simulation theory is real old.
That it would be possible to test this in extremely high entropy events, such as, for example, the detonation of a nuclear bomb.
Yes.
That a nuclear bomb's detonation is such a high entropy event that if you were observing the world on a quantum level during such an explosion, you would be able to detect basically the mesh of the matrix.
I agree. The only two ways out of the matrix are through consciousness and high energy physics. And if you even look at quantum indeterminacy, you have quantum indeterminacy between position and momentum, but you also have it between level of energy and time. So if you get extremely high energy output, you get time indeterminacy. And it explains weird portals at CERN, quote unquote, stories around that. It explains high voltage experimentation of Tesla, Thomas Townsend Brown, both of them saying really weird things.
However, I don't believe in getting out of the matrix through consciousness. I think that is a trap, and that's how, like, the demons get to you, because you think that you're ascending. And really, they're just infiltrating your mind.
You
your
would think
psyche.
that.
Or descending.
You
Or
would think
descending.
that.
It's a trap.
So robots are demons?
What? No. It's kind of like meditation. How it open doors to contact demons.
Yeah, but what if when you meditate, you're not leaving anything, you're just going into the inside of the moon, as you put.
Right, I think that's also the same thing with the consciousness of the Matrix or whatever. If you're conscious that it's there and you're trying to wake up.
But if you were going there, that's a trap.
Well, no, I think he's describing consciousness like you're escaping it mentally, but because first you have to, in order to wake up in it, you have to become aware that you're in it, right?
He's saying that you're leaving the physical body because the physical world is the Matrix. And the spiritual one, where the soul
I'm
can
just
descend
imagining
to
like you're
through
becoming
either
aware.
death or astral projection.
It's like you're waking up in it, kind of shit.
Go into the Pokemon.
But sure, I guess it depends how you're looking at it.
You will become Garbo.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Drugo?
You will become Garbodor.
Become what?
Garbodor.
Gobbler?
Gabbledor?
Garbodor. Oh my god. The evolution of Trappish. What is the
Garbodor.
American name?
Garbodor.
No,
I don't go pack 151, bro.
Like
I'm sorry.
Garbage Garbodor.
It's Japanese, so I am right.
Okay.
I'm a 151 man.
Happen at high voltages across short distances. Tesla's saying he saw the past, present, and future all in one and spoke to aliens, you know? And then you have nuclear blasts, which seem to, you get this sort of, these weird time effects and you see UFOs. And this is a bunch of Q-cleared guys who have literally no business lying about what they're seeing across all sorts of disparate sites across the United States. You have 167 Q-cleared employees saying that they see stuff in Bob Hastings' book.
And why is the only consistent thing that all of the Nordics have ever said that we need to disarm we need to disarm and relinquish our nuclear weapons, right? These Nordics, they tell all kinds of different stories to different people. The one through line is we need to relinquish our nuclear weapons.
That's how you get out of the Matrix.
Yeah. See, people think they have these naive notions that, they're worried about the ecology of the planet and they want to stop us from destroying ourselves. Folks, there's evidence of nuclear exchanges in vast antiquity. I mean, there's vitrification at various ancient sites where there's also anomalous engineering. And as we discussed earlier, Brandenburg saw evidence of nuclear war on Mars. So it's not like these entities are, necessarily averse to the use of nuclear weapons on moral grounds. I think what's going on here is that it's a way that would reveal that we're inside the Matrix, and they don't.
Wait, so if we explode the moon, we destroy the Matrix?
Maybe they know that, and it's very badly warped their psychology, having found that out. And their response to it was to create this control system, which at least gives them a sense of...
And that's why they decided to tell us that the moon controls the tides, so that we have a reason to not destroy it. Fuck around, find out kind of thing.
I like it.
I think we're giving the moon a little too much credit tonight.
A degree of power.
Yeah,
right? It's a very understandable human psychological response, actually. So you realize that, I don't have control over my life. I'm somebody else's plaything. Well, I'm going to create something that I do have control over.
Well, it's the whole three-body problem where they're looking at the tip of the spear of human ingenuity, generically speaking. But yes, high energy experimentation would be kind of this Archimedes lever that you would sort of look at.
I have this case in Closer Encounters of a certain Sir Horsley. Sir Horsley was a British wing commander who became the closest aide and personal attaché of Queen Elizabeth I. And at that time, when he was, the personal aide of Queen Elizabeth as a military officer, he was approached by these Nordics who basically invited him to a fireside chat, Miss Markham and Mr. Janis. And they said, listen, we want you to come aboard. We want you to come aboard with our plans and our project. And we want you to help us disarm the world of nuclear weapons, beginning with your country, United Kingdom. This was in the 1950s when the British were first developing nuclear weapons. And he says that this Miss Markham was a completely expressionless person. He said she looked like Lady Dracula. And she was like this completely expressionless, icy white person. And the only time she ever showed any emotion was when he came back at them with, well, wait a minute. If we disarm and the Soviets disarm, then if it turns out that you folks are up to no good, we're rendered entirely defenseless in the face of you. Our nuclear weapons are our only defense against you. And at that point, he says she like had a wicked smile on her face, looking at him. Like, well done, boy.
Whoa.
You figured this out. And anyway, he went and reported this back to the authorities. They investigated these people, and it turned out their flats were empty by the time the authorities got there.
I think the
Okay?
self-preservation
Now,
thing
here's really the most
is
creepy thing
less
about
about the Matrix. It's
Same
just more
story.
about them.
Right. Yeah. They want to be the only ones with power.
Horsley, 20 years
Yep.
later, wound up controlling the British nuclear arsenal. I think they knew that this guy was going to wind up in one of the most strategic positions regarding the British nuclear program, and they deliberately engaged him, having had foreknowledge of the further likely trajectory of his life.
Why is so crazy? Well,
fluffy.
Which one?
This one?
That's a frill canary.
Oh, what the fuck?
What?
That thing has an aura.
He just has fluffy feathers.
He also looks permanently annoyed.
Yeah, he probably is.
Why?
I don't know. He just seemed that way since I got him.
Squinty.
Yeah. Well, hey, so are yours.
What?
And you're right. You seem permanently annoyed too.
Excuse me?
You heard me.
I think you like that.
And he's also yellow.
I think you like that, don't you?
You and that bird have so much in common. He's also the most vocal bird. He always has got a mouth open every time he takes pictures of the birds.
And he's also yellow, like me.
That's what I just said, yeah.
Hello. Damn, dude, look at him. Hey, buddy. So small. Oh!
He's like, fuck you. Don't touch me.
Oh, this when the staff comes back, the Inca zebra dove thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Needs a beak trim.
Yep.
It's getting too long.
Mm-hmm.
One, two, three, four. Which one's
I mean, are you able to do it with like the nail clippers for the birds?
Nah, bro, there's no way. You need a professional for that. Too delicate. You can't nail clip that shit.
Okay.
What they use is pretty crazy looking. It's like a little Dremel.
Mm.
And you just gotta hold the bird down and Dremel it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have that for nail grinding for dogs.
Yeah, but it's just way. I used to take Derpy to it. It just requires a professional.
It's probably the nail salon Dremel.
But like,
Trout.
make sure to do that.
Yeah.
If you have a group text or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now it's like 3 a.m. though. I'm not gonna text right now.
Well, Jason, Reza, Giorgiani, this was a blast. We could honestly go for.
Okay. I guess I'll do a hell case thing.
Hell case.
I'm already on. I might as well.
Yeah.
You're still to do it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 60 segments or whatever. I don't know
still
when I'm on.
this time of
but-
the day. I mean,
I'm gonna mute it up while you do this.
Mhm. All right. Let me see. All right. Full timer. 20 minutes of hell case. Alright, I'm gonna make this less loud. Alright. What's the Dublin heist event? I have no idea. Alright, never mind. Oh, what happened to my other stuff? I had more favorites. Interesting. Oh well. Welcome to Hell Case, home of the Hell guns, knives, vibes. It's lost $100 on this. Alright, maybe I can upgrade it. Probably not, but maybe. Oh, I didn't mean to click 2. Definitely can't. Nope. Alright. Yeah, if you get good skins in Hellcase, you'll get bitches. Bitches love Hellcase skins. Damn it. I need to let the dogs go potty. I just heard thunder again. Let me let... one by one. Except for dogs. This. All right. Boo! Ooh, it's a little better. Okay. It's a pretty cool one. I guess I'll keep it for a giveaway. Boo. I don't know, the camera's tired of being on. Maybe one of these. Be a good one. It's not good. Hey, that's pretty decent. Okay. Baz like 200 over. This one gonna be good. Hey, let's go! You're having more luck on this case. Okay, we're up. Still up. All right. All right. W's. We're actually doing okay right now. No, that one wasn't. That's not bad. Let me check the weather. I don't like it. It might miss us. The rain. Sheesh! We gather 800. Let's go! Getting some good ones. Finally. Last night was terrible. Tonight's much better so far. Is it worth joining there? It depends if you like CSGO skins or not. But you can always get free skins even if you don't want to buy cases or whatever. But joining my giveaways, there's one going on right now. Pull up the link in a little bit. Giveaways. My giveaways. Here's my giveaway link. Not bad. It's okay. Try to upgrade that one. It's okay. A little shitty. Try to upgrade this one. Woo! Huzzah! It's not bad. It's okay. I'm back down to 3,000 now. I stopped doing too good. I was being really up earlier, now it's been kind of mid. Maybe I should have quit while I was ahead. At least I got the upgrade. Let's see. Sell that shit. Oh no, upgrade it. Meh. Sell that. Maybe upgrade actually. Nope. Do do do. Ultraviolet. Hey, there we go. 780. Damn, I almost doubled. Okay. Finally. Something. Alright, 1800. Barely got any funds left. Yeah, sell some of my inventory off, I guess. Ooh, is that gonna be worth a lot? No. Yeah, the one worth way more. I got my inventory. Sell. 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 Sell it all. Sell it all. Don't want the shit anymore. Sell it all, sell it all. Here's some more of it. Sell the ugly stuff. Okay. It's okay. Oh, what's that bullshit? Ah. Only got a few spins left if I don't get good wins. Already at 1,600 from like 6,000 earlier. Ooh, maybe this one will be good. It's okay. Just slightly up. Yeah, we won the big win, but I don't think we're gonna get that. I don't feel it in the cards. We only have 2 minutes left of the segment. Hey, Nick rated me. Thanks. Wow, Nick Lee, big fan. I'm a big fan. You want the big hit? You give me the big hit. Just slap me right silly with it. Damn. Woohoo! I did an upgrade. That's all. Oh, maybe. That's okay. 600s. It's a crimson. 300. That's okay. Last spin. Hey, we ended on almost 1,000. 951. Okay, I will take it. Big win for the end. Woohoo! That's the big hit of the night. Huzzah! Okay. And if anyone missed the giveaway, I will link that again. Got a giveaway going on. It's free to join Hellcase. Follow the link. Okay. Let's go see the doggies. Turn the phone on. I gotta go pee first. Oh, it's starting to sprinkle. Yeah. I think he doesn't like playing in the rain. He's fine. But I can't put y'all up there right now. Go pee. Let me get my pajamas on. Alright. Hi, Trumps. How are you? Hello. Hold on. Ow. Hey. I know you're excited. I know you've been inside with the rain. Be careful, you're gonna push me over and slip. It's crazy right now. I'm let him go to the side yard. Whoa, whoa, oh my god, we're so excited with zoomies. I'm so excited. Trumps, come on. Come on. Trumps, come on. Trumps, let's go. Where'd you go? Trumps. Here. Let's go. 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 Yeah, you can take the toy. That's fine. Okay. I know, puppers. I know. It's all wet and it's gross. Let the hooligans out. I know. Hello. I know we're so excited. Come on, kids. Why? No. Come on. Let's go. Jeez. Come on, kids. So excited. Oh, gosh. Oh, why is Nick's garage door open? Stay. Hey, come back here. Come on. Get out of there. Don't do that. Jesus. Y'all crazy. Careful. Don't run into this stuff, please. You crazy kid. Oh, okay. Hey. Yeah. Jealousy. Alright, guys. Y'all are being too much. Tell them, Mommy. Get him, Mom. Get him. Tell him to sit down, Mama. Mom puts up with so much. Ella doesn't back up Mom ever since she got spayed, really. Not as much. She used to come to Mom's aid. Now she don't really care. I'm hoping if I neuter Loki, maybe he won't care about starting it all entirely. You not pee on each other? Hi, Ryder. Alright, sweetie. Hello. Hello, cutie. Hello, cutie. Yeah. You're my good boy. He's a good boy. He's a best boy. Yeah. So good. He's a good boy. Mom's taking a shit. Well, we're taking a shit here. Wow, it's a big one. Looks healthy though. It looks healthy. Why not? Oh, came up for a cuddle. I missed you too. Okay, thanks, princess. Just gotta chase him away. It's rare that he initiates. Why'd you have to ruin it? You're so silly. You're so silly. Happy girl. Happy girl. Happy girl. Happy girl. Happy girl. Come here, puppies. Ryder. Hey. Some of y'all need a poo. He wants to go over here. Okay, go. There we go. Hey, whoa. Stop. Hey. Calm down. Excuse you. This is a more fair fight. There you go. Now she seems happier. Doesn't feel cornered now. Get him, princess. Get him. Ah. It's mommy and son. You can tell it's not fighting because of the backing up and tail wagging and like pouncing, like waiting for the other dog to return to play mode. Oh, he's gonna sit on her, maybe. Come on, over here. Play over here where I can see you. There you go. So pick up some poopies. Don't step in it. Where'd your mom go? Where'd she go? Ah! Don't get in there. Yeah, I'd separated y'all so it'd be more fair play match. Y'all are ganging up. Move. Hey, I'm trying to put the poop in the trash can, boy. Let's empty that trash can. Hey, careful, kids. Don't you run into the arrows or the pointy side's not sticking out, but they make me nervous still. Missed a piece over here. You're rough. Where's my puppers? Hi, puppies. What you doing? Where's Ryder? Ryder. 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 Hey, get out of the garage. Ryder. What you doing in there? Oh my gosh. Wow, he came out like a fucking football player. Tackled. Sitting on your mom. You crazy. Get him. She just buries her face in the ground. It's so funny. Face plants herself. Face down, butt up. What are you doing? What is happening? What is this behavior? Goof. What is this goofiness? You're goofy. You're so goofy. Goofy, goofy, goofy. Alright, cutie. What you doing, princess? You're so cute, handsome. You're so handsome. You're such a handsome boy. You're such a handsome little man. Yeah. You're so handsome. He's got the patience of Knox and the affection desire of Princess. He's more pets. More pets. Please, more pets. There's more pets. I know. Good boy. Handsome boy. You're all wet from your mommy's mouth. Slobber. The slobber. Yeah. You're so cute. Princess, out. Princess. 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 Come here. Hey. Kids. Hey. Careful. Y'all crazy. Princess, you have a leaf on you? I think it's a leaf. Okay, not blood. Just leaf. Okay. There you go, my girl. She says, pet me. They're not Hassan collars. They are GPS tracking. Right. The tail says, pet me. Mom. She's like, pet me. Get the belly drum. Get the belly drum. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, here he comes. Tackle him. Okay. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. He's like, I love you. Mommy, I love you. Mom. Princess, get out of there. Hey, Princess. Get your butt out of the garage. Princess. Girl, get out of there. They're so funny. I'm tiring him out. What is this? I couldn't tell whose face that was. My goodness, so roly-poly. I like how he sits on her. It's so funny. So funny. Get him. No, she was shaking off. Sneak attack. She's so clumsy. She's not as quick on her feet as he is. He's got the border collie ability to change directions fast. She don't have that. She's way more clumsy. That's the Knox Val play with me. Get him! Hey! No! Out! Princess! Hey! Hold on, wait. Is she okay? Let's make sure she's okay first. Does she slip? Ryder! Come here, boy. Ryder, come here. Come over. Come here. Yes. Okay, well, at least he's not. Exactly. You okay, princess? Make sure she didn't hurt herself. Leave her alone for a little bit. Let her chill. I think she's fine. She's faking it. Alright. Too much. The garage floor is too slick. Chill out. Too slick. Oh, flopped. Okay. Yes. You tired now? Y'all went at it so much. Y'all crazy. Okay. I know. I'm so tired. So tired now. Come here. Let's see if I can get him in this little yard. Come here. Come here. In. Go. Princess, go. Just for a sec so I can close the garage door. Causing too much chaos in the garage. Hold on. No, that one. Really? There we go. Alright, he locked the top part. So annoying. He locked the part that I can't unlock from that side. All right. Oh, the escape artist. Typical. Hopped the fence. Go on. You crazy dog. You crazy dog. All right. Happy man. Let's go let your siblings back out. Now that you two are a bit more tired. Hold on, wait. Alright, let's switch. Okay, good. Yeah. Everyone switched positions. Hi, Ella. Oh, hello. He's so happy. Hi, Loki. Hello, handsome boy. All the merles are out. Hi, Noxie. Every time it rains, the swing gets lower to the ground. Need to raise it up again. Sap. He's looking for leaves to carry. He has an oral fixation. He wants to have something in his mouth. Hi, silly girl. You crack addict? Hello. Hello, crazy. Hello, Wiggly. Oh my gosh, he jumped and licked my nose. I was not expecting that. Ugh. Hi, Loki. Ella's always been the most wiggly one, ever since she was born. There's a little newborn day-old puppo with her eyes closed and her ears closed, wiggling all looking for the nipple. Searching for the nip-nop. This wiggly little baby. I decided I wanted to keep her day one. And I saw how much drive she had for the nipple. I was like, there's a future crack addict if I ever saw one. I was right, you crazy. Loki, why are you eating the grass? Hi, Knox. What's up, old man? I don't have a laser, I'm sorry. I don't think he's eating poop, he's eating grass. You are insane right now. Come here. Come here. Ella, come here. Yeah. So cute. I love it. I love her. That tongue. So lovely. She lives life in the fast lane. Breathes fast. Runs fast. Spazzes out fast. Licks fast. Oh, we got a ball. Oh my gosh. It's a ball. It's a ball. Go get the ball. No, Loki saw it. Loki. There's a good boy. There's a good boy with the good ball. Go get it. Loki. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. Good boy. Dad just gives up. He's like, they can have it. Loki! Go get it. He loves the fish. Loki! He plays ball way better than his mom does. That's for sure. Princess doesn't really bring it back. Loki! Get the ball! You forgot about it. Yeah, Nox will get it though. Get the ball, Nox! Where's the ball? No, so close. I spoke too soon. Where's the ball? Where'd you go? No, Nox, bring it back! She picked it up and let it go. Why are your dad trolling me? Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Get the ball. Get the ball. Why are you trolling me? You know what I want. Where's the ball? He's like, it's right there. I'm showing it to you. Can't you see? Dumb human. Bring the ball. Get the ball. There we go. It's get. Associating get. Not where. Wait, stop trolling me. Drop. Leave it. Thank you. Eat it. Loki taking another shit. Man, he's full of it. Why are you dropping it halfway? Your son doesn't do this. Ella, why is he like this? He's so cute. Let me get the poop. Loki's probably the best fetcher I've had. For the ball, anyways. Oh, it's all nasty. I can't pick that up very well. I'll try. It's not good. Ish. Probably holding it too long with the rain today. That's disgusting. I gotta wash this off. Before it dries like this. God, he's gonna go crazy if I turn the hose on, isn't he? There we go. Back up. I'm trying to wash off the pink stuff. I'm not trying to play with you right now. Okay, back. Stop. Stop. Move. Stop. Bro. Ah. Ah. Okay, there we go. It's better at least. I'm crazy. We're not doing that. It's already wet outside. Stop. We're not playing with the hose at 4 a.m. Can do that tomorrow. I think it's closing it. What? Oh, now you want me to turn it on again. No, you don't need it. You will live. Let's go find the ball. That's what we were doing earlier. Where's the ball? Who has the ball? I don't know. Oh, it's over there. Here we go. Loki. 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 Get the ball. There you go. You're a good boy. Yes. Give me the ball. Oh, wait. Hold on. Give me the ball. Okay. Give me. Oh, he's tired. Enjoying the ball. Okay. Okay. Hi, Ella. Cutie. All right. They're tired now. I'm gonna get Trumps. Put him in the garage for now. And then I'll put them in the side yard. And then let him back in the backyard. Yeah, you play on Discord. I'm deafened and so muted also, but you can still hear the sounds. Hello, my boy. Trumps. Hi. Stay. Wait. Okay. There we go. Wait. Let's chill. Hey. On. You gotta chill out. We're on a leash so he doesn't go and start a fight with Nox or Loki. The boys be boys. No. Exactly that. That's why I run a leash. Ah. Thank you. Slow down. Yeah. Just for a sec. And put them in the side yard and you can come back out. Wait, let me come out. Back. Thank you. Hi, Gigi. Let's go. You don't know where we're going, I think. Let's go. Side yard. Let's go. Come on. Ella knows. Follow Ella. Good job. Everybody in. All right, great. Thank you for the easy work. Bring that back. So the dog guy can come in the morning. All right, sir. You may resume your nightly duties, my boy. Oh, wait, let me take the leash off you. Here. I forgot that was on you. There you go. All right. Stay. All right, dogs are out for the night. Hopefully it doesn't rain more. Let's see, what do they have covered? All right. That's why there's a gate. Hey! Trumps! Chill. Chill. I know. It's been a while since we had Loki's you could bark at. We all need to learn to get along. You're so cute. Love you too. No, neighbors don't complain about dogs barking because they have barky dogs too. They don't bark all night. It's usually when they're just like interacting with me and they get jealous of each other. Do. Just let them calm down. Well, they'll work it out. There's just normally Princess and Knox are over there, and all the puppies are on the other side. I'll give them a few minutes. Just the testosterone barking. Okay, now they're over it, I guess. Or not. Okay. Taste what it is. Put this in the fridge. Going in front of each other. So traumatic. Mm-mm-mm. I don't understand the Jim Carrey thing. Why is Facebook obsessed? Who cares? I don't get it. Doesn't look like real Jim Carrey. I mean, who cares? He looks like a clone. That's not how clones work, though. It would start from a fetus. How would it be? It would be so much younger. I don't know. Whatever. Fetus? Why? Because that's how they clone animals. Humans or animals, it's the same thing. Process would be the same. I've looked into cloning animals a lot. I want cloning dogs. I think it'd be good to have Knox Jr. I know he's puppies, but you know, like an actual replica. Genetic twin. We're in the Matrix, that everything is fake. Well, if everything is fake, then everything is real also. Because if it's the only existence we know, it's still a real experience. The world is staged. Yeah, well, that much is evident. I feel like a lot of media that we consume for entertainment, like whether it's TV show or movie, are people who are in the know flexing just how much they know to other people in the know. If you know, you know. And the rest of us are just like, wow, so creative. But to them, it's like their movie and how much they represent in their movie is like wearing their Richard Mille at an event, and the other Richard Mille owners are like, that's a nice watch. So like the James Cameron thing with the avatars, maybe that's, people are like, man, he knows a lot. I don't know. Anyways, with like the different fingers mounts. Maybe the more they flex that they know, the more dangerous they become and the more power they have. So it's like right now I'm pretending that we're just blue people, but don't try me. I don't know. It's like kind of like a power move. I don't know. I never saw the Fire and Ash movie. Was it any good? You liked it? Yes. I probably don't have the patience for it. I mean, I don't have to watch it all in one sitting. I could break it up and pretend it's a series. But yeah, I guess I'll go to bed. I don't know. Alright. See you guys for now. Yeah, maybe horse streaming, because I don't know if it's going to be too wet. I don't know if it's going to rain more or not. It says it might rain more around 5. So I'm probably going to be up until then, so that way I can bring the dogs inside if I need to. But, now I'll monitor it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.